At the dawn of time, the Elder Worm crafted the realm known as Altamont. Gazing upon the darkness, she declared, "Let there be light." When her time came to ascend back to the stars, she entrusted the world to her offspring. Our dragon boasted proudly that dragons embody flawless superiority. They claimed to have created the world for their own amusement, dismissing the claims of their rivals, including the fairy lord of the farmers. For generations, the mighty Knightsman held the pinnacle of power. Vainkur pursued princesses and devoured countless knights, amassing the largest treasure hoard ever known to the world. When it was time for him to hibernate, he withdrew to his secret lair in the Alban Mountains, leaving his goblin servants to guard his resting place for the duration of his year-long slumber. However, Vainkur had not foreseen just how much the world of Ultraman would change during his sleep. Many years later, he was stirred by a faint rustling noise. As he woke and stretched, thinking to himself that nothing compared to the joy of slumbering atop the spoils of victory after a grand feast. He hadn't slept this soundly in ages. Yet the clinking of falling gold caught his attention, and he turned to discover a human attempting to hide nearby. The man trembled with fear upon catching sight of him. After a brief pause, Vainkur realized that this intruder was indeed a human, and in a rage, he accused the man of being a thief. Vainkur unleashed a blast of fire at the man, who narrowly escaped. He then swung his tail, pinning the man against the wall. Mocking the intruder, Vainkur remarked that after his 50-year slumber, it seemed everyone had forgotten the natural order. He addressed the man as his next meal and demanded his name. The man, shocked by the fact that the dragon could speak, inquired if this was normal, to which Vainkur replied that he occasionally conversed with his breakfast. Insisting once more, Vainkur ordered the man to reveal his name. The man introduced himself as Victor. Victor then introduced himself as Vainkur, a knight's man, and explained that his name represented the great catastrophe of the age and the ruler of the Alban Mountains. However, he graciously allowed Victor to refer to him as His Majesty. He added that His Majesty must always be in italics, warning that he could easily tell the difference. Victor apologized, claiming it was an honest mistake, but Vainkur was unconvinced. Questioning why Victor thought stealing from him was a wise idea, Victor pointed to a rapier, explaining that he had been hired to retrieve it since it had been presumed lost. Vainkur accused Victor of lying, insisting that Victor must have fought his way through a swarm of goblin minions to reach the lair. Victor argued that there hadn't been any goblin activity in the mountains for years, which made Vainkur pause. Lifting his head, Vainkur scanned his surroundings for any sign of his goblins. Seeing no trace of them, he grew furious, angrily accusing the goblins of abandoning him while he slept. He then turned to Victor and asked if he had any minions of his own. Victor admitted that he used to be part of an adventuring group, but it didn't work out. He claimed he was the only one with ambitions greater than mere thievery. Vainkur sympathized, agreeing that finding reliable help was difficult and advised Victor never to hire goblins, offering to save Victor from that mistake as he prepared to devour him. Panicked, Victor warned Vainkur that others would come looking for him if he were killed, and no one knew that Vainkur lived in the mountains. Vainkur ominously replied that they would soon find out once he set the countryside ablaze. He then asked Victor who had sent him, out of curiosity, adding that he would eat them after finishing with Victor. Victor explained that he didn't know. The job was an anonymous commission from the local guild hall, with a reward of 1,000 gold coins for retrieving the rapier. Vainkur commented that it was a handsome reward for such a dirty job. Victor agreed, but explained that he took the job mainly for the challenge, hoping to gain a few levels, and perhaps even unlock a special perk from the climb. Vainkur, puzzled, asked if a level was some kind of food. Victor explained that levels were powers he earned in classes like Knight, Wizard, or Outlaw, and these levels granted additional abilities known as perks, which he gained through experience or defeating enemies. Vainkur scoffed, saying he had slain countless thieves but had never gained any such levels. Victor suggested that perhaps Vainkur was simply unaware of them. Just then, Vainkur was startled by a system notification sound. A system message appeared, congratulating him on his immense ego and noble dragon lineage. It informed him that he had gained a level in the noble class and unlocked the old money perk, which doubled the chances of monsters dropping treasure upon defeat. Fixated on the old money perk, Vainkur asked Victor if he considered himself a monster. Victor quickly replied that he did not. With a sigh of disappointment, Vainkur gently placed Victor back on the ground. He then ordered him to return the rapier to its rightful place, declaring that he would personally accompany Victor to the guild hall to verify the request. Victor returned the rapier, and Vainkur informed him that, due to his lack of goblins, Victor was now his new minion until he repaid his life debt. Shocked, Victor protested, insisting he was entirely unqualified for the job, but Vainkur gave him a stern look and reminded him that he was a dragon, and Victor was now his servant. Noticing the human bones scattered around, Victor nervously agreed, saying it was a tremendous honor. Vancouver approved, adding that obedience to him brought great rewards, because any other dragon would have devoured Victor for such a grave offense, and never would they have accepted a human into their service. But Vancouver was forgiving and merciful. Victor thanked Vancouver for his immense generosity, to which the dragon confidently replied that he knew. Vancouver then made his way toward the exit, prompting Victor to let out a sigh of relief. As they paused at the cave's entrance, Vancouver demanded that Victor tell him more about these perks. Afterward, they both proceeded to leave the cave. The man's full name is Victor Dalton. He has been trapped in this fantasy world for 2 years, ever since he left the village of Albion, swearing he would return victorious, or not at all. However, his plans hadn't gone as expected. Victor urged Vancouver to let him descend alone, warning that the city watch had already raised the alarm at the sight of him. He promised Vancouver he wouldn't wander far. Vancouver, however, insisted that a true king must make his presence known to remind his subjects of who reigns over them. This made Victor worry that soon his insides might be displayed to the people as well. From the tower, the city watch took aim at them, with the captain ordering all forces to focus their fire on the dragon and give it everything they had. Despite the assault, Vancouver casually asked Victor where the guild hall was located. Victor pointed to a bell tower with little difficulty. Vancouver then rammed his body into the defensive wall, shattering it. He flew toward the guild hall, carrying Victor, causing mass panic among the city's residents. Vancouver landed forcefully, sending nearby people flying aside. He then turned to Victor, asking him to confirm if the building they had arrived at was the guild hall. When Victor confirmed it, Vancouver marched toward the building, breaking down the door to fit inside, shocking everyone within. A woman at the reception desk recognized Victor, asking if it was really him, while others inquired if he had actually brought a dragon with him. Victor stayed silent, and Vancouver simply asked the crowd to identify the least expendable person among them. A man boldly pointed his spear at Vancouver, mocking Victor for being scared of a mere flying lizard. However, his confidence quickly vanished when Vancouver flung him into the wall. Vancouver sarcastically questioned how their species had managed to avoid extinction, adding that he could never comprehend it. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Victor, reflecting on the situation, realized he should have tempered his expectations. Vancouver then threatened to wipe them all out, sending the crowd fleeing in terror. They couldn't believe that Victor had seemingly betrayed them, especially since they once considered him a friend. Vancouver turned to face both Victor and the woman, ordering Victor to do the thing. Victor, addressing the woman as Charlene, casually asked if she was still available for Friday night. Charlene, however, was fixated on the fact that a dragon had entered her guild hall. Victor introduced her to Vancouver, referring to him as king, and boasted that he was a knight's man. Charlene was shocked, accusing Victor of bringing the infamous Red Terror of Midgard, an ancient red dragon, into their village. Victor corrected her, saying that technically it was Vancouver who had brought him. Vancouver asked Victor who the female was and why she was needed. Victor explained that Charlene was the chief of staff at the guild hall, urging her to explain her role before Vancouver decided to eat them. Regaining her composure, Charlene informed Vancouver that she managed all paperwork for the Garden Magna Adventure Guild, processing client requests and assigning them to adventurers. Vancouver ordered Victor to have Charlene read the quest that had led him into Vancouver's domain. At this, Victor asked if Vancouver had ever communicated with humans before. Vancouver replied no, explaining that speaking with animals was the job of a minion, which greatly annoyed Charlene. Frustrated, Charlene angrily grabbed the quest from the board, while Vancouver asked Victor what the message contained. Charlene read aloud that Louis Marquis de Caraba was offering 1,000 gold coins for the return of her family's lost rapier, which was last known to be in the possession of the goblins from the Alban Mountains. Vancouver told Victor that his story seemed credible, so he would be spared. He added that Charlene would also be spared, provided she could inform him where to find the Marquise as he planned to eat her. Victor thought things were spiraling out of control. Charlene simply suggested they leave and demanded Victor hand over his map. She snatched the map from Victor, while Vancouver tasked him with explaining how it worked. Victor explained that nobles, merchants, or even groups of peasants submit requests to the Adventurers Guild, offering rewards. Since the end of the Century War, most tasks involved dealing with monsters or bandits. Charlene added that there had once been highly profitable requests to take down Vancouver years ago, but they stopped when he was declared dead. Vancouver, furious, demanded to know why he had been declared dead. Charlene explained that 20 years ago, a group of adventurers had brought back a red dragon skull, claiming it was his. Outraged by the insult, Vancouver ordered Victor to tell the primitive humans that he, Vancouver, the Knight's man, was very much alive. Victor panicked, but reassured Vancouver that the news would spread quickly if he displayed a little force. Vancouver calmed down and asked Victor what types of quests adventurers typically received. Victor asked Charlene to read a few quests for His Majesty's benefit. Charlene read one about trolls ravaging the lands of the Count of Proven Coal, who was offering a significant reward for their extermination. The trolls were currently hiding in the woods of Gerard. Vainqueur then asked if he could gain levels for completing such a task. Charlene was shocked to hear that Vainqueur knew about levels. Victor explained that Vainqueur had recently leveled up in the noble class, which astonished her even more, that a dragon could level up. Vainqueur explained that Victor had only recently introduced him to the system, and now he was curious about how much humans would be paid for completing such a quest. Charlene, glaring at Victor, informed them that the reward for the quest was 6,000 gold coins. This made Vainqueur ask if he would really earn that much just for eating trolls. Charlene clarified that it was considered a difficult quest due to the danger posed by the predatory trolls. A brief silence followed. Then, Vainqueur burst into laughter, mocking the idea of being afraid of trolls, which he considered nothing more than a snack. He declared that mammals were so weak. Victor suggested that if it was that easy for Vainqueur, he should take up adventuring and show them how it's done. Vainqueur, considering the 6,000 coins for something he usually did for free, wondered aloud if this was the highest-paying quest, leaving Victor shocked that he was seriously thinking about it. Charlene then mentioned that slaying the Marceline Kraken would bring in a reward of 64,000 coins, causing Vainqueur's pupils to widen in astonishment, almost turning into gold coins. Vainqueur declared that, in retaliation for the village's crimes against him, he would raze it to the ground. However, he added that the crime of unclaimed wealth was even worse. Vainqueur, now fully embracing the role of the dragon adventurer, declared that he was ready to solve the lesser species' problems in exchange for their gold. Hearing this, Charlene panicked, expressing doubt that a dragon could really become an adventurer. Vainqueur, brimming with confidence, assured her that he was more than qualified. She tried to reason with him, but he firmly insisted that he was both a dragon and now an adventurer. He warned her that she was starting to sound like prey. Fearing for her safety, Charlene hurriedly agreed to register them as a new adventuring company and mentioned that they would need to fill out and sign the appropriate forms. Vainqueur then summoned Victor, who asked why. Vainqueur informed him that he was promoting him to chief of staff and living signature, meaning Victor would now handle all paperwork on his behalf. He assured Victor that this was an important role and that he trusted him to manage it well. A system notification appeared in front of Victor, showing that he had leveled up to Monstrous Wire and Monster King. This granted him the ability to communicate with any monster and gave him a charisma bonus of +20 when dealing with them. He handed Charlene a paper with the initials V and Beta Charlie on it, questioning if it was a joke or if there was a better alternative. Charlene simply pointed to the broken door, making him realize that their planned Friday date was no longer going to happen. Victor asked for an explanation, but he brushed it off as insignificant. Charlene, visibly irritated, wished for Victor to go to hell, though she suspected he might already be there. Thus, Vainqueur became the first ever dragon adventurer, leaving Victor to contemplate what could possibly go wrong. Later, as they flew through the air, Vainqueur asked Victor what a lead adventurer plate was, commenting that lead seemed quite degrading. Victor explained that every adventurer starts with a lead plate, mentioning that he too had a lead plate. However, Vainqueur reminded Victor that he was a dragon, not a mere human. Despite this, Victor pointed out that Vainqueur was a special case, pleading with him to forgive humanity's shortcomings. Shortly after they arrived at the Trollwoods, Vainqueur asked Victor if this was where the trolls were located. Victor confirmed and explained that war trolls typically set up camps when they're searching for one. Vainqueur cut him off, declaring that he wouldn't degrade his noble skills by dealing with such filth, reminding him once again that he was a dragon. Vainqueur then began gathering his fiery breath, causing Victor to panic and shout for him to wait. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a woman sat peacefully picking flowers. She placed a flower in a basket next to the severed head of a troll and a massive knife. Suddenly, she heard something coming from the sky. She stood up and turned, astonished by the sight of falling leaves and a brilliant red light. He attacked the trolls in the forest, using fire, prompting Victor to question his actions, saying it wasn't environmentally friendly. The woman, drugged by a man, screamed when she saw Vang floating towards her in midair. Meanwhile, he proudly told Victor that the troll issue was taken care of. But Victor complained that he had set the forest ablaze, to which Lee confidently agreed. The trolls were burned alive, and the rest tried to flee. Victor remarked that it was so one-sided it was painful to watch. But he was reminded that dragons act that way. He even suggested that Victor pray to him, mentioning that he occasionally answers. He questioned why Victor was complaining since he was getting paid for something he could have done for free. Victor responded that flying while being held in his palm was awful, especially with dragon fire breathing down his neck. He told Victor that his discomfort was probably because he lacked scales, and, although he sympathized, asked what could be done about such a birth defect. Victor then asked if he could ride on his back instead. He looked at Victor, who was pleading sincerely, and asked what kind of ungrateful person Victor was. He reminded Victor that when he found him that morning, Victor had been a mere thief, aimless and lost. Now he had become his chief of staff. Victor sarcastically replied that his trust was warming his frozen heart. He placed Victor on the ground, telling him to be thankful and not to ask for too much. They were conversing, unaware of the woman who was astonished to see a dragon and a man begging for mercy. Afterward, they checked the system, and Victor noted that at least he had gained a monster squire level. He asked Victor what a squire was, and if it was some sort of minion. Victor confirmed and explained that it paid just as well. After being asked why there was no perk this time, Victor clarified that perks only come every 2 levels. He then asked Victor why only 2 perks and who made that decision. Victor replied that he thought it was the gods' decision, or maybe the farmers', while the lady and the man tried to escape. He called the gods or farmers worthless upstarts and yelled that they always claimed to have created the world, even though everyone knew the dragons did it first. He ordered Victor to tell him where he could find and punish them. However, Victor responded that he didn't know since he wasn't religious and suggested they ask a bishop. He agreed to find a bishop, but only after he reclaimed what was rightfully his. Victor was shocked and asked what he meant. He explained that, according to the old money perk, the trolls should have dropped treasure when they died, and he wondered if Victor expected him to dirty himself with ashes. Victor clarified that he wasn't fireproof, which led him to retort, "By the elder worm, you mammals can't do anything." This irritated Victor, who then decided they would delay his satisfaction until the fires subsided. In the meantime, he planned to seek compensation for his previous employer's wrongdoing, to which Victor grudgingly agreed to consult the map. Shortly after, they arrived at a castle adorned with a flag showing a cat in a shoe. He remarked to Victor that he wasn't surprised she had resorted to hiring thieves, adding that he'd be bitter, too, if he lived in a castle with only 1 tower. The castle guards were startled to see him approach. He asked Victor what Marquess meant, and Victor explained that it referred to a noble lady. He then asked if she was a princess or an elf princess. Victor replied that he didn't think so and asked if dragons really kidnapped princesses. He answered, "Sometimes," just as the cat's guards started firing arrows at him. Victor, frightened, asked if he ate them. He casually swatted the cats away with his tail, sending them flying, and asked if Victor thought him a savage. He added that he released them back into the wild to produce more princesses. Victor glanced at the fallen cat guards, silently praying that they weren't endangered. Suddenly, a voice from the tower shouted, "Enough!" Lady Marquess addressed Victor as a dragon tamer, questioning the reason for their visit to her castle. Vainqueur retorted that she had their roles reversed, as he was the one who had tamed Victor. He proudly reintroduced himself and informed her that she had sent thugs after his silver rapier treasure, disturbing his peaceful nap. As compensation, he demanded half of her cattle, along with the 1,000 gold coins she had offered for his item. She said his demand was outrageous, but he countered by explaining that he had to fly for 2 hours to get there, burn off fat, and endure the smell of her peasant's dung. Victor added that Vainqueur also burned the local woods on Cole's orders, so she owed an additional 6,000 coins for that service. Vainqueur then showed his adventurer's tag as proof that he was an adventurer, the greatest the puny human race had ever known. She asked if he would leave her lands if she met his demands. He replied that it would depend on whether she had more quests for him. When she said she didn't, she ordered her guard to summon Count Gilbert for an explanation and instructed her cook to prepare a feast for King Vainqueur, specifying it to be a troublesome guest's feast with a special ingredient. The guard affirmed he would ensure the maximum dose was used. She then promised him a feast and a reward for his noble deed, expressing hope that he would forgive them for their discourtesy. He said he would only forgive them if her cattle were of good quality. Shortly after, the cats prepared a lavish feast with abundant food, prompting him to exclaim that it was a magnificent feast and he should visit more often. He began eating just as a man approached them. He asked Victor if the newcomer was part of the feast, to which Victor responded that he wasn't sure. The man nervously introduced himself as Gilbert, Count of Provençal, leading Vainqueur to ask if he was the one who issued the troll quest. Gilbert confirmed, explaining that he had requested the Marquet's help to get rid of the trolls before the adventurer zealously took care of the problem. Vainqueur told Gilbert that he took his adventurer duties seriously and then told Victor he could eat the leftovers, warning him not to claim he was starving his staff. Victor glanced at the unappetizing food and noticed that Gilbert seemed extremely nervous. He wondered if the special ingredient the Marquess mentioned was cyanide or arsenic. Victor then said he couldn't partake in his lord's meal, insisting it was all for him. Vainqueur called Victor a loyal servant and asked if Gilbert was there to deliver his reward. Gilbert pointed to a pile of gold coins and explained that, in addition to the Marquis's gift of apology, it was his duty as her vassal to present the reward. Vainqueur ate the suspected poisoned food, called Gilbert a good servant, and ordered Victor to count the coins, warning him not to steal any. As he swallowed, Victor reassured him not to worry, sarcastically adding that he regretted stealing from him every day of his life. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing Vainqueur that he had gained a poison resistance perk by consuming the poison. Vainqueur asked Victor about the poisoned food, wondering if it was some kind of human seasoning. Victor asked if he didn't know what poison was, to which Vainqueur replied that he knew, but it didn't harm him. Victor explained that poison was a bitter spice used on special occasions, usually reserved for distinguished guests. This led Vainqueur to ask if he was considered such a guest, to which Victor responded by asking who else he could possibly be referring to. Vainqueur remarked that he didn't taste anything unusual and demanded more of this special spice. Victor glanced at Gilbert, expecting this outcome, and wondered if they really thought they could kill Vainqueur as easily as a giant rat. In response, they prepared an even larger amount of food laced with poison, which greatly pleased Vainqueur. Gilbert nervously whispered to Victor that he owed him his life. Victor, with a hint of frustration, retorted that he hoped Gilbert was happy, as they had just made Vainqueur even stronger. Shortly after, Vainqueur was asleep on the ground, surrounded by the bones of the meat he had devoured. Meanwhile, Victor was inside the castle, reflecting on how, when the Marquise invited him in for breakfast, he had expected another poisoned meal. However, the breakfast turned out to be completely normal. He figured the Marquise just needed someone to rant to while they ate, even as she angrily waved a weapon at him. She shouted in rage about the humiliation of having a red dragon empty their pantry, sleep at her front door, and then questioned why the gods had sent such a disaster upon them. She then asked if Victor was still around. Gilbert confirmed he was, noting that the poison should have killed Vainqueur 3 times over by now. When Victor asked about her large supply of poison, she explained it was due to post-war politics. She then inquired about Victor's level. Upon hearing he was only level 7, she was incredulous, insisting that a level 7 couldn't possibly tame a dragon. Shocked, Victor asked if he looked like a dragon tamer. He described Vainqueur as a wrecking ball. Gilbert chimed in, pointing out that the dragon listened to Victor and that Victor had saved his life. Victor admitted all he could do was steer Vainqueur in a direction and hope he wouldn't burn down too many houses. The Marquise suggested they could attack while the dragon slept. Victor advised instead that they offer Vainqueur a better perk, or perhaps some free levels. A guard, clad in armor, approached and yelled at Victor to mind his words. When asked where he was from, Victor revealed that he came from Earth, specifically America, and had been summoned to this world. The Marquise then explained the importance of the Mark of Dice, which Victor should have recognized. Only someone chosen by the god of luck could befriend a dragon. This revelation infuriated Victor. He hated that Vainqueur had abducted him, and he resented being in a hostile world where everything either wanted to eat or rob him. He compared it to being trapped in the Middle Ages without even the luxury of taking a bath. Victor warned them against attempting to steal from Vainqueur again. Gilbert then asked why the Marquise wanted the rapier in the first place. She admitted that it was a lost family heirloom, though she had no idea how it ended up in Vainqueur Nightbane's possession. Victor asked about Vainqueur's reputation, and learned from her that Vainqueur was the most powerful dragon on the continent. A guard added that some believed Vainqueur had once devoured a level 7 knight, and while monsters had roamed the land since the Century War ended, Vainqueur could wipe out a forest full of them in an instant. Despite her pantry's devastating loss, the Marquise proposed a plan to use the dragon. If Vainqueur wanted to be an adventurer, they could send him on a doomed quest to kill the Demon King, Brandon Mature, or the farmers. Either Vainqueur would succeed, or he would die trying. It was a win-win. Victor countered by explaining that Vainqueur wouldn't take on any task without a significant reward. He asked if she could afford to pay if Vainqueur succeeded. She assured Victor that she would inform His Majesty and the Shining Knight, who would handle the matter. Victor then asked if there were any evildoers in need of dragonfire. Gilbert mentioned mercenaries who had turned into bandits after the Century War left them jobless. Suddenly, Vainqueur's booming voice startled them. He called for Victor, declaring it was time to collect his shiny treasure. Victor realized he had almost forgotten, but hoped the forest fire had died down by then. Victor asked the Marquise if she had a large bag with fire resistance, which made her angry. She snapped, asking if he hadn't done enough damage already. He threatened to tell Vainqueur that she had more food hidden beneath the castle. Shocked, she called him a monster. A moment later, the conversation shifted. Vainqueur asked, "What were you doing with that catling this morning, Victor?" He replied that he had been reprimanding the Marquise for attempting to steal from him, a response that earned Victor a compliment. Good idea. I'd hate to have her as my next dinner guest. Victor then mentioned that he had found some decent loot left behind by the monsters he had defeated the previous day. He credited his eye for treasure perk for being able to identify magical items and determine their value. Victor then listed his new acquisitions: a ring of fire resistance, a horn of wire and calling, a firebomb necklace, and a pair of solar bracers. The conversation shifted to Victor's new poison resistance perk. Vainqueur questioned, "Didn't you say you could only gain a perk every 2 levels?" Victor clarified that this restriction only applied to class perks. Personal perks like his poison resistance could be unlocked by meeting specific, though rare, hidden criteria. Vainqueur boasted, "Who else but a dragon like me could unlock such a thing?" He ordered Victor to store the treasures in a bag as they were returning to his hoard, and planned to embark on another easy quest. Victor mentioned that his survival in the burning forest was thanks to the Marquese's potion, and asked what Vainqueur intended to do with the ring and bracers. Vainqueur responded, "They are shiny and will look good in my hoard." Victor suggested that Vainqueur would perform better with the right equipment, but Vainqueur dismissed the idea, stating, "A ring won't improve your appearance. To me, all man-things look the same." Victor sarcastically thanked him for the backhanded compliment and explained the practical uses of each item. The ring provided fire resistance, the horn summoned wire, and the bracers increased strength in sunlight. Victor grew intrigued by the idea of gaining strength from wearing the bracers. However, Vainqueur became frustrated upon learning that the bracers were human-sized and wouldn't fit him. "Why would my perk deliver human-sized treasure? This is sabotage or a malfunction," he grumbled. Nevertheless, he agreed to lend the items to Victor out of his boundless generosity, which Victor gratefully acknowledged. The conversation then shifted once again, this time focusing on Victor's eye for treasure perk. Before Victor could fully explain how it required certain levels to obtain, Vainqueur interrupted with a question. "Can I have multiple classes at once?" Victor confirmed that he could, up to a total cap of after that, one ascends to godhood or something similar. Vainqueur confidently declared, "I will reach level 100 and you will become level." He agreed to Victor's suggestion for a new quest, as long as it paid well. Victor presented bounty posters for 3 notorious bandit leaders: Gustave Loom, Uriel Argan the Ogre, and François Villemain, all wanted for countless war crimes. The bounties for 2 of the bandits were 5,000 gold each, while the other was worth 10,000 gold. He also mentioned that Duchess Eleanor of Ezekiel was offering a reward for their deaths. Vainqueur asked Victor how much, and Victor replied, 20,000 in total officially. Vainqueur immediately responded that he would pass. Vainqueur then asked Victor what he meant by officially. Victor explained that he was sure the Duchess would offer a more substantial reward under the table for defeating her enemies. This prompted Vainqueur to ask why, if the Duchess was willing to offer more, she didn't include it in the official request. He wondered if it was some kind of magic ritual. Victor explained that it was a way to avoid taxes, whispering that the king takes 10% of any reward offered through the Adventurers Guild. Vainqueur exclaimed that this was theft, and it was no wonder he had become a thief, given that his own race was led by a robber. He then asked if this under-the-table ritual could help. Victor confirmed it could, adding that tax evasion was an ancient, respected human tradition. Being a dragon, Victor assured him that the Duchess would likely offer him a greater reward than she would offer to humans. Vainqueur shouted that she better do so and ordered Victor to initiate their pursuit of the thieving king. Victor sighed in relief, realizing that Vainqueur believed him, giving him hope that he might be able to do some good after all. Night fell on the largest port in the Duchy of Ussel. 3 bandits observed the port. One commented that all he saw was a breeding ground for weakness. Another man agreed, then asked a woman if this was the place she wanted them to attack. She confirmed it. She ordered them to ravage the city, recover her due, and promised to reward them handsomely, assuring them that the Demon King Brandon Mature would see to it. The man asked the woman if she minded if they had some fun with the place first. She replied that they could, as long as they left no survivors, and instructed them to stay in touch. The armored man addressed another, calling him Villemain, and asked if there were any formidable defenders. Villemain, addressing the armored man as Gustave, responded that no one was above level. Gustave expressed disappointment, mentioning that he was growing bored of killing peasants, then asked who among them would lead the charge. Suddenly, a booming voice declared, "Me!" causing them to turn around. They saw a massive creature who announced that Agron would burn the city and that no one would stand in his way. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vainqueur asked Victor if they had arrived at their destination. Victor denied it, explaining that Agron the Ogre was last spotted near Hanma. Vainqueur questioned how Victor could differentiate between the villages when they all looked the same to him. Victor responded that he believed their next stop would be correct, and when asked why, he said it was because of the fires. Back in the village, Gustav and Agron were wreaking havoc. Agron, in a fit of rage, threatened to eat the children. A terrified knight urged his comrade to hold the line, saying they needed more time to evacuate. However, his comrade told him to look up because Agron had brought a dragon. Vainqueur, ready to land, asked Victor for directions. Victor advised him to land near the attackers. The sight of Vainqueur stunned the villagers. When he landed, the ground shattered from the impact. The bandits shielded their faces from the sand blown into their eyes while the villagers fled. Agron, noticing this, called them cowards and claimed that dragons were not scary. Vainqueur then asked the bandits which one of them was Agron the ogre. Agron confidently shouted that he was the one. Despite Agron's proclamation, Vainqueur remained skeptical and repeated his question. Victor pointed to Agron, confirming that he was indeed the ogre in question. However, Vainqueur disagreed, calling Agron a cyclops instead of an ogre because, in his view, ogres have 2 eyes. This left Victor stunned, though he confirmed that the creature was indeed Agron. Agron then clarified that he was the only Agron around and had shed blood for King Gata Magni. Yet instead of being rewarded with gold, the king had given him a dirt farm. Vainqueur, still puzzled, asked Victor why Agron was called an ogre if he was actually a cyclops. Agron angrily retorted that he was known as Agron the ogre because he ate people. Agron then swung his axe at Vainqueur, shouting that he was a warrior and that Victor would soon meet his end. Much to everyone's astonishment, Vainqueur simply bit into Agron, consuming half of his body. This caused Agron's lower half to collapse to the ground, leaving Victor, the villagers, and the remaining bandits in shock. While chewing on Agron, Vainqueur remarked that it was quite a satisfying meal. He informed Victor that Cyclops tasted like salty pigs and expressed a desire for more, which made Victor worry about the villagers' safety. To redirect Vainqueur's attention, Victor suggested that the bandits could serve as potential dessert. Vainqueur grabbed some of the bandits and declared with satisfaction that they tasted like veal. Witnessing this, Villeman panicked and ordered his comrades to retreat. This annoyed Vainqueur, who shouted in frustration as they fled. The following morning, Vainqueur lay among the debris, content after having overeaten. He told Victor that he had leveled up and asked about the benefits of these increases. The system showed Vainqueur that he had gained a level in the asterisk noble and snobbery asterisk class, meaning he now inflicted more damage to and received less from non-noble targets. Victor advised him to use the command menu to check his stats. When Vainqueur asked if he hadn't noticed this feature before, he sheepishly admitted that he had, but was merely testing Victor's knowledge. He then proudly declared, "Menu!" aloud. The system displayed his stats. Level 3, Noble Rank 3, and a member of Ven's party. His health points were 5,315, Special points 1290, Strength 95, Vitality 88, Skill 11, Agility 39, Intelligence 9, Charisma 71, and Luck. Vainqueur interpreted the initials V and V as double Vainqueur. People began to approach Vainqueur, catching him off guard. Even though they were aware that the dragon had wiped out the bandits, the villagers were still terrified, wondering if they would be the dragon's next targets. Vainqueur told Victor that the atmosphere felt too grim and commanded him to sing his praises to lighten the mood for the sullen villagers. Victor understood, raised his hand, and proclaimed, "Vainqueur is the best dragon." Victor then looked at the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. In response, the villagers enthusiastically shouted that Vainqueur was indeed the best dragon, making him swell with pride. Feeling gratified, Vainqueur thanked the villagers, convinced he deserved their admiration, and introduced himself as Vainqueur, the adventurer who came to save them. He then ordered them to bring forth their cattle. Victor asked who was in charge, and a man pointed to a young woman, explaining that their mayor had been killed, leaving the guild representative as their new leader. The girl, Charlene, nervously denied the claim, panicking and exclaiming, "It's Victor again!" Earlier in the guild hall, someone had asked Charlene if she was sure about leaving Alban. "It won't be the same without you," they had warned. But she was determined, requesting the guild to transfer her as far away from Vainqueur as possible, which they agreed to. The person had remarked that they couldn't blame her and asked where she planned to go. Charlene had cheerfully responded that she was relocating to Honeyman, thinking it would be perfect because of its beautiful beaches, peaceful environment, and, most importantly, no dragons. But now she found herself kneeling on the ground, shouting in disbelief, "Are they serious?" A few hours later, near the beach, Victor excitedly informed Vainqueur that Charlene had become the acting mayor and the new manager of the guild hall. Victor also introduced Henry Bright, a scholar who wanted to discuss Vainqueur's career decisions. Frustrated, Charlene told Vancouver that on behalf of Hot Armor, she reluctantly awarded him the city's highest honor, the keys to the city. However, Vancouver cut her off, demanding to know about his payment before she could finish. Victor reassured him that it had already been taken care of. Furious, Charlene told him that she had reported his actions to the Duchess, who would send troops to deliver his reward. Charlene then informed Victor that, despite her disbelief, they would be given free lodging at the Guildhall for the week in recognition of their exceptional service. When Vancouver asked her if the lodging came with baths, she firmly said no. Vancouver remarked to Victor that he couldn't believe how primitive her species was and decided he would sleep on the warm sand instead. However, he doubted his companion would appreciate the same level of comfort. Victor confirmed that he would enjoy a nice, warm bed. Henry addressed Vancouver as Great Banker and mentioned that Victor had told him he needed guidance on the class system. Vancouver, however, insisted that Henry address him as His Majesty in italics and asked, "What is a friend? Is it some kind of servant?" Henry then inquired how Vancouver had acquired the Super Senses perk. Vancouver acknowledged that he had it and curiously asked Henry how he knew. Charlene explained that Henry was Hot Armor's class expert, responsible for advising locals on how to develop their classes and stats. Henry added that he was astonished to find a dragon with classes, calling it a groundbreaking discovery. Vancouver admitted he wasn't sure how it happened either and asked what exactly the system was. Henry explained that the system had a supernatural origin, activated during the inaugural roll of the God Dice. At that time, the dice was a sentient artifact, and classes were granted through powerful rolls, bestowing immense abilities. Henry then asked Victor, "Are you sure dragons didn't create the system?" Victor responded by explaining that Dice was the first intelligent being to acquire a class. Henry noted that although Dice never claimed to have created the system, there was evidence suggesting it was the first entity to activate it. He then challenged them, saying there was no proof that dragons hadn't created the system. He speculated that the system was crafted by dragons to accumulate wealth and power. With this realization, he expressed to Henry his desire to level up further in the noble class. However, Henry warned him that the noble class was unpredictable, offering only a few valuable perks like a monthly stipend. The mention of free money made his eyes light up, and he eagerly asked when he could obtain it. Henry explained that it would be available at Noble Level 9. He then asked what else could increase his wealth. Henry suggested he consider the merchant or banker roles, which irritated him. He scorned the idea of being a merchant, dismissing it as a task for minions, adding that a dragon doesn't run a shop. Henry responded that crafting classes often yielded better material rewards. Henry further explained that classes were divided into 5 categories: fighters, spellcasters, rogues, crafters, and monsters. Reluctantly, Charlene admitted that Hot Armor needed help. She explained that the Scorcher bandits, under pressure from the Royal Army, were planning to steal ships and flee the country. Even though Abram was dead, she warned that the bandits might return. He was thrilled by the idea, seeing it as a chance to gain free experience without chasing after the bandits. He then asked Henry if there was a class that could help him grow richer in a dragon-like manner. Henry suggested the Gambler's class, explaining that it involved intelligence, skill, luck, and several perks ideal for amassing wealth. Confused, he asked for clarification on the unfamiliar term. Despite Henry's detailed explanation, he couldn't understand it. Annoyed, he let out a loud shout, declaring Victor as his new class manager. Victor, perplexed, questioned what his new responsibility entailed. He justified the decision by stating that, as a dragon, he was too important to be bothered with such trivial matters. He then dismissed everyone, telling Victor that he wasn't paid enough to deal with this nonsense. Victor, however, argued that things were progressing well and reminded him of his earlier failed interaction with Charlene. He suggested that her presence could offer a second chance. Overjoyed by this idea, he expressed a desire to procreate, hoping to place his eggs in a human female. Victor quickly pointed out the inappropriateness of his choice of words. He then told Victor bluntly that he would never succeed in life without taking a bath. While he had refrained from saying it earlier, he now confessed that Victor smelled like dung and would never attract a mate with that stench. Still, as his master, he promised to tolerate it and do everything in his power to help ensure the survival of their species. Victor was shocked, questioning whether he was serious. Vancouver confirmed his intent, saying it was his way of replenishing his supply of minions. Victor, however, swore that he would never let any future offspring of his be near Vancouver. Vancouver then ordered Victor to bathe in the sea for his own good. Victor, relieved, told him he would use the inn's hot baths instead and thanked him. Vainkur made an okay gesture and advised Victor to focus on procreation while avoiding any further sinful behavior. Once Vainkur was alone, he repeatedly shouted menu to bring up his profile. He gleefully exclaimed that checking his stats was addictive. The next day, in the guild hall, Victor was happily washing himself in his room, reflecting on how long it had been since he last enjoyed a warm bath. The recent encounter with the dragon made him feel as though he might never be able to truly relax again. He looked at his necklace, marveling at how the Garnier Minions Guild had promoted them to copper-ranked adventurers. Although he wasn't sure what to do with the loot they had collected, Vainkur insisted on keeping everything, even the most trivial items. Suddenly, Henry burst into his bathroom, shouting Victor's name and startling him. Victor quickly covered himself and demanded to know why Henry had barged in. Henry explained that he had been studying Victor's case and had become so absorbed in it that he couldn't wait to discuss it. However, mid-conversation, Henry paused when he noticed the tattoo on Victor's shoulder. He asked if it was the mark of the Nightblade's Guard, a notorious syndicate in Magna. Victor averted his gaze, giving a vague answer, but Henry pressed him about the Thieves' Guild mark on his shoulder. Victor responded by stating that he had been a legitimate handler of private goods before leaving the guild to become an adventurer. However, deep down, he knew he was only deceiving himself by thinking he had truly left the Nightblades behind. He shot Henry a stern look, warning him to keep silent about his past. Surprised, Henry quickly shifted the conversation, suggesting that Vainkur would greatly benefit from the Crusaders' stats, growth, and perks, which would make him nearly invincible. Victor questioned whether Henry was seriously considering making Vainkur even more overpowered, and Henry confirmed that he was. Victor further asked if this wasn't part of his duty. Victor agreed that it was, but clarified that he had no intention of doing it well. He also asked Henry to stop referring to Vainkur as his dragon, as that was quite an assumption. Nevertheless, Henry continued to be excited about the optimization potential. Victor remained doubtful, reminding him that Vainkur only cared about gold and was already powerful enough to treat a Cyclops like a chicken nugget. Unless a class that could farm gold without much effort was suggested, Vainkur wouldn't be interested. Suddenly, a system notification alerted Victor that he had leveled up in the Monster Squire class. He was surprised to find out that as a minion trainer, his minions would now gain 50% more experience when fighting alongside him. He wondered aloud how he had managed to level up. Henry explained that serving Vainkur had earned him the Monster Squire class, so it was natural that he would gain experience from working with the dragon. Victor realized this only confirmed what he had suspected earlier. However, he questioned whether the class would require him to befriend more dragons. He also told Henry that Vainkur would continue leveling up in the noble class until he unlocked the stipend perk. After that, he would need a new class better suited for making money. Henry proposed the Gladiator Fighter class, explaining that its perks could grant rewards if the user impressed crowds. With Vainkur's immense strength and charisma, he could fully capitalize on this class. Victor debated whether he should actually share this with Vainkur, considering how self-centered he was. However, since Vainkur had saved the city, Victor decided to see it as damage control and asked Henry for the class documentation. Henry agreed and mentioned that he had additional suggestions. He asked if Victor had the Claim by Dice perk, as it would give him a 10% higher chance to improve his intelligence and luck with each level, turning him into a more proficient spellcaster. Shyly, Victor asked Henry a somewhat childish question, wondering if a class could improve someone's dating life. He added that he was asking for a friend. Henry responded positively and asked about this friend's charisma level. Victor admitted it was similar to his own, prompting Henry to call it average, which hurt Victor's feelings. Regardless, Henry suggested the Fiendish Rake class, discovered by Ludwig Mann, which had demanding entry requirements, including charisma, vitality, and agility scores of at least 50, along with the completion of a specific demonic ritual. Hearing this, Victor dismissed the idea and, feeling embarrassed, covered himself and asked if Henry had any other suggestions. Noticing Victor's discomfort, Henry reassured him that he did. Before leaving, Henry told Victor not to worry and promised to find the perfect class progression for his friend. This left Victor wondering if everyone in the world was obsessed with class progression. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, revealing that Victor had gained the Observer personal perk. This perk allowed him to instantly determine the class levels of anyone he looked at, provided they were of the same total level as him or lower. If the target was of a higher level, he could only see their total class level. He realized this new perk could be quite useful. Relaxing in the bath, he was relieved to finally have some time alone, free from managing a dragon, if only for a few hours. Suddenly, someone called his name, surprising and irritating him. When he looked toward the door, he was shocked to see Charlene, who angrily asked if she was disturbing his day off. All Victor could do was ask why she was there. She reminded him that she managed the place, Hot Emma's Guild Hall, which also served as the main inn. Victor conceded, but asked if he hadn't kept the room for a while, declaring it his safe space. Charlene retorted that his privacy was only due to no one daring to challenge a 60-foot-long dragon sitting outside, and mentioned the destruction of her previous guild hall. Victor argued that if he hadn't stepped in, Vancouver would have destroyed all of Valbane. Charlene shot back, saying that Vancouver had only been awakened because Victor tried to steal something. Angered, Victor reminded her that if he hadn't taken that quest, someone else might have, leading to an even worse outcome. Despite Vancouver's many faults, Victor emphasized that the dragon had saved the city from bandits, unless Charlene really believed the city guards could have defeated an ogre on their own. Charlene tried to reason with Victor, but he firmly stated that he had done the best he could under the circumstances. He asked what she would have done in his place, leaving her speechless. In the end, she admitted that she couldn't blame him for doing his best, especially when faced with a giant dragon. She acknowledged that the whole situation had been stressful for her as well. Victor responded that she now understood, but Charlene still insisted that it was no excuse for him to laze around all day. She threw him a towel and instructed him to get dressed and prepare for a task. Grinning, Victor asked if she had any plans for the evening. Charlene said she had work to do, and Victor cheekily suggested that he'd be available once the task was completed. She remained silent, which made him start sweating nervously. Finally, she told him to go to the basement and exterminate some rats. Victor protested, calling it a form of adventure hazing, but Charlene insisted. Later, he descended into the basement with a torch in hand, contemplating how far he was willing to go for love. As he searched the basement, he found no signs of rats and began to wonder if she had sent him on a pointless mission. Suddenly, he overheard someone instructing another to remember that everything comes from the heart and to perform their pose with feeling. He spotted 5 strange creatures nearby and wondered if they were kobolds. One of the creatures saw him and panicked, declaring that a human was present. Another suggested it was time to perform their choreography, urging the others to do it with heart, so that the human would be frightened. They began shouting, "We fight for injustice, we live for mayhem, we strike at night, and we thrive in discord." "We are the Kobold Rangers," they proclaimed, leaving Victor stunned and bewildered. The kobolds cheered, proud of having mastered their choreography and thinking they had left Victor dumbfounded. They even debated whether to add words like chaos or doom to their motto for a more dramatic effect, acting as if he were invisible. Victor noted that Blue's timing was slightly off and suggested that, for maximum effect, they should consider adding a team pet, like a white alligator. This remark irritated Blue, who questioned how a mere mammal dared to critique his performance, stating that mammals could never understand true art. Victor responded that it was just a bit too modern for his taste. Blue, the kobold, accused him of being an ignorant mammal, declaring that the pineapple of wisdom had enlightened them. The black kobold chimed in, agreeing that Victor was out of touch and that it was time for action. Frustrated, Victor sighed, causing the black kobold to express his eagerness to attack. However, the red kobold calmed the others, insisting that the human understood them. Victor agreed, explaining that he understood perfectly, crediting his monster-kin perk for his insight. When the kobolds caught his scent, they detected a familiar aroma, one similar to a dragon. Victor was taken aback, as he had only recently met the dragon, Vancouver. Realizing this could work to his advantage, he boldly announced that he was Victor, chief of staff to Vancouver, and warned the kobolds to yield or risk being devoured. The kobolds were skeptical of his claim, but they could feel the intense charisma radiating from him. They quickly concluded they had no choice but to negotiate peace. Victor demanded their greatest treasure in exchange for sparing their lives. The red kobold, seeing no other option, urged his comrades to retreat into the tunnel to retrieve it. Victor began feeling a bit remorseful, as the kobolds seemed as naive as children. When they returned, they presented a tablet with a pineapple symbol on it. Victor asked if it was indeed a tablet and what significance it held. The blue kobold proudly confirmed that it was the pineapple of wisdom, and the red kobold added that it contained the universe's darkest secrets. Victor realized that the tablet had corrupted the kobolds. It wasn't unheard of for items from Earth to end up in Altamont, and he wondered what kind of information could be locked inside the files. He suspected he would need passwords to access them. The blue kobold excitedly exclaimed that Victor could harness the power of the pineapple. The kobolds prostrated themselves before Victor, pleading for him to accept them. Astonished, he asked where exactly he should take them. The red kobold begged for the chance to serve his dragon master, acknowledging their lack of professional skills, but emphasizing their dedication and eagerness to learn. Victor then asked if they understood that Vancouver might consume them. The kobolds, brimming with excitement, responded that for a kobold, there was no greater honor than being devoured by a dragon, believing it to be their sacred duty to serve such majestic beings. Victor, slightly amused, accepted them as unpaid interns, describing it as a stepping stone toward their future career prospects. The pink kobold acknowledged the seriousness of their new roles, and the red one promised not to disappoint their Dragon Master Chief. Victor pondered how, despite being a mere lackey, he was growing stronger and questioned how such a system could be fair. Checking his system notifications, Victor realized he had gained 2 levels in both the Asterisk Monster Squire Asterisk and Asterisk Monster Student Asterisk classes. These levels enabled him to learn monster-exclusive perks when taught by or targeted by monsters. Additionally, he now qualified as a monster for class requirements. At that moment, Vainqueur, the dragon banker, called for him. Victor informed the kobolds that their first day on the job had officially begun. Charlene arrived in the basement, urgently begging Victor to handle the dragon situation before the banks, and potentially the entire village, were destroyed. Noticing the kobolds, she asked what species they were. Victor confirmed they were kobolds, not rats, and explained why the mousetraps had been ineffective. Later, the group left the guild hall to meet Vainqueur, the banker. Upon seeing Vainqueur, Victor had an epiphany. Though he couldn't breed, he decided he had chosen to adopt the kobolds. The kobolds, in awe at the sight of a real dragon, marveled at Vainqueur's massive size. They bowed low and pleaded for Vainqueur to accept them into his retinue. Vainqueur graciously assured them that he accepted their servitude and vowed to defend their right to serve him. Victor humorously remarked that Vainqueur was far ahead of his time. The banker, detecting ruffians within the city, asked Victor if he would be rewarded for eliminating them. Victor informed him that up to 100 coins could be earned per bandit's head, and even more, thousands for the leaders. As they began their journey, Victor reminded Vainqueur of their primary goal, increasing the size of his horde. Meanwhile, Henry was walking to someone's house. Upon arrival, he called Miss Lever to let her know he had arrived, and someone promptly opened the door. Lever greeted him sweetly, saying it was thoughtful of him to visit her. She added that when she heard he was visiting Hot Armor, she couldn't resist joining him. Henry bowed respectfully, expressing how honored he was to meet her in person. However, in his nervousness, he fumbled and dropped his belongings, causing her to laugh and kindly suggest he call her Lucy. Lucy, still smiling, remarked that while she represented the Royal University, she had never forgotten her humble beginnings. Henry, intrigued, asked Lucy Lever, a scholar of level 15 with spellcaster classes, why she concealed most of her classes. She explained that academic rivalries were fierce, and as an apprentice to Archmage Nostradamus, many envied her position and would go to great lengths to take it. Lucy further explained that she was studying new fields of spellcasting not yet recognized by the university. She feared she might get into trouble if her findings were discovered before she had the chance to publish her thesis. Inviting him inside, she suggested they discuss the matter further. Stepping into the house, Henry was astonished. The space inside was much larger than the exterior suggested. He asked if she was using a space alteration spell. Lucy explained that the true owner of the house was responsible for the spell, revealing one of her mentors. This revelation led Henry to comment that her mentor must be an extraordinarily powerful mage. Lucy nodded, confirming that she had indeed learned from the best. Curious, Henry asked why such a powerful mage would choose to live in their modest city. Lucy explained that her teacher had entrusted her with overseeing a secret project in Hot Armor and requested that Henry keep her presence there confidential. Henry agreed, reassuring her that he hadn't told anyone about his visit. Henry then handed Lucy a scroll, suggesting she might be interested in what he had discovered. She unrolled the scroll and saw a reference to the Asterisk Monster Squire Asterisk class. She confessed that she had never heard of such a class before. Henry excitedly explained that it was an entirely new monster class. Vainqueur, the dragon, had gained levels, and it wasn't the first time an intelligent monster had done so, though Vainqueur was the first dragon. The speaker wished to study him further, but Guild Officer Charlene warned that the Duchess would soon send knights to pursue Vainqueur. The scroll was returned with a comment that relying on knights might not be the best plan, given that their leader's name was Knight's Fan. They decided to continue the discussion in her study, as she believed the research into class progression had significant potential. As he entered the room, he told her that her words touched his heart. She assured him that certain gentlemen would agree, which made Henry curious about who these men were. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Henry, scrutinizing him. Gustave Lemuriel, level 25, Knight 20, and Heavy Knight 4, was revealed to be standing there, making Henry realize Gustave was likely Lucy's acquaintance. Fear gripped him as he looked ahead and saw humans hanging from posts. A man introduced himself as Francois Billman, a Scorcher captain, alongside his comrade Gustave. Billman was level 27, a fallen Bishop of Death, Jester 13, Outer Layer 3, and Fencer 7. He told Henry that the horrific stories he had heard about them were all true. Henry sat down, visibly shaken. With fear on his face, Henry asked what they had done with Miss Lemaire and whether she was their hostage. Billman assured him that this was not the case, revealing that their mistress was Lydia herself. She allowed them to stay in exchange for helping her students with empirical research. Henry warned Billman that his disappearance would raise suspicion if they killed him, but Billman dryly noted that whether people noticed or not, Henry would still be dead. He reassured Henry that they were not savages and suggested they should talk first. Contrary to Henry's assumptions, the Scorchers didn't originally begin as bandits. During the century-long war, they had fought for the demons. Sadly, when the war ended, their once honorable profession of slaughtering people and burning villages was no longer socially acceptable. Billman sarcastically asked if Henry could imagine being told they had to become farmers like common peasants. Fortunately for them, His Dark Majesty from Asia provided an alternative plan. Fanya offered them a deal, a comfortable retirement and asylum if they torched the countryside of a wealthy garden magnate and retrieved an artifact for him. Unfortunately for Henry, his armor was part of their target, though it wasn't personal. However, they ran into a major issue. Henry asked if it was Vainqueur, the dragon, and filming confirmed that it was indeed the massive dragon who had eaten their men for breakfast. Not only had Vainqueur defeated Aegon, but the royal army was also on their trail, making their financial prospects look grim. Dusty revealed that their interrogation of two men had provided information suggesting that the dragon had a master. Bill admitted that they had to apply some force until the men revealed the name Victor. Gustav pointed out that this wasn't entirely true, as one of the men confessed after witnessing his companion being turned into a zombie. Filming agreed, but reminded Gustav that his outlaw soldier had stabbed him afterward. Gustav explained it was merely a tactic to help him level up. Filming nostalgically mentioned how he had leveled up from simple peasants in the past, reminiscing about the days when he gained experience from killing defenseless villagers. Filming then addressed Henry as a friend, assuring him that they could come to a mutually beneficial agreement. However, Henry believed they planned to kill him anyway, so he questioned why he should share any information with them. Filming admitted that they did intend to kill him, but questioned if they really needed to use force first. Unlike his comrade, he disliked violence and emphasized that he was not a savage. Gustav, visibly irritated, unsheathed his sword and declared that, as a priest of death and jester, he was the holiest man present, a devout follower of the god of crime, and he took pleasure in his role. This annoyed Gustav, who impatiently shouted that he had had enough. He threatened Henry, asking whether he would finally talk, or if Gustav should remove one of his legs. Billman interrupted, assuring Henry that while his death was inevitable, they would respect his last request if he told them the whole truth. Trembling with fear, Henry asked if someone would be spared if he shared information. Filming replied that it would depend, but unfortunately added that Victor was certainly going to die. Henry then asked about the fate of his house, which held all his research. Filming questioned if Henry was willing to betray his friend in order to save his life's work, expressing admiration for such a choice. He argued that a man must leave a legacy behind. Billman agreed to spare Henry's house and preserve his research. After Henry finished revealing all he knew, someone asked if Victor was truly a Night Blade agent, as it seemed unusual. Henry clarified that Victor had claimed he had left the group. Filming informed Henry that no one ever really leaves the Nightblades. He then asked if Victor had any weaknesses, and whether he was as greedy as the dragon. Nervously, Henry replied that Victor took on jobs for Charlie when she requested them. Filming acknowledged this useful information and then asked Gustav if there was any way they could defeat the dragon in combat. Gustav, reflecting on Vainqueur's overwhelming power, admitted that he doubted it was possible. However, Gustav reassured Filming that Vainqueur wasn't particularly intelligent. Filming, activating his power, outlined their plan. They would distract Vainqueur, set the town ablaze, retrieve the artifact, and escape on stolen ships. Gustav then asked about Vainqueur's human partner, to which Filming replied that they could handle him easily, as they were both twice his level. Filming turned to Henry, stating that while Henry might not be courageous, he believed him to be truthful. He then revealed that Gustav had 3 levels in the Turncoat class, and that the first perk of this class, Falseness, hides Turncoat levels from detection abilities like Henry's. The second perk was called Trader's Joy. Gustav mentioned that as a class scholar, Henry must already know what the Trader's Joy perk does. Henry confirmed that it allows the user to gain experience whenever they break a promise. Filming reminded Henry of Gustav's violent nature, implying that his house would likely be destroyed along with everything else. Gustav, preparing to kill Henry, told Billman that he was simply expressing his own feelings. But just before Gustav's blade could strike, Filming called out for him to stop and wait. Gustav questioned Filming, arguing that Henry was no longer of any use to them. However, Filming countered, saying that he had one last use in mind for Henry. Meanwhile, the dead men hanging from the posts seemed to stir as if watching, while Filming ominously remarked that Henry had just one final purpose left. Henry cried out in agony as a powerful green light suddenly filled the room. Elsewhere, Lucy asked her mistress if it was wise to leave those two in charge, offering to retrieve the artifact herself. The lady replied that it wasn't necessary as they were expendable, unlike Lucy. Given Lucy's past experience with dragons, her mistress didn't consider her trustworthy in this matter. Shocked, Lucy told her mistress that she believed she had made amends for her previous mistake. The lady corrected Lucy, saying she had assumed wrongly. She then expressed concern over the possible return of Knight's man and how it could affect her plans. She instructed Lucy to keep her informed about Vainqueur's activities, but not to interfere unless explicitly ordered. Lastly, she warned Lucy not to disappoint her. Lucy agreed, saying, "As you wish," before her mistress disappeared. Left alone, Lucy reflected on how her tasks seemed to be becoming more difficult by the day. Meanwhile, Vainqueur the dragon, like all great dragons, was mindful of preserving wildlife. He took care to maintain the population of princesses, allowing them to grow into queens and produce more princesses. However, there was one species he intended to hunt to extinction, the yellow bandits. He had been alerted to their presence. A yellow kobold pointed out the bandit, confirming Vainqueur's belief that bandits were the weeds of the animal kingdom. He swung his axe, intending to decapitate the bandit, but the bandit managed to dodge. Vainqueur had little respect for the environment when it didn't return his care. He glanced at the kobold chasing after the fleeing bandit before calling out to Victor. Victor, engaged in his own fight with a bandit, acknowledged Vainqueur's call. Vainqueur complained that his axe wasn't working properly, but Victor suggested that he just needed to swing it down once the bandit was immobilized. He reminded Vainqueur to kill with flair to impress his fans and unlock the gladiator class. Vainqueur, referring to the bandit as a mammal, asked if he was familiar with the dragon equivalent of pain. With a furious heave, Vainqueur lifted his axe to strike, declaring that pain was merely a birth defect. He successfully killed the bandit with a swing of his axe. Triumphant, he raised the axe as the kobolds cheered. Victor asked if it was true that dragons considered pain to be a birth defect. The system notified Vainqueur that he had leveled up in both the gladiator and arena warrior classes, gaining medium proficiency and a 5x damage boost with all melee weapons. Vainqueur replied that only mammals experience pain, then asked Victor if he really needed to wield the axe to progress in the gladiator class, as he found it impractical. Victor reassured him that it wasn't necessary, explaining that he just needed to showcase his combat skills while continuously swinging the axe. Suddenly, Vainqueur split a nearby tree in half with a single blow. The falling tree trunk struck Vainqueur on the head, leaving him momentarily disoriented, much to the shock of his minions. Frustrated, Vainqueur tossed the axe aside, cursing human-made axes and lamenting his lack of financial gain despite his successful battles. Victor pointed out that the old monetary system wasn't designed to work with humans, likely to prevent nobles from exploiting their peasants. Victor examined the few coins and knives they had collected, remarking that the loot was minimal but better than nothing. However, Vainqueur declared that it wasn't enough for his hoard and demanded the next challenge. The yellow kobold informed him that all the enemies in the area had been eliminated. Disappointed, Vainqueur questioned if there would be no more opportunities for leveling up or gathering gold that day. Victor suggested they could sell their spoils and reinvest the profits in better equipment. Confused, Vainqueur asked Victor to explain the concept of investing. Victor defined it as exchanging gold for something of greater value. This explanation shocked Vainqueur, as the idea of parting with his gold horrified him. Victor tried to reassure him, saying that the gold would be traded for something more valuable. However, Vainqueur remained visibly distressed at the thought of giving up any gold. Vainqueur questioned Victor's mental state, suggesting that his lack of noble breeding had affected his cognitive abilities. He asked what sane individual would willingly part with their gold. Realizing the concept might be too difficult to explain, Victor conceded that investing might indeed be a challenging idea for Vainqueur to grasp. Vainqueur admitted that he understood the value of the bandit's belongings, but was interrupted by Victor, who reminded him that he was Vainqueur's treasurer and hoard manager. Vainqueur vehemently disagreed, forbidding Victor from touching his hoard. He sternly reminded Victor that selling was a task for minions, including Victor and the kobolds. Vainqueur decided that anything not shiny enough for his hoard, except for gold and jewels, would be discarded. To motivate Victor, Vainqueur promised that he could keep 1/10 of the profits. a promise that moved the kobolds to tears, who then asked if they, too, would be compensated. Victor, slightly amused, remarked that it was hard to believe that Vainqueur was more generous than the king himself. Vainqueur, filled with pride, declared that he swore they would never pay taxes to the extortionist king. He firmly instructed Victor not to give away any money or invest, and made it clear that the name of V and V, Vainqueur and Victor, could not be associated with such reckless behavior. Additionally, Vainqueur decided they would sell the corpses because he was tired of eating humans all the time. Curious, he asked Victor about the cause of death of the corpses, wondering if Victor's kind didn't hunt monsters, collect their bodies, and sell their parts. Victor confirmed this, explaining that they only sold monster parts. Vainqueur then asked what they did with the humans. Victor admitted he wasn't sure, saying that they typically left the bodies for animals to consume. Now that he thought about it, Victor agreed that this practice wasn't very sanitary. Vainqueur told Victor that he no longer wanted to give anything away and instructed him to find a way to profit from his excess snacks, corpses. Victor, somewhat baffled, asked if Vainqueur wanted him to open a shop to sell junk and corpses, and inquired if there was anything else expected of him. Vainqueur acknowledged it was a lot of work, but since Victor was his chief of staff, he expected him to balance it with managing his class progression and training the kobolds. Victor, surprised, asked if Vainqueur wanted him to teach the kobolds classes as well. Vainqueur reminded Victor that he wasn't fully grasping his grand vision for V and V, which was to create an adventuring party of minions trained from birth and working tirelessly to complete quests. He also pointed out that shopkeepers in every backward village sold junk and meat, amassing gold-filled chests. He added that everyone working together would contribute to building the greatest treasure hoard the world had ever seen. Vainqueur's eyes gleamed with the thought of gold coins, leaving Victor momentarily speechless. Later, in a nearby village, a man was calling out to people, encouraging them to check out the best deals at the renewal company. Suddenly, Vainqueur landed near the man, causing everyone to freeze in fear. The man screamed in terror, announcing that the dragon had returned. Victor approached the man and asked if he was looking to buy or sell anything, including a few lying corpses, but the man declined. Victor asked why, and the man replied that he wasn't sure he would get a fair price. However, Vainqueur confidently told the man that the boots they were offering were priceless and the most expensive boots in the world. The man, trembling, examined the boots and agreed. Victor then asked if the man knew of anyone interested in buying their loot. The man mentioned that the priests of Shasha, the goddess of commerce, might be willing to negotiate, adding that the temple also dealt with corpses. Victor expressed his frustration that the man wouldn't buy their goods, feeling like an outcast. The man explained that Vainqueur and Victor were too affluent for him to do business with. Nevertheless, he promised to speak with the gods in hopes that they would recognize their wealth and grant him a perk with every level gained. Victor then mentioned that he had an ability that allowed him to learn monsters' abilities, suggesting that if he could be taught or survive their attacks, he might gain something useful. The kobold asked Victor if he would also breathe fire if he were incinerated, questioning if that was his goal. Victor, realizing his mistake, quickly backtracked and asked the kobold to forget he said anything. However, the kobold told Victor that only by becoming a powerful chief of staff on his own merit would he continue to work hard for his personal gain. The kobold then asked about the sweet pink and blue kobolds. Victor explained that he had sent them to the local blacksmith, suspecting that the Scorchers were setting the countryside ablaze while searching for something in hot armor, and he wanted to be prepared. The kobold inquired what that something was, and if it was a treasure. Victor admitted that he didn't know, and that it might hold no strategic value, but the kobold was intrigued by Victor's mention of it, even if he didn't understand the words fully. Victor asked if the kobold was truly paying attention, and the red kobold shyly confirmed that Victor had indeed figured out the Scorcher's plan, admiring how smart Victor was as chief of staff and expressing confidence that they wouldn't let him down. The black kobold added also shyly that one day he, too, would become chief of staff. However, the yellow kobold declared loudly that he would be first. Victor told the kobolds not to argue in front of their chief of staff and reminded them to follow proper protocol. Victor asked what this protocol was, and the kobold explained that it was the minion protocol. He elaborated that the chief of staff was the highest rank in the minion hierarchy, second only to their monster lord, and that it required 50% strength, 50% cunning, and 200% loyalty. Victor modestly told them they were exaggerating, but the kobolds insisted he was underestimating his role in the hierarchy. The kobold informed Victor that he ranked just beneath Vainqueur in the preciousness hierarchy, even above princesses. He explained that each member of the chain could eat those below them, And if he and Victor were ever starving, they could use the minions as emergency rations, prompting the kobold to shout that it would be an honor to serve as food for them. Victor, slightly concerned, asked the kobold if that meant he was seen as a potential meal. The kobold reassured him that such a thing would only happen if there was no food or other minions available. And even then, it was unlikely since the world was full of dragon food. Still, just to be cautious, the kobold suggested Victor start recruiting more minions, to which Victor agreed, acknowledging that it was better to be safe than sorry. A short while later, at the blacksmith's store, Victor asked the kobolds if everything went well and if they were finished. The blue kobolds explained that the blacksmith initially didn't understand their language and was rude, but once they showed him a drawing of their master Vancouver, he became much more cooperative. They handed Victor a scroll, explaining that they had delivered the blacksmith's letter, and in return, he had given them this one. After reading the scroll, Victor informed the kobolds that the blacksmith had agreed to make the magical ring he requested for free. Victor praised the kobolds for their excellent work, which filled them with excitement. Vancouver thought the blacksmith was wise and should be spared. Vancouver then barked orders at his minions, hyping them up even though they had no idea what the orders meant. He reminded them to gather the corpses of their previous victims, emphasizing that no coin was too small, as he often said. Later, Vancouver asked Victor if he understood correctly that humans worship their gods in the same way minions worship their dragon master. Victor agreed that it was somewhat true and asked if dragons didn't worship anything, even to secure a good afterlife. Vancouver replied that such concerns were only for fragile creatures that could die. He explained that dragons honor the elder worm, mother of their race, but as a parent, not as a master. At that moment, a man approached Victor, asking if he had time to hear about the prophet and if he sought salvation in a new world. Victor declined and told the man to leave. However, the man grabbed Victor's hand, claiming he could sense Victor's power, and offered him reincarnation on the mythical island of Japan through the esoteric order of the New World, where every girl is a waifu. Angered, Victor yanked his hand away and told the man to get lost, pointing out that they didn't even have their geography right, mixing up North and South America. Finally, Victor ordered the kobolds to defend their chief of staff from such nonsense, effectively dismissing the rabble. The kobolds swiftly pinned the man to the ground, and he cried out for help. Confused, the man asked Victor what was happening. Victor replied that it was a money scam and that he had lived on Earth, which was nothing like what the man had described. Vancouver found this amusing and suggested they had an extra body to sell. Shocked, Victor asked if they could spare the man, reasoning that while annoying, he didn't deserve to die. Vancouver considered it, then agreed to spare the man, telling Victor that eliminating nuisances was more than a pleasure, it was a duty. However, because Victor had been a good minion, Vancouver would indulge him, declaring that his generosity knew no limits. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. Vancouver attempted to enter the building, but couldn't fit through the door, causing the wall to crumble as he forced his way in. Annoyed, he angrily ordered Victor to tell the architects to build larger doors. Victor, visibly worried, agreed, and asked if Vancouver could avoid destroying the building and crushing the poor mortals inside. Vancouver simply asked, "Why does your species have to be so small?" Victor quickly changed the subject, offering to introduce Vancouver to the gods, starting with Armand. Vancouver laughed at the idea, mocking the gods for having to share the same lair. Victor, eager to please, reassured Vancouver that the gods were mere shadows in comparison to his majesty's glory. He introduced Mithras, the god of the sun, order, medicine, and justice. Next was Leon, the goddess of glory, nobility, strength, and art, followed by Ice and Grim, the god of the hunt and animals. Then came Cybele, the goddess of plants, knowledge, and pleasure, and Sang, the goddess of water, travel, dreams, and alcohol. After them, Victor introduced Moonman, the god of chaos, madness, and the moon. Camilla, the goddess of plagues, vermin, darkness, and death, was next, followed by Death Jester, the god of crime, air, and illusions. Then came Baron, the goddess of fire, war, tyranny, and machines. The goddess of commerce, language, and snakes was introduced, followed by Sadler, the destroyer. Finally, Victor introduced Dice, the random number god, completing this strange pantheon. Victor glared intensely at the dice, drawing attention to it, and remarked that he didn't like it. He referred to it as the dice god. Victor added that the dice god had summoned him to take down Roman without asking for permission. Since the system was unlocked first, everyone began to worship it. It became almost as popular as Mithras, but Vancouver laughed, claiming that the dragon had been the one to create the system first. He then asked why that god seemed so aggressive and if it was poor. Victor responded that Sabo supported his Fania guard and imagined his rival nation praying against Sadler. He inquired how much Sadler was worth, offering to hunt him down for the right price. Victor advised against fighting a god, even for him, but he merely asked why. He added that he devoured any worm-like creatures that dared enter his cave. Victor conceded but reminded him that the worm was level 100 and had turned the southern continent into a desert. Also, nobody places a bounty on a god. This saddened him. A woman greeted them, asking if they had come to make an offering. He questioned Victor about what an offering was, and Victor explained that it involved giving money to the church as a gesture of loyalty to the gods. He stared at Victor with determination, but Victor told him he couldn't become a god unless he reached level. Victor then told the woman that they had bandit corpses outside and asked if the Church of Mithras would accept them. She responded that they could burn the corpses to prevent them from turning into undead, and that the service was free of charge. Another woman suggested that Zibel's priesthood could bury them in the forest so they could return to nature. Vanka questioned why the service was free and why they wouldn't pay for the transportation, but the woman asked why they should pay for a public service. He argued that they had incurred significant costs in dealing with the dead. Victor pointed out that deadification wasn't a real word, but he insisted it was because he said so. The woman clarified that they don't pay people to collect corpses, and if they wanted to earn money instead of helping, they should head to Shasha. He asked where, and the woman pointed toward the god. Just then, Victor noticed Charlie inside praying. He approached her and asked what she was doing there. She replies that she had been praying earlier because Vancouver nearly caused the temple to collapse. He asks why she was praying to Shasha, as he didn't expect her to worship the goddess of commerce. She clarifies that it's more of a business transaction because, unlike other gods, Lady Shasha trades her miracles based on market rules. He thinks at least that's honest and asks how much it would cost to be sent back to his homeworld. The woman says she'll ask the goddess and come back with a price. She returns with a cost of 2 billion, shocking him as he considers it daylight robbery. The woman explains that there's a 20% discount if he subscribes to the premium worship service annually, and a 30% discount if he becomes a priest. Vancure interrupts, stating that his minion has no intention of leaving his satisfying job. Victor agrees and tells the woman that they're only there to sell loot and eat bandit corpses. He then asks why only 8, and Victor reminds him that he had already eaten the rest, to which Vancure agrees. The woman offers to buy the corpses to make fertilizer, offering 1 gold piece per corpse. Ventura demands double, but the woman insists on 1. He pushes for triple, prompting Victor to remind him that he should have gone lower during a negotiation. Victor says only those lacking confidence negotiate that way, but as a dragon, he knows his value. The woman firmly states that, dragon or not, the market sticks to 1. Suddenly, someone interrupts, mentioning he overheard their discussion and asking if they're interested in selling fresh corpses, as the Church of Camilla would be glad to take them. He asks Victor who Camilla is, and Victor explains that she was one of the infamous 3, Baron Camilla, Death Jester, and Sadler. They were once evil adventurers who ascended to godhood, and like Sadler, people are too afraid to outlaw their worship. The man takes offense at the evil label, explaining that their goddess is just misunderstood. Victor asks if Camilla didn't release the Red Death Plague that turned people into vampires. The man replies that it was to curb overpopulation, and the vampires helped win the Century War. He then asks if they've heard of the Industrial Revolution, prompting the Shasha representative to groan, "Here we go again." Charlene tells the man that she's aware of necromancers who buy corpses, turn them into mindless zombies, and put them to work. The man explains that it's a promising young industry, despite being frowned upon by society. He adds that in time, people will recognize the benefits of enslaving the dead. He asks them to imagine zombies working in the fields or fearless skeletons rescuing orphans from forest fires. Victor asked him if he truly wanted to rely on decaying corpses. The man replied that undead servants are considered a status symbol among dragons. They don't flee, can't be bribed, and nearly match a dragon's lifespan. The man then suggested that, given Victor's position, he could enter the necromancy market himself. He asked if Victor could raise the dead. Victor confirmed his ability, but expressed discomfort with the idea. Vancouver advised Victor to rethink it for his own gain. A woman interjected, bringing up the goddess Shasha's concerns about the long-term effects of mass necromancy. The man passionately defended undead labor, dismissing the concerns of those who opposed it due to alleged but unproven negative environmental impacts. Vancouver, addressing the man as Corpse Ling, asked what the price per body was. Ling offered 50 gold coins per corpse if a binding contract was signed, granting them the right to turn the bodies into undead. The deal was immediately finalized. Outside, where the man praised the quality of the corpses and expressed his satisfaction with the transaction. Victor admitted feeling uneasy about selling corpses to a necromancer for post-mortem labor. They asked why he felt that way, pointing out the joy of increasing wealth. Victor then directed the man to give his chief of staff his fee of 4 coins. Victor questioned why he only received 4 coins, thinking he was owed a tenth of the sale, which should have been 40 coins. Vainqueur corrected him, reminding him that he had agreed to 1/10 of a tenth, which Victor had misunderstood. Vainqueur confirmed the calculation, and then asked Victor if he preferred to receive even less. Victor declined, saying the offer was already more than generous. The man thanked him for supporting the country's modernization and requested his blood signature at the bottom of the contract. After providing his signature, Victor received a notification informing him that he had gained the Dead Friend's personal perk, making mindless undead neutral to him unless provoked, and increasing his charisma when interacting with the undead or Camilla's worshippers by 5 points. The man thanked him, mentioned his new perk, and asked if Victor had received one as well. Victor admitted that he had, but felt a deep sense of shame about it. As Victor was examining the perk, Charlene tapped him on the shoulder, asking if she could have a moment to discuss a favor. He agreed, asking her to explain the issue. She handed him a note explaining that Henry had gone missing. His house had been ransacked, and the note had been left behind. Victor read it. The note was from the scorcher Francois Villemont, proposing a negotiation for Henry's release and demanding a ransom in gold, threatening that King Vainqueur's mercy would not last. The letter also contained coordinates for a meeting. Charlene admitted she had hoped Shasha could help locate Henry, but the cost was too high for even the guild to afford. Victor asked why she made a gold offering to Shasha if she couldn't afford her services. Charlene clarified that it was just a private donation. Vainqueur expressed his indifference to the idea of being bribed for mercy, but Victor pointed out that the meeting location seemed suspicious and was likely a trap. Vainqueur scoffed, asking what they could possibly do against him. Victor agreed, suspecting that while they were away, a city raid could be in the works. Charlene chastised Victor for his insensitive remarks about Henry's fate. Flustered, Victor apologized, explaining that he was merely considering a worst-case scenario. He sought reassurance from Vainqueur that they would rescue Henry from the Scorchers. Vainqueur confirmed they would save Henry, adding that they still needed to claim the bounties, as they wouldn't collect themselves. Later, one of the kobolds happily informed Victor that the blacksmith had sent the gift he requested. They then approached him, dragging a large object behind them. Victor responded that it was perfect and mentioned that he was just taking inventory of their other magical items. They had a firebomb necklace that allowed him to cast the fireball spell a limited number of times, solar bracers that increased his strength in sunlight, a ring of fire resistance that halved fire damage, and the horn of wyvern calling. Victor decided to use the horn, thinking it was the perfect time to summon his own mini-dragon. To his surprise, a small red dragon emerged. Excited, he asked if he could ride on its back. Suddenly, Vainqueur arrived and accused him of betrayal, freezing Victor and the kobolds in fear. Furious, Vainqueur told him that he had only left him alone for 5 minutes, and already Victor had cheated on him with a wyvern right after being entrusted with their first minions. Panicking, Victor tried to explain that he was merely testing the horn. One of the kobolds begged them to stop arguing, but Vainqueur cut them off angrily, asking if it was because the wyvern would let him ride on its back. Victor admitted that the thought had crossed his mind. Vainqueur scolded him, saying that he knew his species had a disgraceful obsession with riding dragons, but he would never allow it. What truly mattered was that Victor was nothing but a treacherous master chaser. He pointed at the necklace as further evidence, but Victor corrected him, saying it wasn't a necklace but a ring meant for Vainqueur. Taken aback, Vainqueur asked Victor if the ring was really for him. Victor confirmed that it was a dragon-sized ring of invisibility, explaining that Vainqueur just needed to say blank while wearing it to become invisible. Feeling regretful, Vainqueur asked why Victor had made him doubt his loyalty, admitting that from the kobold's point of view, he could have just eaten him. It was a surprisingly touching moment. Victor then placed the ring on Vainqueur's finger, and a system notification appeared, informing Victor that by strengthening his bond with his vassal, he had gained 2 levels in Noble and Noblesse Oblige. This meant he temporarily received a +5 boost to all his stats when defending his vassals from enemies. Upon saying the word blink, Vainqueur became invisible, which caused him to panic. He told Victor that he couldn't see himself anymore. Victor confirmed that he had, in fact, become invisible. One of the kobolds tapped Victor on the shoulder, trying to tell him something was wrong. Victor looked around and noticed violet smoke surrounding them. He wondered what it could be, thinking it might be evening fog, but since it was the middle of the day, he suspected it was a spell. Suddenly, one of the kobolds told Victor that the town was under attack by the Scorchers. The Rangers were preparing to strike, and Victor agreed that they should act. Vainqueur, flying high above them, ordered everyone to move forward. However, he became disoriented because he couldn't see his own body. He asked Victor how to deactivate the invisibility, But when he looked, Victor had already vanished, leaving him in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Victor was running toward the town, struggling to navigate through the fog. He called out for the kobolds, asking if they could hear him, but there was no response. He figured the fog was probably muffling the sound, but at least he could make out the guild hall in the distance. Then he saw someone dispel the fog and address the villagers. The man introduced himself as Francois Villemont, assuring everyone that they came in peace, which made Victor realize that things were about to get really bad. Villemont warned the people inside the guild hall that if they opened the door and allowed them to loot the place, they would be spared. This left Charlene and the others in shock and fear. Dusty ordered Villemont to step aside because he intended to break down the door. Villemont, however, said there was no need, as he could just set the guild hall on fire with a spell and roast everyone inside. Gus complained, saying it wouldn't be fair since Villemont would get all the experience points. Villemont told Gus that he thought it was perfectly fair, but suddenly paused when he noticed someone and shouted that it was the Dragon Master. Realizing his cover was blown, Victor knew a sneak attack was no longer possible, and he couldn't take on the attackers alone. His only choice was to delay them. Victor complimented the spell, asking if the disorienting fog was part of it. Villemont replied that he expected a night blade like Victor to recognize the spell, adding that his bishop class allowed him to cast powerful magic by sacrificing health points, like they did with dead Henry over there. Villemont said they hoped Victor would leave the town to rescue Henry, but he hadn't. He then sarcastically called Victor a troublesome friend. Victor thought Villemont had a point. Being a friend meant recognizing when something didn't quite add up. Victor accused Villemont of trying to lure the heroes away from the town, calling it a classic outlaw trick, and then questioned why they were attacking Hotham in the first place. Villemont explained that Lord Brannon of Fania had ordered them to retrieve a magical pineapple hidden in the city, and even a dragon tamer like Victor couldn't stop them from getting it. Victor suspected that Villemont was referring to the tablet, but realized it didn't matter. As long as they believed he was Vancour's master, it would work in his favor. He then pulled out the horn, threatening them to surrender, or he would use the Horn of Dragon Binding to summon Vancour. Villemont, however, dismissed the threat, saying his Eye for Treasure perk revealed that the horn couldn't bind a real dragon. At that moment, Gustav rushed toward Victor, shouting that they'd talked enough, and it was time to kill him and end the charade. Victor, feeling cornered, yelled that they were doomed and that he would summon Vancour. He blew the horn, calling the dragon. The sight of the dragon scared the bandits away, but Villemont, furious, insisted it wasn't a real dragon and called it a trick. Victor gave his dragon the command to attack. The dragon lunged at Gustav, catching him off guard as he realized Victor had another pet. Instead of a direct strike, the dragon merely stepped on Gustav's head and launched an assault on Villemont. Villemont blocked the attack and sneered, claiming that Victor had chosen death. Victor was left paralyzed with fear. Villemont then swung his sword upwards, sending Victor flying backward. Victor managed to steady himself, realizing he couldn't win against the two of them, as they were both double his level. But with the guild members, including Charlene, still trapped inside, he knew he had to try. Filming dismounted, remarking that Victor only sought to stall until his dragon could arrive. Filming approached, pulling out a gun, and warned Victor that he wouldn't survive long enough for help to come. He added a smug remark about never bringing a knife to a gunfight. Recognizing the flintlock in Villemont's hand, Victor called him out for cheating. Victor's eyes quickly glanced toward Charlene, who was visibly terrified inside the guild hall. Villemont coldly replied that once Victor was dead, he would simply lie and claim a fair fight. Villemont pulled the trigger, prompting Victor to shout at Charlene to take cover. At the same time, Victor jumped aside, urging everyone else to follow suit. The bullet shattered the guild hall's window, causing Charlene and the children inside to scream in terror. The billman seized the chance to launch himself at Victor, praising his bravery. In a surprising turn of events, Victor successfully deflected the attack while recording, boasting about his higher skill level. Nervously fending off the filming strikes, Victor acknowledged the man's edge, but noticed that much of his expertise relied on long-range techniques. Disarming and filming simultaneously, Victor initiated his own counterattack, realizing that Billman's long-range capabilities were not as effective in close combat. As the filming continued, the sword flew through the air and struck the ground, causing Bill Maine to collapse onto his knees and drop his weapon. Fatally injured, he fell while Victor asserted that, as promised, he would honor the notion of a fair fight. Gus and Steve witnessed this, thinking Colville was a fool. As the dragon unfurled its powerful gust, it made a swift, decisive strike. Victor's dragon was cleaved, as the foe advanced threateningly, leaving Victor frozen in disbelief. Rage etched across his face, he bowed in a display meant to emphasize Victor's insignificance without his dragon. Although Victor felt the weight of danger closing in, he took solace in the fact that his fireball necklace was still in his possession. He hurled a fireball toward Gus Steve, who effortlessly deflected it while instructing Bill Maine to cast a spell and bring matters to a close. Victor spun around at this command and spotted Vil, unsteady yet resolute, aiming his weapon at him, poised to pull the trigger. Just when the situation appeared bleak, the kobolds burst onto the scene and dove into the fray, recording the pandemonium. One of them asked if anyone else detected something amiss. In reply, the blue figure acknowledged the moment, feeling a surge of strength. An automated notification praised the monster squire for his ambush, granting a level increase for each of the kobolds defeated. Overjoyed, he celebrated with his companions, unaware of the looming attack. Gustav's strike propelled him away, muttering about the number of reptiles under Victor's command and branding Bill as a coward. The appearance of Gustav filled the kobolds with dread as they witnessed him seek vengeance. In a mix of terror and rage, Gustav decimated the blue and yellow kobolds. The remaining kobolds swore to fight back, only to be easily tossed aside by Gustav's might. Victor seethed with rage as he watched 2 kobolds perish before him, leaving the others wounded. Gusty Baskerville asked if he was able to walk. Bill responded that he had exhausted his spell power and required aid, yet Gustav simply remarked that it was unfortunate. He then hoisted his sword high, claiming more experience for himself. With a swift slice, he beheaded a man and advanced toward Victor. Victor sensed something that led him to question whether it was his heartbeat. As Gustav approached, he referred to Victor as a dragon tamer. He lifted his weapon, declaring it was Victor's time to perish, prompting Victor to ponder if this was his end. Suddenly, something constricted him like fruit in a blender, leaving him shaken and stunned. Vancure then asserted that he had finally discovered him and asked how to deactivate it. Victor instructed him to say, "Blink again." The banker was incredulous at the sudden shout, which caused his invisibility to fade away. He joyfully exclaimed that this was far better and declared himself finally prepared to confront the bandits. Victor was astonished to realize that Vancure had annihilated them all without ever noticing their presence before. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief that Vancure had rescued both the city and him, despite the inability to save everyone. The pink cobblestone lamented that yellow had been the finest minion and should have been the one to perish. The red one proposed selling their remains, thinking it aligned with their wishes. The black one remarked that this would ensure they remained a part of their majesty's horde forever. Victor observed them with sadness. He was taken aback when a system alert informed him he had leveled up 7 times in Monster Squire and Monster Life Force Red Dragon, altering his type to a combination of humanoid and dragon. He received immunity to drain effects, paralysis, fatigue, instant death, and disease, alongside resistance to dire effects and aging, but became vulnerable to Frost Fairy and Dragon Slayer attacks. Additionally, he gained Monster Rider, allowing him to mount monsters proficiently during combat and Monster Insight, enabling him to analyze monsters' strengths and weaknesses. Charlene dashed from the guild hall, inquiring about his well-being. He assured her he was fine, and she handed him a healing potion, asking where the remaining bandits had gone and reassuring them that he wasn't dangerous, just fiery. Charlene remarked on Victor's foolish yet brave actions, to which he replied he couldn't abandon her, prompting her shy gratitude. He then expressed a desire to ask her something, and when she sweetly prompted him to continue, he brazenly inquired if she wanted to mate, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Vancure returned to the town. He felt frustrated it had taken all night, yet was pleased to have finally defeated all of Manly's bandits. Out of nowhere, a notification appeared, congratulating him on overcoming the Scorcher. This achievement allowed him to level up 4 times and earn the titles Gladiator and Crowd Favorite. He interpreted this as a random advantage when he wowed the audience during battles. Additionally, he gained a slight chance of receiving an item if the spectators cheered for him. He felt pleased to know that impressing his fans could yield items, enhancing his collection. The system then revealed that he also acquired a super crit ability, which doubled the likelihood of his physical attacks, landing critical hits. He pondered the meaning of a critical hit. Suddenly, the sound of a horse approached him, accompanied by a commanding shout to halt in the king's name. A lady halted in front of him, confirming that a powerful red dragon had indeed stolen the hot armor. He proudly proclaimed his greatness, introducing himself as Vanquisher Knight's Bane, first of his name, the greatest disaster of the era, and king of the Alban Mountains. However, the lady corrected him, stating there was no king of the mountain. She introduced herself as Duchess Eleanor of Useful, a second cousin of the king, but he interrupted, highlighting her lack of princess status. This triggered her anger, prompting her to ask for clarification. Defiantly, he asserted that since she was not a princess, she wasn't deserving of his attention. She insisted on her royal lineage, but he merely called out to Victor, stating the food had developed a voice. She presented a wanted poster, informing him of a 120,000 gold coin bounty on him for the destruction associated with the hot armor. Vancure was stunned and demanded she retract it. Furious, she inquired if he was denying the accusations. He replied in the negative, asserting that he was worth at least 1 million, a modest claim in his view, and instructed her to tell her human king to correct his valuation. The knight shouted at him, demanding an apology for insulting the divinely appointed king of Garter. Yet Vainqueur simply spread his wings, questioning why he should apologize. He argued that it was an affront simply to be weak in his presence. Frustrated, he declared that he was a dragon and that their insignificant deities were subject to him. They had paid him to eliminate their own kind, and he had also rescued the town from Bad Manly's menace. They owed him a reward for his assistance. However, the lady shouted that she'd had enough and commanded the knights to eliminate him. One knight charged at him with the intent to strike, but he merely placed his hand on the Duchess and brushed her aside as if she were a mere insect. Glancing down, he felt pleased to finally find a reward. He picked up a golden necklace, and the system indicated that he activated the crowd-favorite ability for ridiculing the food. He earned the taunt personal perk, allowing his taunts to possibly send their targets into a furious rage. He raised his hand and inquired who would be his next target. The crowd fled in terror as he taunted and attacked the knights. Meanwhile, in the guild hall, Victor was in disbelief. He had never expected her to agree to go out with him, much less to share a bed. Apologizing for his earlier bluntness, she revealed that she appreciated straightforwardness. Suddenly, a system alert appeared indicating they had received the romantic personal perk. This granted them a +5 charisma boost when conversing with the opposite gender. Charlene was taken aback by this and questioned why the cost was so low. This prompted him to ask for clarification. She explained that at the temple, she had paid the goddess Shasha to enhance her dating prospects, and she was surprised at the price. When he pressed her for details, she insisted it wasn't significant, but he was curious about the amount. She mentioned it was 50 coins, which left him stunned. He asked if she thought it was worth 50 coins. She retorted it wasn't her fault if he was easily swayed, reminding him that she had consented as well. After they dressed, she inquired about their next steps. He explained that their adventure had concluded and he would likely return to his mountain. She admitted uncertainty about her future and mentioned she was expected to remain in hot armor. Then, she asked if they would remain in contact. As he opened the door, he felt as though his dating life was coming to an end. However, just as he was stepping out, she sweetly called after him, wishing him luck. He turned back, returned her well wishes, and gently closed the door. A kobold noticed him and inquired if he had finished with his breeding efforts, suggesting that fresh recruits could alleviate the minion shortage, causing him to question their sincerity. He met a man named Jules and confirmed he was there for business. Jules said his minions had informed him of the plan to reduce their team. He agreed and asked Jules if there was a method to bring them back to life, truly alive. Jules replied that genuine resurrection was beyond his capability or anyone he knew. He then asked if he was under level 20, as it was simpler to unlock new classes below that level. He mentioned he had just hit level. Jules explained that he could become a necromancer and resurrect them as sentient undead. He then asked Jules if he could perform the resurrection himself. Jules stated he only raised unintelligent undead for legal reasons, but could guide him to his first necromancer level. The red kobold advised against it, claiming they had willingly sacrificed their lives for him. He argued that since they saved him, he owed them at least this gesture. Pointing at the yellow and blue kobolds, he activated a spell that lit up the circle around the deceased kobolds. The fallen kobold was enveloped in blue flames as Jules urged him to harness the power. Receiving a system message indicating he had leveled up in necromancer and animate dead meant he could restore corpses as undead with a touch. By sacrificing currency or items, he could bring a living entity back as an intelligent undead, retaining both their original soul and class levels, with the cost depending on the soul's worth. The lifeless kobolds transformed into skeletons and rose, prompting him to inquire about their well-being. They gazed at him in disbelief. Without warning, they cried out for brains and lunged at him, sending him into a panic as he wondered if the perk had malfunctioned. To his astonishment, the fallen kobolds burst into laughter, with the blue one explaining they were merely teasing. They were unchanged, save for the fact they could now see their own collarbones. The orange one chimed in, expressing delight in his new voice and declaring their demise as a cause for celebration among the other kobolds. They embraced him, filling him with happiness at their survival. He reflected that perhaps things might turn out better than expected. Abruptly, something came flying through the window, and he heard Vainqueur calling for him. Jules inspected it, discovering yet another corpse, commenting that their partnership was improving. Stepping outside, Vainqueur proudly displayed the gold received from the knights. He shared his newfound understanding of generosity, claiming his finger was magical, as it brought him treasures and experience points each time he poked someone. Excitedly, he informed Victor it was time to head back to his treasure and instructed him to rally the other minions, planning to leave at sunset. Victor noted that Duchess Eleanor from their school was meant to lead that group of knights and suggested they check on her for potential rewards. Painter recalled her and mentioned he had consumed her. Victor appeared horrified as he questioned Frank about why he had eaten the quest giver, who was the king's cousin, and what prompted such an act. Banker explained she was bothersome, offered no payment, and wasn't a princess. Moreover, he aspired to be the supreme dragon adventurer and faced nothing but critique. Banker urged him not to regard him that way, asserting there were plenty of knights around for a feast, should he be hungry. He looked up and lamented, asking the gods, "Why me?" Up on the mountain in Vancouver, a sign alerts all passers-by about a dragon, advising them that hope is futile and that they should retreat. Wealthy bankers rest peacefully atop their riches while Victor instructs someone to depart, wondering if they've overlooked the warning signs. The individual inquires if this is the dragon's den, to which Victor confirms and cautions them that they have little chance of survival. Meanwhile, Vancouver grows increasingly irritated by the commotion. Abruptly, a loud crash unsettles him. Victor orders his kobolds to attack. Vancouver stands up and queries Victor about the disturbance. Victor clarifies that it's due to a dragon slayer's presence. Exasperated, Vancouver glances outside, only to spot an even larger crowd gathering, which he finds somewhat entertaining. When lightning strikes him, it merely rebounds. He questions Victor about whether they should have learned from previous losses. Victor responds that the bounty for capturing Vancouver is significant, and their hideout is well known. He inhales deeply and lets out a roar, shaking the mountain and sending people scattering. Observing them ensnared in the snow, he proclaims that the issue has been resolved. A notification appears, indicating he has reached a new level, which brings him joy, as he needed this advancement to secure a valuable bonus. Victor cautions him that this situation cannot persist. Despite their warnings, individuals keep arriving. The cobblestones are eroded, preventing them from peacefully repeating their new slogan. He admits to Victor that he shares his frustration, yet can't stop people from endangering themselves. Victor shares his annoyance at having to dispatch these reckless individuals and proposes they relocate. This irritates Vancouver, who questions Victor's lack of appreciation for their shelter and stunning view. Victor voices his discontent regarding the cold, the limited food options, and remarks that the cave won't be able to accommodate all their treasures for much longer. Vancouver acknowledges that Victor has a valid point, but notes that he would possess more treasure if the guild halls hadn't emptied so suddenly. Victor counters by reminding him that he consumed the last quest giver. Vancouver thinks the issue lies with the man who refused to compensate him. Victor agrees, but highlights that the man was of royal lineage, which means quests may be scarce for the time being. Nonetheless, they could potentially discover treasure in a dungeon for a new layer. Victor points out that most local dungeons have already been raided, but those at the borders remain untouched. Vancouver is grateful for the suggestion and wonders which dungeon could accommodate his expanding collection of treasure. After considering the options, Victor suggests the underwater city of Moreau, home to mermaids. However, Vancouver expresses a preference for a warmer inland location. In response, Victor proposes the antlion pit, situated in a dry desert. Yet a kobold warns them about the needle-shooting cacti present there, prompting Vancouver to demand an alternative. Victor then puts forth the idea of a castle within a volcano. Curious, Vancouver inquires about the lava levels there. Victor admits he isn't sure about the castle's specifics and mentions its eerie reputation. Originally an Inquisition stronghold, it later became known as the Obelisk. Throughout the century, the Demon King, Brandon Morris, and General Fear have tried to seize the castle, while Lore and the Inquisition battled with the Lick General. However, Vancouver cuts him off after 20 words. Puzzled, Victor asks for clarification. Vancouver explains that he zones out after 20 tedious words, except when it comes to gold, treasure, and money. With a weary sigh, Victor informs him that the Lick residing in the castle is dangerous. Still, he notes that eliminating it would yield good rewards. Vancouver inquires about what kind of rewards are involved. Victor reveals that the Inquisition accumulated their wealth in a vault beneath the castle, known as the Guard of Magni. Although the surrounding lands have been abandoned for a long time, a red cobble mentioned that they aren't entirely deserted, as many burrows, including their own, have made the area their home. The black minion informed him that there were numerous minions in the vicinity, while the blue minion mentioned the existence of a village. He inquired about how the village managed to remain secure. The red minion explained that the elder claimed it was due to the influence of bad moon magic. The pink minion added that they had consumed all the explorers within miles. Kira snapped his fingers, declaring that there would be no more thieves and that they had gained his favor. He instructed his minions to prepare, stating that castles had replaced caves. This announcement thrilled the kobolds. Victor mentioned that the lick had slain every explorer who attempted to hunt it. In response, he merely asked Victor if a lick was a form of undead. Victor clarified that a lick is the most powerful type of undead, being spellcasters who resort to dark magic for longevity, much like gusts of anvil, who inflict less harm and bring forth more chaos, akin to the Demon King in his domain. He then brushed off the information, telling Victor that it didn't matter, as he would defeat the lick like he had with other weak creatures. He suggested to Victor that they should relocate his treasure to the new castle. This led Victor to question how they would transport all that gold. He told Victor to find a bag. When Victor wondered why they needed a bag for the entire treasure, he advised looking for a very large one, unless Victor had a better suggestion, since gold couldn't just fly away. Victor glanced at the kobolds and entertained the thought that perhaps gold could fly. He thought he noticed something on the tablet and then picked up the so-called pineapple of wisdom. They remarked that it didn't resemble any vegetable he'd ever encountered, with Victor commenting that it was more like a historical record. Upon examining the tablet, he discovered plans for flying machines among the accessible files, leading him to believe this was the reason the Scorcher was interested in it. He noted that they didn't possess the technology to construct a genuine blimp, but believed that if they all cooperated, it could be feasible. Vainqueur interrupted him, stating that his role was to oversee the project and that he knew where to find workers. This revelation left Victor feeling astonished and confused. An hour later, they arrived in the city of Valbuena, where the locals were taken aback to see Vainqueur's return. Vainqueur arrived and referred to the people as peasants, which frightened them and prompted them to cry. The kobolds laughed while Victor buried his face in shame. Vainqueur then announced that everyone would be working for him and thanked them sincerely, which made Victor repeatedly apologize to the people. The people began collaborating, with the kobolds observing their efforts. One of the masked individuals expressed that they would depart the area forever once their task was complete. Her friend commented that this thought empowered her. A few hours later, they finished their work. Victor suggested they test if the object could fly, to which Vainqueur confidently assured him that it would. Vainqueur inflated it, and it soared high into the sky. The people were left in awe, realizing that they had accomplished it. The pink one told Victor that they were so high that the ground was barely visible, to which Victor agreed it was a magnificent view. He ordered the journey to commence from Murmur to his new castle, and the others acknowledged him in agreement. They began to ascend while the people cheered and celebrated their departure. Moments later, they reached the region adjacent to Murmur known as Fania and Gata. Magni expressed his gratitude and remarked to Victor that it felt odd, as he recalled flying over that area 2 centuries prior when it appeared much more lush. Victor was surprised they had safely arrived at their destination, and Blue enthusiastically proclaimed that only their chief of staff could tap into the true power of the pineapple of wisdom, which had worked perfectly on the first attempt. Victor inquired whether they meant the first attempt after they had crashed 8 prototypes, explaining that it likely would have been more without his new intelligence points. The anchor questioned him about the dungeon, to which Victor affirmed, adding that it was the Castle of Murmuring. "Thank you. I looked around and spotted a tower. There were creatures and lava. Despite that, he was thrilled and told Victor it was perfect. With the presence of lava and towers, along with a nearby village for winter supplies, it was the ideal place to hide a treasure. Victor concurred, but pointed out that the lake's current owner of the castle must have noticed their arrival. Vainqueur corrected Victor, explaining it was actually the former owner. He asked for the former owner's name again. Surprised, Victor answered that the name was Fisherman. Vainqueur then soared towards the castle, instructing Victor to announce their arrival to the fisherman. Victor yelled out the fisherman's name, informing him that Majesty Vainqueur Knight Spain, King of Alban Mountain, the greatest adventurer of all time, sought to speak with him. Vainqueur reminded Victor to mention the great calamity of that era, a title he had earned through hard work, which frustrated Victor. Nonetheless, the fisherman did not respond, and Victor suggested that Fear might not have been heard. Suddenly, Fear appeared through a portal in midair, demanding to know what the commotion was about. The system indicated to Victor that Fear Ramon was level 58, which seemed incredibly high to him. Fierro inquired whether they were kings, expressing curiosity about the Knightsman and Victor Dalton. Victor questioned how he knew their names and if he had been expecting them. The fisherman confirmed he was a king and wanted his crown. The fisherman acknowledged that he had anticipated their arrival. His master, Brandon Mora, had warned him that they had destroyed his armored agents and stolen the pineapple of wisdom. He presented them with a choice: return the device to its rightful owner or meet their doom in his dungeon. He confessed that he actually preferred the latter option, having created numerous new traps and death pits for adventurers, though none had dared to visit. They were paralyzed with fear at his words. Victor told the fisherman with a hint of sarcasm that he assumed death traps were his favorite pastime. The fisherman, irritated by this, questioned if Victor was always so sarcastic. Then, in a moment of panic, the fishermen cursed Victor with a dark spell. The kobolds, in a frenzy, urgently called for their chief. Despite the chaos, Victor managed to maintain his composure. He mockingly complimented the fisherman on his nice spell, causing the kobolds to tremble with fear. Ramon was also taken aback and asked Victor how he was still on his feet. Victor attributed his resilience to his monster squire class and explained he had just acquired a skill called Black Curse. The system informed him that he had mastered the monster perk Black Curse, which added a curse effect that introduced a spell, removed all buffs, decreased all stats by 1 stage, up to a maximum of 5, and prevented the victim from recovering health as long as the curse persisted. Victor then unleashed the Black Curse on Ramon. He struck him, but Ramon merely scoffed, noting that a monster squire attempting to fight him using his own perks was amusing. The banker roared in frustration at the fisherman, accusing him of disrespect by mistreating his minions and attacking his chief of staff. However, Ramon retaliated, stating that if the fisherman wanted to fight, he was ready to reclaim the pineapple. In response, Vaincoeur simply poked him, sending him back to his castle. Vaincoeur glared furiously at the fisherman, who lay lifeless and in pieces on the ground. The system notified him that he had leveled up in Gladiator. The kobolds erupted in cheers for him, celebrating him as the best dragon, while Victor looked on in astonishment. He questioned Vaincoeur about the treasure, noting that Ramon should have dropped it, but Victor clarified that Ramon was not dead. Vaincoeur insisted that Ramon was indeed dead, as he was undead beforehand. Victor explained that Ramon was a lich, and his soul was contained in a vessel that allowed for his revival. In an instant, Ramon's fear returned. He angrily confronted Vaincoeur, demanding to know how he had the audacity to touch him, threatening to turn Vaincoeur's skin into a carpet. Vaincoeur retorted, asking how Ramon dared to survive his earlier jab, and insisted he would need to use his full strength now. Fear was triggered by Ramon's enhanced fire resistance. A magical barrier and a stone shield were in effect. Hasten and Pestilence were at play, along with a protective shield. Ramon told Vaincoeur he was eager to transform him into a partial being, but Vaincoeur dismissed him, claiming a dragon has no vulnerabilities. Ramon, now emboldened, invoked his crimson shield and challenged Vaincoeur's claim about dragons being unstoppable. Vaincoeur shouted back, questioning what happened to Ramon's treasure. Ramon warned him not to lay a finger on his treasure. However, Ramon devised a clever plan. He used a spell to convert gold into lead and targeted Vaincoeur, intending to strike at his hoard. The gold was reduced to ashes. This stunned Victor, leaving him dumbfounded on the cobblestones. Fuming, Vaincoeur examined his hoard, only to see it had turned to ashes. Victor, trembling in terror, called out for Vaincoeur. Ramon laughed, remarking on how in all his long life he'd never seen a dragon look so surprised. Victor warned the gods about the situation and urged everyone to escape. Ramon's eyes brimmed with fury. Seeing this, Victor instructed the kobolds to redirect the balloon and leave immediately, urging them to flee for their lives. Enraged, Vaincoeur faced Ramon, who had just taken away what mattered most to him. Ramon proposed a bargain: return the pineapple immediately, and he would restore Vaincoeur's gold. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in front of a fisherman. This was followed by a volcanic eruption that sent waves crashing into the ocean. The system indicated that Vaincoeur was in a precarious state. Fear tried to suggest that this might have been a mistake, but Vaincoeur simply struck Fear, sending it tumbling into the volcano's lava. He unleashed a fierce blaze that incinerated the castle and the creatures, all enveloped in the lava. In a fit of rage, he called out in anger to heaven as the volcano erupted wildly. The frightened kobolds turned to their leader, Victor, for guidance. But Victor, equally scared, instructed them never to utter that word in vernacular's presence again. After 2 hours of turmoil, Victor realized that Vaincoeur was unlikely to calm down anytime soon. Consequently, he released the ship's anchor from the ground. The pink kobold asked if their majesty would be okay, to which he responded he believed Vaincoeur would settle down once that was done. They were committed to offering their emotional support and decided to avoid mentioning the incident again, a consensus the kobolds reached. He looked at the golden ashes and contemplated what could be done with them. They agreed to disembark from the ship, with the yellow kobold suggesting that an alchemist might be able to restore the ashes. The pink kobold added that someone from their old warren might be able to help, reminding him of their family's proximity. He instructed them to ask their family about any known alchemists while he would check the village himself. However, Pink insisted they couldn't abandon Vaincoeur in his time of need. Victor pointed towards the erupting volcano and assured them that restoring their hoard was their best course of action. He proposed they seek help from their warren, as it was part of their mission. The kobolds pondered if he intended to replace them, and whether their existences would still hold significance if more capable kobolds came along. He assured them that he had no plans to replace anyone. Then he recollected that they should start recruiting in case Vaincoeur became hungry. A plan began to take shape in his mind. He likely elevated the kobolds from their intern status to that of minion lieutenants, the creme de la creme. He then commanded them to bring in new interns, insisting on only the finest candidates, as the prestige of vainqueur required it. The kobolds, filled with happiness, saluted him and eagerly agreed to his request. They set off on their recruitment mission with excitement, leaving Victor pondering how charming kobolds and even vainqueur could be at times. He began to stroll, recognizing that life could get chaotic, but he felt confident in his ability to adapt. Later, he reached a gate that murmured and was taken aback by the sight of numerous sheep, which prompted him to question the reason for their abundance. He felt a sense of discomfort about a place named Moon Mojo. Suddenly, a door swung open, catching him off guard. A man and a woman greeted him. The man, introducing himself as Croissant, mentioned that his sister was named Chocolatey. They welcomed him to Murmuring and inquired if he was there to hunt the dragon that was troubling their livestock. He countered their inquiry by asking if they happened to be vampires. While shielding her brother, Chocolatey quickly assured Victor that they were not vampires, as they found the idea distasteful and the sun was shining. She then asked Victor why he would suggest such a thing. Victor recalled that he harbored a monster within. He realized that the javelin was actually a werewolf, a humanoid creature. This beast was resistant to attacks from moon creatures, madness, and fairies, but was vulnerable to Silverman Slayer and Beast Slayer assaults. Additionally, he appeared somewhat irritable, especially when the name Javelin came up. Mentioning Jovan seemed to infuriate him, almost as much as the thought of someone courting his sister. The werewolf named Chocolatey indicated that Jovan shared the same strengths and weaknesses as her brother. She served as a priestess to the beast gods Ice and Gram. Despite her seemingly sweet and innocent appearance, she was anything but. She contemplated whether to prepare her prey in a stew or in pepper sauce. When a man named Clausen realized they were werewolves, he was taken aback and collapsed in shock. He felt a strange familiarity with them and wondered if he might be one of their kind, Chocolate. Dean utilized her magic to investigate a man named Victor, assuring her brother that it was fine since Victor was also a creature, a blend of humanoid and dragon. Poisson speculated that Victor was a wandering vagrant who wouldn't be missed. He helped Victor stand up. Victor was frightened that they would harm him, but Carson reassured him that wouldn't happen. Carson explained that the villagers intended to offer a sacrifice to the Moon Man, believing they were facing a dragon's wrath as punishment for their delays, and proclaimed that they could reveal their true forms since Victor was also a creature. The villagers, disguised as monsters, were disheartened because they had lost their intended meal. Victor quaked in fear when he spotted a gigantic humanoid creature holding a woman. The woman asked the giant Rollo if Victor was new in town. Rollo questioned whether Victor was a farmer, as he needed assistance with his fields. However, the woman doubted that and suggested they welcome him regardless. Victor was startled when the houses, which were also monsters, moved around him. Victor noticed a figure named Sabers and inquired with the sheep man if that was indeed her. Sabers recognized Victor and remarked that it had been a long time. Victor cheerfully mentioned that he still bore the mark of the Thieves' Guild. Sabers lamented his departure, stating that he had been an excellent thief. Victor recounted that his last heist hadn't gone as planned and asked what Sabers was doing there. She explained that the masters of the Nightblades Guild had sent her to set up a warehouse and inquired if Victor had always been a disguised dragon creature. Victor clarified that his transformation was recent and asked if this was a hidden community for monsters. He explained that they masked their true identities to deceive wandering adventurers to avoid being killed. Chocolate Jean chimed in, noting that they would indeed kill adventurers while they slept. They even had a school dedicated to teaching mimics how to blend in seamlessly. Poisson inquired if Victor was connected to a specific dragon, given his draconic nature. Victor shared that they had attempted to take over a castle, but the owner had outsmarted his master, leading to dire consequences. Poisson suggested he should enter, mentioning that Ramon was a cave troll in life, and that death had not improved his disposition. Additionally, fear had left them alone, causing them to avoid him rather than confront him. He became furious when they eliminated adventurers before he had a chance to do so himself. He theorized that Fear Woman might be feeling bored and lonely in his castle. Saber was questioned about whether he had actually fed the Duchess of Useful to a dragon, which thrilled Chocolate. She inquired if he truly did it, but he denied the accusation, stating that it was his companion who had devoured her independently. He set aside his belongings and pulled his sister aside, welcoming Victor into their community. He then inquired about Victor's intended length of stay. Victor responded that he was uncertain, estimating he would remain as long as the dragon stayed. This led Coulson to ask if Victor could show him around, since they were newcomers as well. Poisson also mentioned that they had previously lived in the woods of Javon in Garden Magny, which had been the finest hunting grounds they had ever experienced. He reminisced about the good times when they had an abundance of food that they generously shared with local trolls. This caused him to speculate if Casson was mentioning the woods of Javon that Vancouver had devastated. While Croissant was elaborating on this, he noted that the destruction happened after a human and his red dragon companion had appeared. Poisson vowed that if they encountered them, he would seek vengeance. In the meantime, he started to perspire out of fear, leaving the sabers confused. Suddenly, Chocolate informed her brother that it was Victor. Victor attempted to flee, claiming it was a lovely day outside and regretting that he had to leave. As he ran away, she angrily pursued him, excitedly calling for him to return, assuring him that he wouldn't be able to escape her brother. This alarmed Victor and prompted him to shout for Vancouver. Hours later, at the crater, Vancouver was trying to catch his breath, as was the ferryman, who was drenched in sweat from fear. He vehemently commanded Fearman to come out and face him once more, branding him a cowardly mage. However, Fearwoman, who was sheltered within his castle, retorted that he would never emerge because his castle had been set ablaze. Fearman angrily reminded him that he had poisoned Vancouver's horde. Fearwoman retaliated by reminding him that he had been jabbed in the face and insulted Vancouver as an arrogant lizard. He furiously took flight, vowing that he would find a way in, and when he did, he would seize the castle and its silly crown. Fearwoman shot back, challenging him to try over her undead body. He replied that he would gladly do so. He realized that what may have begun as a mission had turned into a battle, the War of the Horde. Recalling his precious horde, he determined it was his responsibility to protect it, and felt certain that his loyal minions had secured it well. He then took flight towards their ship and found that his horde was indeed safe, but he noticed that none of his minions were around. He speculated whether they had fled like goblins, although he was confident that Victor wouldn't abandon him because of their strong bond. Victor must have simply wandered off nearby. Meanwhile, the humanoid monsters were angrily raising their torches and pitchforks. He watched with satisfaction as the octopus was casting a spell, while the savories and the lady stood in shock, gazing at a distraught Victor. Vancouver thought Victor seemed to be okay. Even as Victor, tied to a tree, shouted that their situation was terrible, Victor expressed his feelings of worthlessness as a sacrifice, claiming he wasn't a virgin. Chocolate Jean questioned her brother's judgment, noting that Victor was an ally of the already furious dragon. However, the son reminded her that Victor had previously burned down their old home, causing Chocolate Dean to express her concern that he might destroy their current one as well. The lady agreed with Chocolate Dean, calling the idea foolish, while Barbaric Saber also concurred, suggesting that Victor was merely acting under the dragon's orders. In reply, Victor raised his voice, affirming that he was forced to witness Vancouver's chaos. Poisson clarified that after the dragon had ravaged their home, the Adventurers Guild had identified Victor as the dragon's human partner, implying he had led the beast to their forest. He also emphasized that Vancouver had caused the destruction on his own accord, in spite of everything. An upset Poisson maintained that Victor had brought Vancouver to their home and expressed his sorrow over the loss of all his livestock. His house was destroyed, along with the victory of democracy. Severus expressed regret to Victor for being unable to help, while Victor inquired if Sabres intended to release him. However, Sabres replied that doing so would put his life at risk. Victor sighed in resignation, reflecting that Severus had not changed. It was indeed true that people's lives flashed before their eyes in their final moments. He recalled that it had only been 2 years since he arrived and noted that he had previously been an average student of economics in Chicago. Naive, weighed down by student loans, and filled with hope. One day he heard a girl from his classes on campus calling for help. Thinking this was his chance to be a hero, he rushed to assist her. But things took a turn for the worse when the attacker stabbed him. The girl ran away, leaving him injured and crying for help. He drew comparisons to Japanese novels where the protagonist dies early on, either through murder or being hit by a truck, but he had faced both fates. The next thing he remembered was waking up in a pitch-black room. Having read enough, he knew what to expect. A beautiful goddess should have appeared to ask him to save a fantasy world, but instead he was presented with a dice that instructed him to roll it. Confused, Victor questioned the reason for this, and the dice identified itself as the god of random numbers, insisting that he roll. When Victor asked about the purpose, the dice, irritated, clarified that it was for his afterlife and ordered him to roll again. Victor complied and rolled the dice, realizing his retirement in the fantasy world wouldn't go as he had anticipated. The dice revealed he had rolled a 3, indicating that he would be reincarnated as Ramon with only his clothes and his mark. A blinding light appeared beneath him, stunning him, and then engulfed him entirely, as he shouted in disbelief. The dice simply responded that it was a god and didn't need to make sense. A system then informed him that he had acquired the claim by dice trait, meaning when he levels up, he has an extra 10% chance to gain a skill or luck points, and his odds of dealing or receiving a critical hit are doubled. He found himself in the kingdom of Garden Magni, completely ignorant of this new world, including its language. However, he adapted quickly, noticing that while others wielded axes and swords, he was dressed only in a shirt and pants, which he lost, leaving him with nothing. He made his way to a city called Noble Kor, but no one was willing to help him. He lay shivering on the ground, hoping someone might have spare clothes, but passers-by merely glanced at him and kept walking. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him, and he looked towards the alley. He asked the person if they spoke English. The individual behind the door told him to lower his voice and admitted to speaking a little of his language. They also recognized him as a new claim by noting the mark on his arm. Confused, Victor inquired about the meaning of claim. The person explained that a claim was someone chosen by the gods and reincarnated in their world. When Victor asked if others like him existed, the person revealed there were thousands, known as God of Magnus heroes. Shining Knight Kyo was the most famous, but those chosen by the dice, like him, were considered unlucky. They mentioned it was the god of luck who summoned people randomly. Savas then suggested they could talk more inside after he got some clothes on. He introduced himself as Sabers. Victor Dalton was initially taken aback, but he smiled and introduced himself. Sabers asked if Victor was looking for work since he was new in town, explaining that one of his associates had fallen down the stairs after getting involved with the wrong crowd. Victor asked Sabers if it was an honest job, but Sabers replied he couldn't guarantee that, although he would provide food, shelter, and friends in low places. In a state of desperation, Victor resolved to become a thief. He joined the Nightblades, the most prominent guild for thieves and assassins in Magnus. Under Sabers' guidance, Victor learned the local language and discovered that this lifestyle had its advantages. He honed his skills in lockpicking, acquiring a supernatural ability to unlock doors. He also became adept at pickpocketing without detection, provided he passed the skill check. Additionally, he developed a keen eye for treasure, allowing him to instantly recognize the properties of any item within his view. Moreover, he mastered the use of daggers and knives, doubling his damage and increasing his chances of landing critical hits by 10%. However, Victor quickly realized that a thief's life led to a dead-end career. He would either end up in prison or dead within 2 years, prompting him to consider a change in career. Savers asked if Victor truly wanted to leave, especially since he was their top earner. Victor replied that he had no choice, as the new boss seemed more focused on assassinations than on distributing income fairly. Savers acknowledged this, recognizing the new guildmaster's bloodthirsty nature. Victor explained to Savers that staying would likely push him into the profession of assassination, a line he was unwilling to cross. Savers, however, warned that one could only retire from the Nightblades in a coffin. This led Victor to question whether Savers intended to betray him. Savers reassured him that he was a friend and offered him a way out by dawn, pretending that Victor had been hanged by the city watch. Grateful, Victor thanked Savers. Savers raised a toast, warning Victor not to return, or he would have to kill him to preserve his reputation. He liked Victor, but not enough to risk his own life for him. Victor found this reasonable and acknowledged that he owed Savers one. That night, he left Noble Kor and never looked back. Victor resolved to become an adventurer like the knights of old, seeking a fresh start. Valbane's Adventurer Guild was recruiting, so he made his way there. Charlene registered him as an independent adventurer. Victor thanked Charlene for overlooking his past, and she responded that everyone deserved a second chance, even thieves. She then asked which quest he wanted to undertake first. He pointed to a quest marked with a rapier symbol and asked about it. Charlene explained that it had been available for a while but encouraged him to try it. As he read the quest, he discovered that all he needed to do was climb a mountain and retrieve a lost sword. He thought it would be simple, but instead, he found himself tied to a tree. Something massive appeared in the sky, and people were shouting at him to stop burning houses. He was frozen in fear, much like the humanoid monsters who were also gazing up at the sky. A gigantic octopus-like creature emerged, and a man yelled for the Moonchild to accept their sacrifice of flesh and blood. In that moment, Victor did the only thing he could think of. He called for help. Desperate, he cried out repeatedly for Vancouver's assistance. Suddenly, the enormous humanoid monster roared loudly, causing the people to scream in terror. Carson protected his little sister, frightened, yet he thought the creature was quite beautiful. The humanoid monsters were paralyzed with fear. Victor developed a headache from staring at it, but his system indicated that his charisma check had succeeded, allowing him to avoid insanity. The gigantic octopus noticed them and angrily demanded to know why it was seeing them again and when it would end. The octopus man identified itself as the mighty child of the moon man and begged it to accept their sacrifice as atonement for their wrongdoings. However, it was irritated and struck the stage, telling the man that he couldn't comprehend its squishy tongue movements. It warned that one day it would lose its restraint. The octopus man announced to the crowd that the moon beast was responding to mere mortals. Victor wondered if they could not understand its words and noticed that the creature didn't seem pleased to be there either. Victor then clarified that he was not responsible for the chaos. This prompted the octopus man to ask if he spoke Elohim. Victor confirmed he did, explaining that he understood it because of his Monster King perk. This revelation caused the octopus man to panic, astonished that Victor could comprehend the moon beast without going insane. Victor then expressed that, since he could understand its speech, he wanted to convey how unappetizing it was. This shocked the creature, which questioned why he would want to eat it when it lacked pseudopods. It expressed disgust at his moving gametes, remarking that he resembled a tumor with his large, grotesque hair. Victor agreed, admitting that having hair was nearly as terrible as being tied to a tree and threatened with death. However, he assured it that he would reveal what was truly horrifying. The creature began recounting that it was minding its own business, enjoying its rare vacation before the stars aligned and forced it back to work. It was about to devour a delicious telepathic spider when someone teleported it, just as it had the meal in its tendrils, and hurled a screaming human child at it. It then angrily informed Victor that this happened every single moon cycle. This revelation helped Victor understand its frustration. Victor suggested that the creature could eat them instead of him, but Savers warned Victor not to involve them. The octopus man explained that the moon man was a neglectful god, leaving his children to care for his few cults. It wished they would stop summoning it all the time, expressing uncertainty about where the idea that the moon man required live sacrifices came from. Victor speculated that it was likely due to the cultists' inability to understand what it was saying. He offered to help make them stop if it agreed to spare him first. Without hesitation, the octopus man agreed and cut the ropes that bound Victor to the tree. Victor then asked for its name, to which it replied, Soul Gaffer. Meanwhile, others accused Victor of being the stranger who burned down their home and insisted someone should intervene. However, the octopus man denied their plea, stating that the moon beast had spared Victor as its spokesperson. Victor then conveyed that Soul Gaffer claimed that human sacrifices were unnecessary to demonstrate devotion to its ancestors. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but then the octopus man asked Victor tearfully how they could honor the moon man. Victor inquired what they should replace the sacrifice with, and Soul Gaffer replied that they must moonwalk every full moon and then consume their own feces. Victor questioned whether this was truly necessary, to which Soul Gaffer jokingly responded no. Soul Gaffer then instructed him to tell them to pray to the moon man for guidance by reading forbidden texts under the moonlight and to cease practicing cannibalism. Victor conveyed Soul Gaffer's instructions, emphasizing that consuming sentient beings was considered a sin in the moon man's eyes. One of the individuals asked about cousin marriages and whether they were still permissible. Soul Gaffer responded that they were not, but marriages within the laws were acceptable. Victor informed them that they should not engage in sexual relations with their blood relatives. He shouted to the crowd that repeated summoning also hindered Soul Gaffer from guiding other civilizations to greatness, and that they had reached a level of enlightenment sufficient to govern themselves. Soul Gaffer agreed and asked if they were finished. Victor reassured him that he believed they would leave him alone from now on. In gratitude, Soul Gaffer asked Victor to extend his hand so he could bestow a reward on behalf of his father. This made Victor think that something good had indeed come from the chaos. Soul Gaffer placed a moon symbol on Victor's arm, and the system revealed that he had been blessed by a star, making him a spawn of the Moon Man. This granted him the Moon Man's claim, which meant that when he leveled up, he had an additional 10% chance of gaining a charisma point. Furthermore, he gained immunity to madness and moon effects, except those caused by the Moon Man and his servants. Soul Gaffer then asked if Victor would like a job, as he had been seeking a chief of staff to lead his minions. Victor felt flattered, but explained that he was already committed to a dragon. Soul Gaffer acknowledged that dragons were prestigious, but noted that they often underpaid their minions. Victor admitted to Soul Gaffer that he had no idea about the pay, but claimed it wasn't all bad, and that he liked the other minions. Soul Gaffer told Victor that if he changed his mind, he should visit him on the moon, then gradually faded away. This sparked panic among the crowd, leading to questions about what to do next. Soul Gaffer responded dismissively, telling them to fend for themselves. The system indicated that Victor had gained 2 levels in Monster Squire and Rally minions. This meant that by issuing a commanding statement like, "Die to them" or "Die to me," he could temporarily boost his minions' stats by one stage plus 5. A lady expressed her relief that everything ended without any casualties. Savers praised Victor, saying he might not have understood half of what happened, but he handled it like a pro. However, Coulson expressed his dissatisfaction and threatened Victor, saying that if the Moon Man wouldn't take action, he would handle it himself. This declaration caused Chocolate Dean to shout at his brother to stop. Victor jumped at Savers as the Octopus Man warned Coulson not to harm their god's prophet. The lady urged Coulson to stop his madness. Suddenly, the other werewolves howled, drawing everyone's attention to the sky. They arrived, calling out to Victor. Victor, feeling relieved, admitted that he had never been happier to see them. He told Victor that he had felt aimless without his presence and asked about the newcomers, wondering if they were new minions. Some enraged individuals accused Victor of destroying their home, while Victor clarified that they were survivors from the woods of Javert, which he had burned down. He referred to the werewolves as wolflings and demanded an apology. When a confused Coulson asked why, Victor explained that if they had perished in the fire, he would have gained more treasure. Therefore, they should all apologize by becoming his new minions. Coulson tried to reason with him but was cut off as he declared that he was a dragon who had never tasted wolf before. He asked Victor if a wolf could be considered food. Victor replied that it depended on the situation and asked Coulson if he saw himself as food. Coulson, feeling wholesome yet conceited, suggested that the excuse of merely following orders might hold some truth, causing Victor to agree. Possum then pleaded with Vancouver not to eat them. While enjoying his sheep, Vancouver told Coulson that he wouldn't eat them unless he ran out of sheep. He then turned to Victor, insisting that he must become a wizard. Confused, Victor asked what a wizard was. Vainkur simply expressed his desire to be a wizard with a pointy hat, claiming he couldn't break the magical barrier protecting the castle or cure his horde unless he became one. He asserted that they must eliminate evil for the sake of all horns, both present and future. He stated that fear was the greatest threat to the dragon's way of life, even worse than gold-eating insects. Victor questioned whether such insects actually existed, and Vainkur confirmed that they did. He had thought being an adventurer was solely about increasing his horde, but he now realized that threats to all hordes lurked in the shadows, and he needed to eliminate them. Victor wondered if this was a hero speech, and if Vainkur was truly prepared to fight for the side of good. However, Vainkur described Ramon as a cruel, heartless monster who delighted in taking everything of value and turning it into lead. He urged Victor to imagine a world without gold if fear and spells spread beyond his castle. Disappointed, Victor sighed, realizing that Vainkur was likely not turning to the side of good, and he should have known better. Vainkur insisted to Victor that neither of them could live in a world without gold. He declared that the evil must be stopped, and together they would break the magical barrier, clear the dungeon, and destroy the lake once and for all. With that, he unleashed a powerful stream of fire into the air and ordered Victor to gather the minions for the next day because they were going to war. Moments later, the villagers displayed a poster featuring Vainkur, urging everyone to join the war against fear and save baby coins. Vainkur told Victor that the enemy was out there plotting the destruction of gold itself, and only he could stop it. Victor asked if Vainkur was all right, but he just inquired about the whereabouts of the Kobold Rangers. Victor explained that he had sent them to recruit new minions. Vainkur praised him, believing that the more minions they had to throw at the lake, the better. He then appointed Victor as his military advisor, instructing him to gather intelligence about the dungeon, including every trap and every defender. This left Victor paralyzed with fear. However, Vainkur also told Victor that he would look for ways for him to become a wizard, stronger than the evil fear of men that needed to be eliminated. Victor had never seen Vainkur so serious and focused. It was genuinely frightening. Victor then asked the villagers what they knew about the lake's lair. Chocolate replied that they didn't know much, only that it was infested with undead fiends, and he questioned if dragons could even become wizards. Vainkur answered that dragons could be anything, but Victor pointed out that taking levels in wizard was not the best option for him, explaining that it would take half a century of study to approach the expertise of the fear of Ben. Vainkur remarked that 50 years was just a brief moment for him. Victor agreed, but cautioned that he would be an old man by then and suggested hiring a professional wizard. Vainkur dismissed this suggestion, asserting that he wouldn't depend on a hired minion to win his battles. He stated that his gold was ill, as was he, and that only revenge against fear could cure him. Victor reassured him that his hoard wasn't completely gone, as most of his assets were merely frozen. However, banks were under fierce attack, declaring that a hoard must contain gold or it isn't shiny enough. He proclaimed himself the great calamity of the age, stating that no one could mock him and live in fear, insisting that he felt like a pauper, and for that, fear had to die. Chocolate questioned him about not becoming a debtor, while Klaus laughed at Victor from the side. Victor retorted that it was essentially the same, and if he couldn't burn fear in the dragon's way, he would do whatever was necessary to destroy it. Victor proposed an easier solution than studying for years to become a wizard, which sparked Vancure's interest. Victor explained a class called Witch Hunter, which specializes in eliminating spellcasters and fiends. With enough levels and charisma points, he could break the castle's barrier. Vancure was intrigued about how charisma related to breaking the barrier. Chocolate explained that the abilities of most classes depended on specific stats. Intelligence was for wizards, luck for gamblers, and charisma for witch hunters. She added that dragons were exceptionally charming, which is why everyone adored them. He proudly agreed, stating that it was evident. Victor added that charisma also represented willpower, and witch hunters could dispel magic or rain holy judgment on their foes, but he would need to use special points to activate those abilities. He opened his status by shouting "menu," revealing to Victor that his charisma was Chocolate, Dean, and Victor were astonished. Victor informed him that his score was 3 times higher than his own, prompting Chocolate to declare that everyone loved him. Victor explained that to unlock the class, they needed to find a spellcaster or demon for him to defeat. Vancure furiously commanded Victor to find a witch similar to Fear, reiterating that she was evil and needed to be eliminated. He informed Victor that there weren't many witch-like spellcasters in town, except for Allison, who had druid levels. However, Chocolate panicked and insisted they wouldn't harm Allison since she was her best friend. Then Chocolate suggested they could summon demons as practice dummies. Victor asked her to clarify what she meant by summoning demons. She explained that they were demon spellcasters she summoned, which Vancure would kill, and she would harvest the body parts afterward. But her brother cautioned her that they weren't going to sacrifice sheep to summon demons and then kill them because it was too risky. However, Chocolate countered that this method benefited everyone by providing meat, experience, fertilizer for the farm, and more. Thanking her, she asked Victor if he could gain witch hunter levels using this method. Victor replied that technically, yes, but summoning demons just to kill them sounded like prank-calling hell itself. Vancure asked Victor if he could see how both of them could level up by killing the demons, reviving them as undead, and then turning them into minions so nothing went to waste. Victor responded that it was cruel but effective, and inquired about his intelligence score. He stated that his intelligence score was 14, having started at 9, and then asked Victor why he wanted to know. Victor answered that he dreaded to think about what Vancure might come up with given more points. Vancure mentioned that he would allow the demons to use their perks on him first to learn them, like Fisherman's Curse. However, Victor preferred to decline. He unhappily told Vancure it was a great idea while picturing Victor being attacked by the demon, prompting him to tell Clausen that he was really getting on his nerves. Chocolate Dean reassured Victor that it would be fine since a quick prayer to her god would help him. However, Victor asked if her god was okay with this plan, as he thought he was one of the nicest gods. Chocolate replied that her god was indeed nice, and explained that Commandment 7 stated they should respect the hunt, meaning they should hunt to feed or thin the herd, but never for profit, pleasure, or to the point of extinction, except for demons and undead, she added, as those could be hunted for pleasure, profit, and to the point of extinction. Victor asked Clausen if Chocolate Dean was always like this in class, and he replied that this was her on a good day, while Vancure happily agreed with her due to the potential profit. A few minutes later, Chocolate Dean finished drawing the symbol in the sand and placed the sheep in the center. Then she called out to summon a lesser demon. The sheep transformed into a formidable demon. The demon greeted them with a cheerful, "Welcome to Hell's Witch customer service," and inquired how he could assist them. He asked if they wanted to sell their souls for magical power or something similar. However, Vancure quickly launched a fireball at the demon, causing it to panic and ask what was happening. He then incinerated the demon, which screamed in agony as Clausen, Victor, and Chocolate Dean looked on. Vancure gleefully remarked that demons are quite delicate, and not only did he level up, but both his old money and crowd-favorite perks also activated. A few minutes later, Vancure leveled up in Witch Hunter and Spell Purge, allowing him to expend 1 spell point per second to create a field of anti-magic energy that cancels any spells within its range, including his own. His charisma score must exceed the spell's effective level. The spell tier also factors in the value of the spellcaster at the time of casting for cancellation. He expressed curiosity to Victor about whether the eternal forces of hell would disapprove of his training method. Victor asked Clausen if he thought that was the case and used his animate dead ability with chalk lightning. asking Vainqueur to leave a bit more meat next time because she wanted to try cooking a demon's heart with beans. Banker suggested summoning another dummy to satisfy her craving. Thus, for the first time in his life, Banker started to train earnestly. Meanwhile, Victor revived the demon, who was asking him for brains, and he firmly declined. At the castle, a forum erupted with laughter. At last, his brew was complete. He poured the brew into a glass and took a slow sip, feeling immense joy because it was perfect. As he walked, he reflected on how he hadn't tasted coffee since becoming undead. The sight brought back fond memories. Being a dungeon master was not just a job for him. It was a way of life that demanded significant skill. He also had a deep love for animals and remarkable patience. However, when a well-crafted trap finally succeeded, the screams of each victim made all the hard work worthwhile. One of his knights greeted him with a good morning. He replied and inquired about the death traps. The knights reported they were ready for adventurers, but the black beast had not been fed. He told his knight that this was good news, as hunger would make the beast more ferocious. Suddenly, he heard someone repeatedly shouting his name. He looked out the window, curious about the commotion. He noticed an invisibility purge occurring. Vainqueur slammed his entire body against the barrier, angrily yelling for heaven's name. Fearful, he cracked his coffee glass in shock as he glared at Vainqueur, perceiving him as a dreadful lizard. Vainqueur flew back to the barrier, glaring at it in fury. He attempted to break it using a purge spell. Meanwhile, the villagers shouted at Fear, urging him to be ashamed and screaming to save the baby coins, demanding an end to Fear. The villagers banded together, throwing rocks at the castle and demanding justice for the horde. Trembling, Fear placed the shattered glass on the window ledge, pondering whether they had to endure this every day. Enraged, he commanded his knight to send in the ninjas. When the knight asked which ninjas, Fear shouted back that the ninjas would make the crowd scatter. Moments later, the ninjas appeared and assaulted the villagers, who cried out for Vainqueur's help. They were told that he wouldn't evade justice forever, even as the ninjas attacked the villagers. Fear considered how this bothersome dragon had gained new levels. He wondered how Vainqueur had met the requirements for a purge spell. At this rate, Vainqueur would soon be powerful enough to break his barrier. Vainqueur growled in anger at the ninjas. He launched an attack, but they quickly retreated. He furiously questioned whether all of Fear's army were cowards. Victor asked how the day's attack went, and Vainqueur replied that it had ended in a stalemate. Then the red kobolds reported to him, as their chief had requested, stating they had gathered all the kobolds they could find. He laughed, telling Victor he was proud of their efforts, and that they had acted like true chiefs of staff. He recalled the day Victor begged to be his minion forever, and was impressed by his progress. However, Victor remarked that was not how he remembered their first encounter, prompting Vainqueur to declare his version the official one. He then asked Victor if those kobolds were battle-tested, but Victor replied they weren't yet, and that they were merely unpaid interns. He declared it excellent, stating that the new kobolds would be on probation under his supervision. Then he unfurled his wing and asked them if they shone brightly enough to be part of his horde. The kobolds were astonished. He then asked if they had what it took to become true minions. If they did, they should join the war against Fear, prompting the kobolds to cheer joyfully for their majesty. He also mentioned that he and Victor would return to training. In the meantime, they needed to lower Lix's morale and remind Fear of his impending doom with every minute of his fleeting life. The kobolds eagerly agreed. Fear, in a fit of rage, warned Vainqueur that he would pay for that annoyance and punched the wall angrily. Suddenly, someone questioned who dared to disturb the demon king of Hispania, the legendary and incomparable Brandon Mora. Fear shatteredly addressed Mora as Your Majesty, recognizing him as his minion, and asked who was the fairest of them all. Fear replied, Your Majesty, which made Mora concur, stating, Who else but me? He then pointed out his perfect cashmere clothes and the softness of his skin. Fear informed Mora that he was currently besieged and inquired when he could expect reinforcements. However, Mora asked why and replied that it would never happen, leaving Fear shocked and trying to reason with him. Mora stated that his grand corrida would take place in a few weeks, and he wanted all his minions to applaud him after his inevitable victory. Fear then asked if he was invited, but Mora said he was not, at least not until his task was complete. He ordered Fear to bring him the Pineapple of Wisdom. Mora emphasized that the Pineapple of Wisdom was crucial for his upcoming military campaign and expressed his frustration that the Scorcher couldn't deliver it to him. He instructed Fear not to contact him until he had recovered his treasure and brought him worms, as he needed new shoes. Fear assured him it would be done, and then Mora hung up. Suddenly, someone cautioned Mora that it was unwise to leave Vainqueur's knights unattended in Spain. The lady reminded him that Vainqueur was a formidable opponent, as evidenced by the loss of their agents in heavy armor. Mora agreed, but questioned what that reptilian creature could do to defeat Fear. insisting that the bag of bones was past his prime, yet still strong enough to carry out his commands. He added that he had more pressing matters to attend to and inquired whether he should wear gold or silver for his triumph, noting that gold was traditional, while silver complemented his hair better. The lady regarded Mora as an arrogant fool, but acknowledged that he had his uses. As long as he and the mortals continued to fight, they would ultimately prevail. Conversely, Ramon reflected on how he had kept the border clear of paladins for a century, wondering why he was still taking orders from that brat Mora. He fiddled with the enhanced scrying device, contemplating whether it was time to move on to a new dungeon after this. He commanded the mirror to reveal who was guarding the Pineapple of Wisdom. The mirror displayed Victor, who appeared to be preoccupied with something, prompting Mora to ponder what Victor might know. He smiled, realizing it was finally time to pay Victor another visit. Meanwhile, in the village, the demon begged Vancouver for his life. Ignoring the pleas, Vancouver charged forward, using his sharp nail to kill the demon. This sudden act made the ravens scatter in fright, seeking refuge in nearby trees, away from the demon's lifeless form. A treasure appeared, but Chocolate Dean interrupted, telling Bianca that she had run out of smaller allies to summon. She asked if they should proceed to more powerful ones. Vancouver refused, saying he could never tire of hoarding wealth, although he acknowledged that grinding for levels was exhausting. This admission energized Chocolate, who explained that she needed more corpses to feed the pigs. Suddenly, Victor appeared, asking if Vancouver had finished tormenting Satan. Vancouver shared his difficulties in reaching the 11th level of Witch Hunter, wondering if the system was flawed. Victor explained that experience penalties increased with each level. While defeating weaker creatures was beneficial before level 20, after that point, the system rewarded combat with truly challenging foes. Vancouver asked Victor if this meant he would remain stuck at level 10 in the Witch Hunter class until he could defeat Ferryman, whom he insisted was evil and needed to be eliminated. Worn out, Victor agreed and asked Vancouver to demonstrate his new skills, while Chocolate Dean busied herself nearby. Vancouver opened his menu and showed it to Victor, prompting Victor to comment that witch burning improved his fire attacks, enabling them to bypass magical resistance and deal bonus holy damage. Vancouver proclaimed that his breath would now burn like the heart of the sun. However, Victor pointed out that his lesser magic resistance would help him shrug off weaker spells, while Hunter's Resolve would aid him against mind control spells. He expressed doubt about the Exorcism perk, calling it useless. Victor corrected him, saying it allowed him to cast Tier 1 Exorcism spells, even though he wasn't yet the ultimate anti-magic tank. Confused, Vancouver asked what a tank was, expressing that it sounded impressive. Victor clarified that it meant he could take hits better than anyone else. Victor handed his coffee to his assistant, revealing that he had asked Coulson to send villagers with the highest classes to help with the raid. He mentioned a dryad and an iron golem, but Vancouver rejected the idea of the iron golem, arguing that they couldn't eat it if food ran low. Victor was astonished, stating that iron golems were strong and could help in hunting food. Still, Vancouver insisted they weren't hunting weaklings, but rather fear Ramon, whom he reiterated was evil and needed to be destroyed. Victor questioned Vancouver about the necessity of repeating this mantra each time fear was mentioned. Vancouver replied that it was important for everyone to be aware, as it was war. Chocolate Dean joined the conversation, stating that Rolo sourced the finest ingredients and created top-notch tools. She also referred to Allison as her best friend. Vancouver responded that nepotism among minions wouldn't be tolerated, but he would give them a chance, hoping the Dryad could provide enough food for two. Soon after, Rolo arrived with Allison, who received a joyful greeting from Chocolate Dean. Victor welcomed them and thanked Allison for her defense during the sacrifice incident. Allison admitted she had to step in, considering human sacrifice as barbaric, and apologized for not doing more to prevent it. Victor reassured her that everything had turned out well in the end. Nonetheless, he confessed that events like that made him miss his home in the United States. When asked if he was from New York, Victor clarified that he was from Chicago and inquired how she knew. He then had a sudden realization, questioning Allison if he had been reincarnated. Allison returned the question, asking if he was also from Earth. She explained that while she wasn't human, she couldn't complain about her new body being significantly better. When Victor asked where she was originally from, she revealed that she was from Morocco and half Spanish on her mother's side. This revelation left Rolo, Chocolate Dean, and Vancouver puzzled. Victor noticed something on her and asked if it was the symbol of Cybele, the goddess of pleasure and fertility. Allison confirmed it and explained that while many associated Cybele only with pleasure and fertility, she was also the goddess of the forest and knowledge. Victor apologized for his lack of religious knowledge, but Chocolate Dean reminded him that the Moon Man had chosen him as his prophet. Allison expressed that she was content with her own beliefs until her foolish end. Then the wondrous goddess appeared to her, asking, Do you want to live again and restore the land? Allison didn't refuse, and now helps Rollo with his eco-farming efforts, although in her past life, she was a car engineer. While golems aren't quite like cars, she manages, as Chocolate Dean excitedly pointed out, that Rollo had reached level 67, entirely devoted to farming. Victor was stunned, learning that Rollo had more levels than even the dazzling knight. Allison proudly stated that Rollo refuses to advance in anything but farming until he fulfills his goal. Rollo then shared his dream of restoring the Red Desert to its former lush greenery. Vancouver felt validated, as the area had indeed been greener a few centuries ago. Rollo mentioned that it was before the sublayers drained it dry. Allison added that an elven empire once ruled the southern continent, but it fell to Sadler, the destroyer's followers. These sublayers triggered a magical catastrophe that transformed their empire into a desert, including the province of Ashfania. This disaster allowed Demon King Brandon and his allies to seize control, leaving the regions similar to the world's Iberia and Africa as barren deserts. Victor asked if she was referring to the world's Iberia, and Allison confirmed. She asked if he had seen a complete map of Ramon yet. He replied that he'd only seen Gadomagni and its Fania. Allison then showed him a map of the Mistral continent, which included Gadomagni and Fania. Victor noted that it resembled a rough version of Europe, though with some discrepancies. He asked if it was what he thought, and she clarified that Ramon is like a magical mirror of Earth, with notable differences such as an Atlantis-like continent, a flying Malta, and more. Kara then told Victor that they should focus on their future roles as bodyguards, rather than engaging in idle chatter. Victor, feeling the pressure, agreed and asked Allison about her level. She answered that she was level 24, mainly a druid and vestal. Victor was relieved that she could help heal them during their dungeon assault. But Allison explained that as a dryad, she couldn't travel more than a mile from her orchard without losing strength. Vancouver told her she was dismissed, though she reminded him that he hadn't hired her yet. Regardless, he told her she was relieved of being emergency food, and was now just food. Chocolate Dean added that even though Allison couldn't move far, she could still cast many useful spells. Plus, Rollo could create all sorts of tools. After all, with enough creativity, anything from armor to cannons could become a farming tool. He informed her that this changed everything. He appointed Rollo as his chief armorer and Allison as his granary keeper, since she couldn't move around much. Both Allison and Rollo agreed, with Rollo stating he'd begin working after he fed the chickens. Victor asked Allison if she'd like to grab a drink sometime, eager to connect with another native from Earth. Allison replied that it would be on his tab. They asked Victor if he had been with Charlie, and Victor confessed that maintaining a relationship across different countries was challenging. He also found Allison pleasant. Vancouver advised Victor to impress her with his riches and dazzle her with gold in the Dragon Way, but he warned him to check her financial status first to avoid putting his trust in someone who might be poor. When Victor questioned if he only dated wealthy individuals, Vancouver asked why he would share his treasure with another dragon, which could lead to competition in the future. He explained that breeding was important for creatures like Victor, who often faced death and needed to ensure their species' survival. Victor agreed and mentioned the chocolate tin and CS, noting that both had class levels that could aid them in the dungeon. He explained that Chocolate could act as a healer, and they could use Carson as bait for traps since he wasn't fond of him. Vancouver agreed, stating it was a good plan. Shortly after, he was excited to discover he had leveled up in Noble and Stipend, which meant he would receive a monthly allowance of 400 gold coins multiplied by his total level. He joyfully declared that his hoard was growing once more. However, Fear had cast a spell to transmute his gold into lead, turning his treasure to dust, which sent him into a panic. Fear taunted him, calling him a dull-witted lizard and claiming that silence was indeed golden. Victor attempted to advise him to use the spell purse, but his words were drowned out by Vancouver's rage as he lunged at Fear. Fear teleported away just before Vancouver could strike him. This caused Vancouver to strike the ground, causing it to erupt. He then informed Victor that there would be no further training. The following day, they would finally confront the dungeon. A moment later, the villagers lit a torch and built a large doll representing Fear. War was on the horizon, and murmurs of fire ignited the hearts of its soldiers. They glared angrily at Rollo, who was diligently forging a weapon for their battle. The next day, in his fury, Vancouver incinerated the doll of Fear while his followers cheered him on. Meanwhile, Victor established a new war headquarters. He asked Sabers if the house was haunted. Sabers replied that he had heard stories of a dark wizard conducting disturbing experiments in the basement, but since the house had been vacant for years, he should be fine. Victor admitted to Sabers that this information did little to reassure him, but it was better than sleeping in a chilly mountain cave. He snapped his fingers, telling Sabers that at least the only undead present were those he had raised himself. instructing them to clean up and remove the cobwebs. The undead demons began tidying the house. As they worked, Victor asked Sabers if they might encounter any ghosts in the living room. Sabers admitted he wasn't sure, then realized Victor was joking. Victor expressed how much he missed having someone to laugh at his bad jokes, and Sabers confessed that things hadn't been the same since Victor left, with the Nightblades losing their direction. After that, a woman took charge. Victor remarked that this seemed quite normal to him. Sabers agreed, but noted that they had never angered the guard or the government. Currently, discussions were underway about supplying the Scorchers and Fania with weapons. However, Victor pointed out that Vainqueur had dismissed that plan. Victor then used his Hellfire ability to light the fireplace, telling Sabers that at least these new perks were useful. He offered to make an omelet for dinner, which Victor accepted. Sabers then sat on the couch, asking Victor for a moment. Victor wondered if Sabers needed some privacy, but Sabers dismissed it, saying he could cook anywhere. Suddenly, Victor heard the treasure chest rustle. Something inside revealed that it was indeed a treasure chest. Victor told it that modern adventurers were wary of mimic chests and suggested it try transforming into a sword. He added that it should stay quiet, as talking would give it away. The chest asked if a shiny sword would count as treasure, to which Victor replied that adventurers were drawn to a large sword, especially if it was stuck in stone. The chest transformed into a beautiful sword, but Victor cautioned that it was too shiny. It then changed into a small dagger, which Victor approved of, reminding it not to eat anything in the village. The dagger moved closer to him, and Victor told Sabers that he thought he had acquired a pet. When Sabers, who was cooking an egg, asked what he intended to name it, Victor suggested Vainqueur Jr., which astonished Sabers. The system then congratulated Victor on his instruction, announcing that Vainqueur Jr. had leveled up in fencing. Victor was stunned by this and found it hard to believe, but Sabers merely said he was going to look for a frying pan. Soon after, Kassam knocked on the door and entered the house, calling for Victor and asking if anyone was home. Upon spotting a sword stuck in the ground, Kassam reached out to grab it, saying, "Come to Papa, Kassam!" Suddenly, the sword opened its eyes and bit Kassam. Victor appreciated his new guard, the mimic, and Sabers remarked that nothing was better than a warm meal after a day of leveling up. He then asked Victor how many new levels he had achieved, as Sabers handed him an omelet. The system displayed that Victor Minion Dalton was now at level 26, with Outlaw 5, Monster Squire 14, and Necromancer. The system also indicated that, having met the entry requirements, Victor could convert some of his levels into promoted monster classes. His stats would remain the same, but his perks would change. He could combine his Monster, Squire, and Necromancer levels into Death Knight or combine Outlaw and Necromancer into Reaper. He informed Sabers that his total level was 26, but the system still referred to him as a minion. Victor then asked if Sabers had heard of Death Knights or Reapers. Sabers replied yes, explaining that Death Knights were undead commanders and formidable warriors, while Reapers were soul thieves. He added that the god Death Jester was a Reaper who had slain so many people that his scythe had turned into an artifact. Knowing that Monster Squire was too valuable to give up, Victor decided it was time to adopt a new class. He combined his Outlaw and Necromancer skills, transforming his level into Reaper levels. His lock-picking ability could now open any lock on a successful skill check, including magical ones, and he was always treated as an invited guest at any magically protected location. His Knife Master ability was replaced with Sith Lord, granting him perfect proficiency with scythes, dealing 3 times the damage and a 30% critical hit rate. Scythes could also be used as staves for spellcasting. His Dead Divination ability was replaced by a new skill. If he killed someone with a scythe, he trapped the victim's soul in his weapon. Lastly, his life spell was replaced with Steal Life, allowing him to regain health points equal to half the damage inflicted when he dealt damage with a scythe. Sabers asked Victor if he had heard the news and informed him that a mimic had bitten him and run away. Victor replied that it was unfortunate and asked why Sabers was there. Sabers explained that since Vainqueur had claimed the town, he needed Victor's guidance on governance. Vainqueur was preparing for war, so Victor advised him to consult his chief of staff. Victor's sister had summoned a demon and consumed it, leading Victor to wonder if he was essentially their mayor now. Sabers informed him that the Moonman's cult was also seeking his divine guidance. He reassured Victor not to feel too pressured, since he was the one who had brought Vainqueur there. However, Victor told Sabers not to be upset, as he would be scouting the dungeon for them the next day. His sister would remain behind as a rogue while he checked for traps in advance. Coulson, hearing this, became irritated and said he was a ranger, not a trap finder, emphasizing that his job was to hunt beasts, not disarm traps. Victor acknowledged this, but explained that his plan was to scout for traps by triggering them. He added that perhaps next time Coulson shouldn't try to sacrifice his future commanding officer to an occult class, calling him a petty snake. Victor retorted that a friend once told him he wished Coulson would go to hell, but he believed Coulson was already there. Victor then asked Savers if she knew whether Allison was single. Savers inquired if he meant the Cybele priestess, and if he was interested in asking her out. Victor replied that he had feelings for someone else who lived in another country, and he doubted a long-distance relationship would work. Savers warned him that it likely wouldn't work with Allison either. She suggested he consider Chocolate Dean instead, as she was a lovely girl. Victor questioned if she meant the chocolate who had fed demons to her pigs and planned to use the rest for pies. Savers countered that this only showed her gentle nature and kindness. Suddenly, the doorbell rang loudly, making Victor wonder who could be visiting at such an hour. As he walked toward the door, he asked Savers what her issue was with Allison. She replied that she had no problem with her, but she struggled to convey what Allison truly was to Victor. He wondered why the undead servants weren't answering the door. Upon opening the door, he was shocked to find Fiora standing there. In a panic, he quickly used ice chains and accelerated silent spells. A chain wrapped around Victor and tape covered his mouth. Fiora grabbed his tablet and announced she was taking it, claiming she could kill Victor, but the dragon wouldn't approve. Savers rushed toward them, but before she could reach them, Fear had teleported away, leaving Victor behind, saying that Vancure's despair was his joy. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, Vancure was peacefully resting when Severus called his name in a panic. Vancure asked what was wrong. He was stunned to hear that Fear had kidnapped Victor. Vancure immediately commanded everyone to assemble and declared that Victor was the crown jewel of his horde. They would march on the castle, reclaim Victor, and obliterate Fear once and for all. The kobolds rallied, cheering in agreement to save their chief. Rollo and Allison also prepared to rescue Victor. Chocolate seemed eager, but mostly because she was hungry, unlike the others. The octopus man urged his team to save the prophet, while Savers was ready to help her friend. Vancure ordered everyone to march toward victory. They advanced toward the castle to rescue Victor. In the War of Horde, conflict stirred. The vile Fear had kidnapped Lord Victor, the first among Vancure's minions. Fear's evil had spread across the land, corrupting everything pure and bright, but hope persisted. Golem Rollo had crafted a dragon-sized ring of elemental resistance and a powerful scythe. Into these, he infused strong magical protections, along with his frustrations from overworking. A final alliance of minions marched against Fear on the fiery mountain slopes, with the noble King Vancure leading the charge, determined to end Fear's reign once and for all. The secondary minions guided the unpaid kobolds forward, all determined to rescue their chief, Victor. Fear's undead knights advanced to face them. A massive creature suddenly lunged at one of the knights. Rollo, along with another large figure, took down the knight, while Allison and a few kobold females healed the wounded allies. Vancure's arrival triggered cheers from the kobolds. Chocolate Dean excitedly tells her brother that they are airborne, but Carson feels queasy and is close to vomiting. Vancure, alarmed, warns Carson that if he throws up on his hand, he will be demoted from meat shield to just meat. He says this without paying attention to the enemy approaching. As the enemy nears, Vancure folds his wings around himself, catching them off guard. He then takes off, flying past them toward Fisherman's castle. After breaking through Reuben's barrier, he lands and orders Carson to disarm the traps while he deals with the defenders. Vancure adds that Carson should be prepared to sacrifice his life if necessary. Wasson suggests skipping that part, but Vancure is adamant. Chocolate Dean uses her fire abilities to enhance her strength and regen, supporting him. The system notifies Vancure that his fire attacks will deal 20% more damage for 5 minutes. His strength will be boosted for 10 minutes, and he will regenerate a 16th of his health every minute for 5 minutes. He tells Chocolate Dean to follow him, but she thinks her brother went left and asks if they should track him. Vancure disagrees, explaining they would be falling into Fisherman's trap. They'll find his chief of staff the Dragon Way. With a shout of blink, Vancure vanishes, leaving an undead knight stunned. He then charges at the knight by the door, smashing through it without any help from Chocolate Dean. Inside the castle, Victor hangs upside down from the ceiling, tied up, while Reuben lounges in his chair, singing. Suddenly, Vancure crashes through the wall, seemingly invisible. Reuben informs Vancure that invisibility spells won't work on him, and regrets that Vancure avoided his traps. Now they can have a proper battle. Vancure glares at Fisherman, who just laughs, and triumphantly declares that despite the sacrifices and losses, he has retrieved his beloved minion, and can now unleash his strongest undead creation. Fisherman commands his monstrous black beast to strike fear into his enemies. While Chocolate Dean watches, a large creature steps out from behind Fisherman, and Chocolate Dean finds it adorable, asking if they can keep it. Fisherman, however, orders Vancure and his undead to fight for his entertainment. But the creature just stands there, refusing to attack Vancure. This made Fisherman question why his undead wasn't fighting. Was it broken? Vancouver quickly realized the problem and told Fisherman that the creature couldn't overcome the effects of his invisible blink spell. Fisherman, however, disagreed and activated a powerful magical scan. The system revealed that the group appeared as fallen comrades to the undead, meaning they wouldn't be attacked unless provoked. Additionally, they gained a +5 charisma bonus when interacting with the undead or followers of Carmilla. Fisherman was stunned by this and asked if everyone in the group had the same advantage. Victor echoed his question, turning to Chocolate Dean and asking if she also had this ability. A proud Chocolate Dean replied by asking how else did he think she had gotten rid of the demon bodies. Victor then proudly told Fisherman that a true dragon never knows defeat, explaining how he had trained for days for this battle. However, Fisherman informed him that it was too late to stop him, as he had already sent the Pineapple of Wisdom to his master, Brandon Mora. When Victor questioned why Fisherman would care about a mere vegetable given his meat-based diet, Fisherman sarcastically asked if Vancouver wasn't truly after the pineapple. Fisherman pondered why Vancouver was even there when he hadn't acted to stop his master from devastating Bard Magni. Vancouver then revealed that he knew about Fisherman's sinister plan to infect the world's gold with lead sickness, threatening to destroy the dragon's way of life forever. Fisherman denied the accusation, claiming it made no sense, and questioned Vancouver's true reason for visiting, suggesting it was to seal the Hellgate in the basement, like many other failed adventurers. Still hanging upside down, Victor asked Fisherman if there was truly a door to hell in his basement. Fisherman confirmed it, then questioned why Victor came to his castle if not to seal it. Victor casually responded that they simply needed a bigger lair for Vancouver's treasure, as their old cave had grown too cramped. Furious, Fisherman demanded to know if Vancouver had attacked him and taken his home just to store his gold. Vancouver retorted that a dragon doesn't visit the bank. When Fisherman sarcastically asked why he didn't just bury his gold in his backyard, Vancouver launched a surprise attack to free Victor. Afterward, he uttered, "Blink," revealing his invisibility, and the system notified him that his witch-burning perk had worked exceptionally well. Checking on Victor, who had fallen face first to the ground, Vancouver asked if he was okay. Victor assured him that he was fine and expressed his gratitude. However, Victor was shocked and terrified when Vancouver called him the crown jewel of his hoard and his most loyal servant, promising never to leave him in Fisherman's custody again, nor ever let him go. The realization that he might be trapped with the dragon forever filled Victor with dread. Chocolate Dean commented on how quickly the battle had ended, saying she barely had a chance to fight. Suddenly, Fisherman ascended into the air, gathering his power for another attack. Panicking, Victor grabbed Chocolate Dean and warned the others. Fisherman unleashed his ancient meteor power on Vancouver, which Vancouver was unable to dodge. The resulting explosion echoed loudly. Despite the system reporting damage, Vancouver defiantly demanded that it correct its poor assessment. Fisherman admitted he had been overseeing the decaying ruins for 100 years, slowly weakening the Hellgate seal while filling the area with traps and monsters, all in preparation for a strong adventurer to challenge him. Yet the one now facing him simply wanted a larger cave for his hoard. Vancouver retaliated by launching a fire attack, boasting that his hoard was the largest in the world. Fisherman remained unfazed, activating his brutal Iowa power, which froze the flames before they reached him. He then unleashed his accelerated ice amp and ice storm abilities, sending them directly at Vancouver. However, the system informed Vancouver that his ring of elemental resistance had halved the frost damage. Meanwhile, Victor and Chocolate sprinted toward a large hole, with Fisherman urging Vancouver to end their battle. They turned to witness Fisherman furiously confronting Vancouver. Fisherman swore to the 12 gods that he would never surrender his castle. In a teasing tone, Vancouver told Fisherman that if that were true, he was doomed to die in disappointment. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Carson sidestepped to avoid flowing lava. He leaped onto a handle jutting from the wall, swinging across to evade a barrage of arrows. Then he dove into an ocean filled with ravenous sharks, swimming desperately for a brief moment. Exhausted, Carson scaled a wall, confident he was nearing his destination. Spotting an exit sign ahead, he opened it with joy. Only to be met with a blast of fire, Carson was trapped against a crumbling wall. Fisherman taunted Vancouver for missing his shot and accidentally crushing one of his own minions. Vancouver, unconcerned, remarked that nothing of value had been lost. Fisherman then warned Vancouver that it was his turn to attack. Casting ***, Black Curse ***, and an ***, Accelerated Super Flare ***, Fisherman launched an attack at Vancouver. A system alert informed Vancouver that all his enhancements had been removed, and his stats had dropped by 5 stages. Worse, he couldn't recover health while under the Black Curse's effect. Fisherman asked if Vancouver had had enough, but Vancouver retaliated by delivering a powerful punch using his ***, Arena Warrior Fist ***, challenging Fisherman to fight back. Fisherman defended himself with the crimson shield stating that Vainqueur's efforts were futile. Victor observed Fisherman holding his ground against Vainqueur and feared that Fisherman might actually win. Victor told Chocolate Dean that they had to do something. Chocolate Dean suggested casting support spells. Upon noticing her weapon, Victor asked if it was a scythe. She confirmed, explaining that Rollo crafted it because Victor had requested a necromancer's staff, but Rollo refused to make anything that couldn't be used for farming as well. Victor, pleased with leveling up his Reaper class and being able to cast spells with a scythe, grabbed Chocolate Dean's scythe. He asked if she could enhance Vainqueur's abilities while he distracted Fisherman. She agreed. Victor attacked Fisherman using a spell called chill. Meanwhile, Chocolate Dean was on the verge of breaking Vainqueur's curse. However, Fisherman used his silence power to stop her, leaving Victor in shock. Victor came to the conclusion that his necromancy spells lacked the strength to instill fear and would only hinder him in close combat. He then noticed fear of beans, as Pat strategized his next move. In a fit of rage, Vainqueur unleashed another fire attack on Ramon, gradually shattering the shield of the fearsome woman. Fear had been warned that he would transform their castle into a crater rather than surrender it. Fear him then unleashed his triple quarter power to create 2 replicas of himself. Despite being intimidated, Vainqueur stood firm, asserting that his plans to annihilate the gold would ultimately fail. He countered Fear by asserting that gold held no value compared to the strength of magic. Unfazed, Vainqueur asked Fear of Beans what magic meant to a witch hunter before casting his spell. He used the spell Purge. The system confirmed that Vainqueur had successfully completed a charisma check, which lifted the black curse. "Thank you," he said before swinging his tail at the replicas of Fear, shattering them. He then began to walk toward Fear, who had been warned by Victoria that he would run out of ESP before exhausting his own. However, Vainqueur simply challenged Fear to catch him, relentlessly attacking a man who continuously used teleportation to evade. Vainqueur angrily punched the air, frustrated by Fear's taunts, which called him an undead fly and criticized his constant evasion of the fight. Fear of Beans demanded that Vainqueur surrender, asserting that his brute strength couldn't compete with his magic. Suddenly, Banker, his large pet, jumped toward Fear. Ramon bit and shook Fear like a toy, and Victor felt a sense of relief. His Monster Rider ability had proven to be beneficial after all. Victor then praised his creature for being good and instructed it to toss Fear and the bone to its owner, Vainqueur. It tossed Fear of Beans to Vainqueur, who attempted to use his teleportation. However, he paused when he noticed Vainqueur releasing smoke and anger. He complimented Victor, acknowledging that he must be struggling from the lake's torments. But he had performed admirably. Victor replied that Fear of Beans hadn't truly tormented him. Fear of Beans was quite talkative in a creepy, undead way, and Victor thought that Fear Ramon seemed to be experiencing a midlife crisis. Upon hearing this, Fear of Beans told Vainqueur to kill him because the day couldn't possibly get any worse. He informed Fear Ramon that he would kill him after they located his fear. He mocked him, stating that his fear was in another castle. Even if he destroyed his current body, his soul would safely return to it. He would be revived, and when that happened, he would unleash spells on him until they all perished. Victor mentioned that he almost felt sympathy for Fear of Beans until those last words. He asked if Fear Ramon had ever heard of the Helming perk. Fear of Beans replied that he was familiar with it and explained that it allowed Reapers to trap souls inside their sides. Realizing this, Fear of Beans was left in shock. Victor suggested that they should put it to the test. Then Victor lunged at him while he attempted to use his teleportation and emergency teleportation powers. However, he failed to escape and was struck by Victor's side. Fear Ramon was trapped inside the side. Vainqueur joyfully declared that Fear Ramon's evil would never taint his wealth again, and Victor stated that Fear had been silenced. The screams were sweet, chocolatey, and he jumped for joy because she could speak again while her brother was trapped, calling for help. The system notified Vainqueur that by sealing the evil Fear, Ramon and his minion's weapon, and claiming the Castle of Murmuring as his dungeon, he leveled up in the Dragon Kaiser class. As the owner of the Castle of Murmuring, he could instantly teleport anywhere within its confines and navigate inside with complete awareness of his path. He mentioned that all that remained was to find a cure for his horde. Victor informed him that he had negated the spells with Spell Purge, so he should be able to cancel all of them. He was amazed to hear this, realizing it meant he could cure lead sickness. Victor smiled at the cheerful Vainqueur, while Chocolatey Dean helped her brother from behind, thus defeating Fear of Beans. An enemy of all that was golden had been vanquished. The forces of greed triumphed, and the dragon's way of life came to an end. Peace returned to Murmuring thanks to the blessing of King Ventura's Spell Purge. His wealth was restored to him, one great hoard to bind them all. Only Lord Victor bore the burden of keeping the impoverished fear of beans sealed. A grand feast was then ordered, sheep were consumed, and demons were summoned using their entrails, which were also eaten. King Vainkur himself assigned the Pink Ranger to document the glorious chronicles of the war against the evil fear of beans. He wrote that may their majesty's glory shine through the ages to come. So remember, in the darkest times, even against the most sinister evil, the wealthy always prevail. Meanwhile, Mora and the lady were together. Mora happily gazed at the pineapple wisdom, remarking that the primates would never see that coming. Mora examined the details of how to build an airplane, concluding the story with a question. The following day, the kobolds and villagers began to repair the castle in the basement. Victor understood there was one thing every adventurer eagerly anticipated after defeating a formidable boss, something even more satisfying than gaining new levels. His system indicated that he had gained 2 levels in the monster class, specifically Squire and Reaper. He also received a promotion, enabling him to help his minions evolve into stronger forms if certain hidden conditions were fulfilled. Furthermore, he gained necromancy skills, allowing him to learn and cast necromancy spells up to Tier 2, replacing Tier 1. Suddenly, he heard a loud explosion as the basement door was broken down. Ventura's eyes lit up at the sight of a vast amount of gold inside. He leaped toward it, immediately claiming it as his own. Victor was astonished by how much gold the fisherman had hidden beneath his castle. "Thank you," he exclaimed as he dove into the mountain of gold. He happily told Victor they should combine his old hoard with this new one and watch it grow. Victor agreed, but noticed something behind him and inquired about it. He then approached another large door, sealed by a magical spell. "Thank you, I wonder if it could be a double vault or double the treasure," he mused. However, Victor mentioned that he believed it was the Hellgate that Fear of Beans had warned them about. The pink kobold admitted he didn't recognize the language, but Chocolatey said she did. It was written in ancient elf. She explained that when she touched the door, it revealed the words, "Beyond these doors lies the domain of the archdevil, Isabel Mora. May these bindings never break, or Fanya will know endless hell." She asked if Isabel was the mother of the demon king, Brandon Mora. Victor replied that Fear of Beans had likely intended to weaken the bindings to summon a demon army on his master's behalf. Chocolatey excitedly suggested to Vainkur that they could break the seals themselves, so he could slay the demons as they emerged. However, Vainkur declined, stating he already had enough adventurers bothering him in his old dungeon and didn't want his vault open to paupers. Now that Fear of Beans was defeated, they could focus on what truly mattered, his sweet stipend, which provided him with more gold. The higher his level, the more they needed to increase it. Chocolatey pouted in disappointment, but her brother agreed with Vainkur. Victor suggested that the easiest way to increase his level would be to embark on a new quest, but they should secure the barony first. When they asked what a barony was, Victor explained that Gato Magni had promised that whoever defeated Fear of Beans could claim the surrounding lands, referred to as a barony. Victor then showed him a poster that stated, "Get fewer, dead or deader," and informed him that he was now officially the Baron of Murmuring. Vainkur commented that the titles King of the Albion Mountains and Baron of Murmuring didn't sound harmonious to him. He wondered if Baron King or Barking Bane would sound better. The pink kobold suggested that an emperor was above a king, which surprised Vainkur, who thought nothing was above a king. Victor sighed, thinking, "Here we go again." Vainkur then declared, "I shall henceforth be known as His Majesty, Vainkur, knights being first of his name, great calamity of this age, Emperor of Murmuring in the Albion Mountains. Today shall be Vainkur Day, where we celebrate the destruction of Fear of Beans. We will erect a statue of me larger than the gods in the werewolf village." Victor remarked that public works were nice, but what about actual laws? At the same time, he asked his little sister if she could reinforce the door, to which Chocolatey replied sadly that she could not. Victor was informed that there was no greater crime than separating a dragon from his hard-earned hoard, so Vainkur's first commandment would be the abolition of taxes. When Victor asked him to clarify, Vainkur stated he was turning Murmuring into a tax haven. There would be no taxes. Instead, he would demand a daily tribute of sheep and cattle. Victor mused that this would likely mean the end of public services, while the pink kobold wrote down the new laws that Vainkur wanted. Victor informed Vainkur that his second commandment would be the banishment of all lead in his empire, since it was considered the work of fewer men and was thus forbidden. Victor clarified that the plumbing was made of copper. Vainkur continued, declaring that his third commandment would be to perform the task. When Victor asked him to elaborate, Vainkur did not respond. He grabbed Victor's side, explaining it was a non-dragon task because he was busy counting his coins from slaying witches instead of overseeing minion affairs. Consequently, Victor was promoted to Chief Dragon Advisor, responsible for enduring the tasks. Victor questioned if this meant he would do all the tedious work while the dragon enjoyed the rewards, but he was simply warned not to misuse his privileges. His first duty as chief dragon advisor would be to find a new quest involving a princess, since the dragon needed one to showcase as the crowning jewel of his hoard for his upcoming bragging day. Victor sarcastically asked if every day was bragging day for the dragon. Vancure clarified that bragging day was an ancient dragon tradition, a day for a dragon to display his hoard to rivals. This would be followed by a grand feast and the release of the princess into the wild to mature into a queen, demonstrating his respect for nature. When Victor inquired about the number of dragons involved, he mentioned that, no offense, there were already many minions to manage. The dragon responded that he would invite his family and all the dragons he had kept in contact with, estimating that no more than 200 would gather. This left Victor in shock. He climbed to the roof of the castle, dropped his side, and shouted 200 in disbelief, startling the kobolds working outside. Victor agonized over how he was supposed to feed 200 dragons, envisioning impending doom. Suddenly, a system alert notified him that he had reached the level 30 class cap and could not gain more levels unless he used a crest. However, he could still earn personal perks through special deeds, leaving him curious about what a crest was. He acknowledged that the dragon overpopulation dilemma was a future concern, but something else was bothering him. He called for Fury, feeling irritated. Fury had been queried about his desires and the reason behind the request for the Pineapple of Wisdom. However, Fury countered with his own question, asking why he should share any information when he held disdain for both his master and the dragon. He issued threats to the fishermen, claiming he would hand the seal to Vainglory if they didn't comply. This would condemn them to a lifetime trapped in the dragon's hoard, forced to witness the dragon reveling in his wealth and endure his nonsense, all out of fear of being labeled a monster. He asserted that he was a mix of human and dragon, demanding to be treated with fear and insisting that he should reveal everything out of concern for his own survival. He recounted that during the century-long conflict, King Mothra had formed an alliance with the fairy lords, representing the farmers to fight against the holy kingdom of Guard of Magni. They were ultimately defeated, and the farmers retreated to their land of pride across beyond the sea, fearing retaliation from the Gado Magnus Crusaders. One day, a witch approached Moira with an offer of a device that contained schematics from the Earth's storage world. The rebels from Magna made off with a weapon capable of overpowering guards and successfully crossed the border with it. By the time Moreau's agents managed to track them down, the monstrous figures had already taken off with the weapon. By that time, the monster was already quite far away with the stolen device. He proclaimed the Kobold Rangers as blessed. However, fishermen warned him that he was too late to stop his master's scheme. Once the device's secrets are revealed, both his dragon and all about Raymond will face the wrath of fire. He sarcastically responded to a fearful Eben, asking about the woman and her dubious motives. The Führer confessed he was unaware of her plans, stating he serves his master without question, much like Eben does. He then proposed to the fishermen that the Adventurers Guild should be alerted about this situation. The Red Kobold expressed concern for Victor, noticing his evident anxiety. Suddenly, the Blue Kobold shouted, "Treasure!" which startled him. He wondered if his new sword had spoken. The Red Kobold recognized the sword as a mimic and inquired why it hadn't attacked him. Victor explained that Junior, the mimic, was well-behaved and complimented it, which made it glow with joy. The system then informed him that he could upgrade both Vancure Jr. and the Red Kobold to more powerful tiers. This revelation caught him off guard, and he instructed Blue to give Junior to him while Red approached. When Red asked what he needed, he replied that he was only experimenting with something. He then placed his hand on Junior while in Red's presence. To his surprise, Red developed wings. Junior transformed into a four-legged creature. The system updated him with new information. The Red Kobold had been upgraded to a Drac, a bold new form, while Junior donned a scarlet tunic. This change thrilled him, and he pondered how no adventurer could resist the charm of the scarlet tunic. Watching Red joyfully soar around, Victor felt like a Pokemon master, while Blue expressed a wish for shoulder spikes. As dusk approached, they conducted Ventura's coronation. It took Rollo the entire afternoon to create a crown large enough for a dragon. Rollo presented him with the dazzling crown, which he praised as absolutely perfect. The system updated him once more, establishing his dominion over the Murmuring region and elevating his noble class to that of an emperor. However, the system cautioned him that failing to protect his title from rivals would result in losing the benefits of the emperor class, which he could regain only by successfully defending his position. His currency status changed to Born in the Purple, tripling his odds of finding treasures from defeated monsters. His trade of snobbery evolved into For the Emperor, providing his soldiers and vassals with a battle stat bonus equivalent to his base charisma divided by 10. The heir was revitalized. Our potential evolved into a dynasty, empowering him to elevate others to a noble status at his discretion. although they would have to advance their own classes separately. He proclaimed his enhanced title, "I am the Emperor rank, your Knight's Bane, the sovereign of all I survey." He commanded his followers to extol his virtues. The villagers and kobolds enthusiastically hailed him as the supreme dragon. This reverberation turned into their way of life, all the while oblivious to the fact that Odious was observing their every action. At the same time, a woman contemplated whether she had passed away. She recalled being hit by a truck and felt intrigued by a particular light. It was the year within the celestial realm of Mithras. A girl named Kaya found herself sitting on a chair, her attention captivated by the light. A man then introduced himself as Mithras, the sun god representing law, healing, and justice. A woman also introduced herself as Leon, the goddess of glory, nobility, art, and strength. She informed Kaya that they were two of the 12 gods of the world of Out remained. Mithras disclosed that Earth had a twin realm that depended on magic instead of science, a place desperately in need of heroes. Leon elaborated that she had met an early demise on Earth before she could fulfill her purpose, but they were offering her a new chance at life in Out remained. Filled with joy, she inquired if they could reincarnate her in another world. Leon affirmed that it could be done, but cautioned her against choosing the roles of a farmer or a dragon. She explained that farmers were devoid of souls, and dragons were strictly off-limits until the end of time. Mithras added that the inhabitants of Out-Roman faced dangers from an ancient foe, the soulless former fairy lords who preyed on mortals for amusement and created life solely for enslavement. Leon recounted the tyranny of those former rulers who once oppressed Out-Roman alongside their dragon adversaries, until their fellow deity, Dice, intervened, enabling the mortals to overthrow their oppressors with the support of the gods and the empowerment of the classes. The most formidable of them, King Baylor, aimed to bring back the dark times of the Holy Kingdom of Ghana, putting Magni at risk of ruin. If Kia decided to safeguard the innocent from Baylor, she would be rewarded with a renewed life and powerful boons. However, Kia wondered why Mithras and Leon were not taking direct action. They admitted their limitations, explaining that another deity, Sabo the World Eater, was backing the farmers' malevolent deeds. They further revealed that, as deities, they had made a pact not to engage in combat regarding Rome after a celestial conflict that nearly brought it to its end. Instead, they chose to guide and empower reincarnated mortals. Leon added that they had brought many other humans from Earth back to life, and together they would create a grand crusade to vanquish King Baylor. Overwhelmed, Kia expressed her feelings of being ordinary, lacking significant accomplishments or education. She questioned what made her special. The two gods exchanged meaningful glances. Leon confessed that she found it difficult to convey the truth to Kia, which left Mithras to deliver the harsh message. Bound by his role as the god of justice, he spoke honestly. He told Kia that their situation was grave. While she was adequate, she was also rather unremarkable compared to the true heroes who had already been reincarnated, many of whom had fallen to Baylor or failed in their attempts to defeat him. They were now desperate, accepting anyone who showed even a trace of good karma. Their hope rested on the idea that if quality had faltered, perhaps quantity could prevail. Although Kia felt wounded by this truth, Mithras encouraged her, suggesting that she might yet become a capable hero. With a touch of luck, though it seemed unlikely, Leona insisted that there was no pressure or personal expectations, promising their utmost support. Accepting the task, Kaya prompted them to send her on her way. The system showed her updated status. She leveled up and received the Holy Champion class perk along with personal advantages granted by Mithras and Leon. As a Holy Champion, she would gain enhanced proficiency in swords and spears, a 10% boost in critical hit chances, and her attacks would deal extra holy damage. Being affiliated with Mithras provided her with a 10% increased likelihood of gaining a point in charisma or strength during level-ups, while also granting immunity to all fire and holy effects, except those triggered by Mithras or his followers. Her connection to Leon offered her an extra 10% chance to acquire a point in vitality or skill with each level up, as well as a 30% experience boost whenever she completed quests or defeated monsters. Despite the gods' reassurances, she couldn't shake the impression that they viewed her as just mediocre and acceptable. In 1299, following Mithras's golden fields and the concluding battle of the Century War, she rushed toward Baylor, determined to prove her value. Together with a knight and her ally, they took down Baylor's minions. She then boldly attacked King Baylor with all her might. Truly, she demonstrated her capabilities to the gods. After her victory over Baylor, people began referring to her as the Shining Knight. The King of Garter, Magni, elevated her to nobility and celebrated her as a hero, showering her with treasures and accolades. However, her tale came to an abrupt end in 1301, just 3 days after the coronation of the Emperor of Kira, when someone rudely urged her to get up. Her maid tried to dissuade the intruder, explaining that the shining knight wasn't feeling well, but the man persisted, identifying himself as her teammate and stating that he had witnessed her at her most embarrassing moments. She instructed her maid to allow him entry. Upon noticing it was already afternoon, the man inquired about a strange smell. Drowsily, she asked her teammate what was wrong, only to be met with an accusatory question asking if she was drunk. She confessed to drinking a bit too much wine the previous night and requested a moment to gather herself. After a brief recovery, she greeted her teammate, addressing him as Kevin. He corrected her, reminding her that he preferred to be called Isekai and Nostradamus since he had been reincarnated as an elf. Kevin noted her peculiar drinking habits, but she shrugged it off, claiming she had nothing better to do. With most monsters no longer posing a challenge due to her high level and the nation's peace, all she seemed to do now was open libraries. She likened her current state to that of a gamer who had already defeated the final boss and was now stuck in the epilogue, which she found unbearable. She offered Kevin a drink, but he stated that he was there for business. She inquired if the king had finally allowed her to go after Brandon Mora or the farmers, but Kevin shook his head, explaining that they couldn't afford a war at that time. Feeling let down, she inquired about his presence, to which Kevin revealed that a notorious red worm named Vainqueur had been wreaking havoc in the south. This creature, once known as Tara of Midgard before Baylor's time, was thought to be dead. Ecstatic, she seized her sword. Excited by the chance to confront a strong adversary, she inquired about Vainqueur's capabilities. Kevin cautioned her that Vainqueur had earned the title of Knightsman through significant havoc, explaining that he was regarded as the greatest threat of his time prior to King Baylor's reign. Still, she enthusiastically sought the location of Vainqueur. Kevin advised her that the situation was more complicated than it seemed, and urged her to look into the documents he had provided. As she perused the documents, she became perplexed by their contents. The mention of V&V Adventure Company and the title Emperor of Vancouver left her baffled. Was it referring to a village? In response, Kevin clarified that Vancouver was also the name of a volcano's emperor. He went on to explain that Vancouver was a dragon adventurer with various class levels. She grasped that dragons have souls, which allow them to level up, unlike the farmers. Kevin conveyed this information to her. From their perspective, Victor Dalton, the human associate, was the one who guided Vancouver through quests and challenges. Given that Victor had taken on the formidable squire class, it was presumed he had bartered his soul to the dragon in exchange for strength. Afterward, the duo plundered the Marquis of Caraba's lands in search of golden livestock. They subsequently seized control of the Herkimer village, constructed a monstrous army, and consumed the Duchess of Useful when she attempted to stop them. They later raised their slain foes as undead minions. She remarked to Kevin that the situation appeared to have escalated quickly, to which Kevin replied that this was merely one account among many he had received. He pointed out the contradictory statements made by locals, who had mixed opinions about the pair, mentioning they had been saved from the fire at the expense of infrastructure. Additionally, officers from local guilds stated that the Duchess refused to compensate Vancouver for his efforts in combating bandits, which led to conflict. Surprisingly, the incidence of necromancy fell within the bounds of legality due to new undead labor regulations. She queried Kevin whether this signified they were either malicious villains or reckless fools. Kevin suggested they might embody both personas and reminded her about the black worm in the swamps when she asked if he was referencing the one who sought to imprison princesses. He affirmed this and added that conventional wisdom does not influence dragons. They are extraordinarily powerful and had previously fought farmers for dominance until the fairies appeased them with gold in ancient times. She inquired about the king's perspective. Kevin conveyed that the king had recommended inaction, noting that murmuring was Brandon Moore's domain, as he had vanquished fishermen and effectively declared war on him. In the king's view, regardless of the outcome, it would reduce one problem for them. Up to this point, the banker had merely sought payment for rendered services. Kevin cautioned her to consider that Vancouver might be intimidating towns into yielding treasures. He also relayed a report suggesting that Victor Dalton was a former Nightblade with a criminal background. His apprentice, Lucy, had proposed they delve further into the matter. The Magnus Adventurer Guild intended to send a representative, but she harbored her own longing for adventure. Pierre interrupted him, declaring that she would take it upon herself to look into the matter. Within the next hour, she would be ready to embark on her journey. Her objective was to confront the dragon and resolve the issue definitively. As she departed, Kevin waved her off. At Banker Castle, he inquired of the kobolds presenting their tasks whether they could indeed call it a castle. He specified that he required a minimum of 7 towers with spires, and they readily consented. The kobolds joyfully departed. Shortly thereafter, Victor and Jules arrived, while a nearby ferryman gazed sorrowfully at his magnificent castle, which had undergone significant changes. Victor remarked to Vancouver that he had noticed him relishing his new lair. They were invited to join him, as the temperature of the lava bath was ideal, and he urged Vancouver to take a dip. Victor responded that even though he was now fireproof, he preferred hot water baths. He reminded Vancouver of Jules, the individual to whom they had sold their armored corpses. Jules then stated that he had come as soon as he learned of Victor's triumph, sensing an opportunity. Victor confirmed that they had plenty of corpses for sale, and Jules expressed pleasure in seeing Victor embrace the benefits of the undead. Victor informed him of their plan to host 200 dragons and their need for many workers on the farm. Jules understood and proposed a more permanent alliance, suggesting they settle in Murmuring. However, Vancouver told Jules that dragons do not dismiss valuable minions, implying he should have joined them sooner instead of remaining in his rudimentary village. Jules replied that at that time, he had not grasped Victor's vision and questioned how he could resist the allure of a tax-free land open to mass zombification. Victor seriously stated he required Jules' other skills because his vulnerable horde had been treacherously attacked. Not long ago, he had given Jules the Pink Ranger's book, which they printed using mimic presses. Jules replied that he had done well, noting that his horde needed to learn self-defense. He then inquired if magic could assist in this matter. Jules produced a bag of gold coins, explaining that he believed he had a solution. Jules conjured his magic, and a gold coin gradually transformed into something tangible. Shortly after, he created a golem from gold and mentioned he could enchant his treasure, granting it the ability to defend itself against thieves. The banker was elated, elevating Jules to a rank comparable to the Kobold Rangers in the hierarchy. With the assurance that his trove would remain secure during his absence, they could pursue princesses with a focused mindset. Jules chuckled at this while Victor was taken aback, questioning the reference to princesses. Jules explained that he had heard his competitor, who was known for his ice cream, had captured twins, thus needing 3 princesses for his day of boasting. Victor nodded in understanding, recognizing that Vantours was capable of anything. However, Victor reminded him that there were more urgent matters to consider regarding his boasting day. The minions were attempting to construct irrigation systems for farming, but they had a limited number of plants suited to flourish in the sandy terrain. He inquired about Victor's care for his guests, mentioning they would feast on sheep and perhaps indulge in wolf-themed croissants for dessert. Victor pointed out the challenge of feeding the sheep as he was managing 810 of them daily, with 200 dragons that would require even more sustenance. He corrected Victor, insisting the proper term was sheep with an ass. Jules attempted to clarify that the plural of sheep remains sheep. In response, he asserted that being a dragon gave him the liberty to refer to them as sheep, hence they would simply be sheep. He acknowledged Jules' valid argument and instructed him to request additional demon appetizers, which, while available in abundance, had a rather bitter flavor. Victor remarked that at this pace, they would exhaust Hell's population quicker than Heaven had, highlighting the need for more resources to import food for the celebration. Jules proposed that, since Vancouver prohibited taxes and protected the castle's underground treasures, it could serve as a safe haven for the citizens' belongings. But of course, there would be a cost involved. Victor questioned whether Jules was implying they should become a tax haven for food. The banker remarked that it was an excellent concept and he would happily shield his minions' riches from the remnants of the world. Additionally, he planned to reanimate all his deceased minions, allowing them to serve as sentient undead, similar to the Kobold Rangers. Death, he believed, shouldn't put an end to their enjoyable duties. This prompted Victor to inquire if he could be exempt from that rule, expressing a preference to avoid retirement as a zombie. The banker assured Victor that he wouldn't perish while under his protection, as he held too much value in his eyes. Victor expressed gratitude but reminded the banker that he would inevitably succumb to old age. Vancouver, annoyed, questioned how manlies could be so delicate. He urged Victor to discover a means to achieve immortality, insisting that there was much work yet to be done. Later, Victor found himself in the desert, perched atop Fisherman's enormous dog. He mused on Vancouver's genuine concern for him, yet fear scornfully suggested that his innocence made him feel nauseated, to which Victor jested about being unable to vomit without a body. As they strolled, the kobold spotted Victor. He prompted Fear, asking if it unnerved him, and Fear responded with disdain. The dog joyfully settled down and inquired if there were any updates. That day, Junior Vancouver mentioned it was a delightful treasure. The Rangers reported a brawl at the tavern, instigated by the Mimic Sword, which had devoured someone. Victor inquired about the Mimic Sword while giving it a pat, and the Red Ranger informed him they were still training it. The transformation sequence awaited him at the town's entrance alongside a newcomer. Allison faced a demon problem at the temple. He replied affirmatively, stating he would handle the demon first. Upon reaching the temple, Allison waved and informed Victor that Chocolate Dean had summoned a companion that refused to leave Chocolate. Ian insisted it was merely an accident. She intended to summon a sacrificial imp, as usual, but instead, a significant demon had emerged. He surveyed the area and asked to see it. They approached the temple, where the demon known as Chocolate Dean had been summoned. The demon inquired if he was Victor Dalton, the Grand Dragon Vizier, the area's leader. Victor responded to simply call him Victor and asked for the demon's identity and its purpose. The demon revealed he was the manager at Infracorp and noted that 300 demons had gone missing after utilizing his summoning line, hence his role in the investigation. According to the system, Matheson was identified as a bug demon. He had strengths against unholy frost, water, physical ailments, poisons, critical hits, petrification, and bug attacks, but was vulnerable to fire, Holy Demon Slayer, and Bug Slayer techniques. Additionally, he was tasked with investigating the demon slaughterhouse and was the manager of Wintercorp, an organization focused on ensuring customer safety post-mortem. Victor cautiously informed Matheson that his client had experienced a dragon incident, leading to their recycling. But Matheson didn't grasp the situation. Chocolate Dean then cheerfully disclosed their total demise and transformation into undead servants, sparking panic in Allison and Victor. In frustration, Matheson questioned her actions. Panicked, Victor suggested they needed the experience and funds. Matheson argued that while mortals claim hell as other people, the real hell consists of beings like him, clearing his throat. He asserted that hell requires individuals like Victor, those who prioritize profit and are willing to engage in moral ambiguity for the greater good. Victor inquired whether Matheson was serious, but Matheson, insisting he preferred being called Melfi, remarked that Victor exhibited the traits of a beneficial business associate. Chocolate Dean wondered if this implied they could keep summoning demons for sustenance, but Allison objected to such actions in her temple. Melfi assured they could proceed and even proposed redirecting victims of layoffs to them to minimize severance costs. He then presented Victor with a document, subtly suggesting lucrative business prospects, including succubus brothels and casinos. He queried whether Victor was interested in having Hell invest in these ventures. Malfoy completed the agreement while assuring him that it genuinely functions. They hold the belief that one can acquire souls through successful transactions, with those historical Faustian deals being rather overused. To boost their shareholders' soul returns, they need to provide offers that leave mortals completely satisfied with their service. Afterward, Malfoy presented a flyer featuring demons claiming that their souls were protected under their care, highlighted by a magical hotline emblem. He mentioned how they managed to persuade their friends and family to part with their souls. Allison informed Malfoy that they had engaged in conflict with the local Demon King's minions, but Malfoy mentioned Brandon Mora from Mora Hell Corporate, which is their primary rival. He saw this as an opportunity for collaboration to dominate the market. Malfoy later told Victor that a portion of the profits would end up benefiting him. When Victor questioned if Malfoy was attempting to bribe him, Malfoy clarified that he was simply contributing to the community out of kindness. Victor inquired about chocolate, even if Malfoy was sincere. Dean explained that Malfoy's group was bound to the demons, which forced them into the situation. Allison asked if he would decline the offer, stating he would only do so if they genuinely required food and money. He confirmed their necessity, stating the food budget was tight and his guests were ravenous enough to consider consuming them. Allison asked Victor to agree with Malfoy, mentioning she needed more demon meat for her upcoming pie. He then noticed Malfoy, eagerly waving and awaiting his response. He informed Malfoy that they had an agreement regarding the demon reduction and that further discussions should be held with his dragon superior. Malfoy shook hands, expressing his excitement and promising to inform the board and return with an investment proposal, assuring him he wouldn't regret it. Later, Malfoy returned to Hell Palace, grateful that at least he was no longer present, while thanking Victor. Victor simply asked if she was still interested in having a drink that evening. She agreed but inquired if it would just be a drink with friends. He chuckled shyly, suggesting it could escalate if she was interested, which took her by surprise. Allison timidly scratched her head, uncertain of what to say. She quickly questioned him if he wasn't interested. Apologizing, she clarified that her preference was for girls. This revelation astonished Fearwoman, leaving him speechless. She expressed her hope that they could remain friends, to which he replied that of course they would, admitting he might have misinterpreted some signals. She thanked him for his understanding and suggested they could still grab that drink at a later date. Chocolate. He remained silent as he regarded them. They then strolled towards the village. Chocolate, feeling shy, inquired if he was all right. He replied that he was okay, just feeling a bit down. Chocolate. Dean mentioned she wasn't certain it was the perfect moment, but perhaps she could help lift his spirits. When he asked how, she gently took his hand, confessing she hadn't mustered the courage to say it before. She admitted she liked him and found him both cute and brave. Then she hesitantly asked if he wanted to mate with her. Victor was taken aback by this, and she added they could utilize his monster rider skills as well. Allison stared at her in disbelief. He thought Chocolate Dean seemed sweet and innocent, yet wondered if her feelings were genuine. Suddenly, he recalled her true nature, sending shivers down his spine. He nervously stated he didn't want to jeopardize their friendship, but Chocolate Dean reassured him it was okay, even suggesting he could ruin her clothes if he wished. Allison laughed at his uncertainty and requested some time to consider it, which pleased Chocolate Dean. Allison then proposed they hang out. She reminded Victor about their promise to have a drink and suggested they make it a group outing so he and Chocolate Dean could get better acquainted. Victor hesitated before responding and then agreed, departing shortly after. Dean inquired about the situation from Allison, who advised patience, explaining that Victor was somewhat reserved, so there was no need to hurry. Allison reassured her that there was no reason to fret, as she would accompany her. Meanwhile, Victor entered the village, taken aback by the unexpected developments. He recognized that Chocolate Dean was unpredictable and risky, yet she appeared sincere. Could it possibly be a ruse? Seeking his thoughts, he requested a ribbon for his opinion. Savory cautioned him, warning that if he accepted Chocolate Dean's proposal, he might find himself as her meal. Victor consented. Savory's called out to him, greeting and checking if his new position was too overwhelming. Victor responded that it was less harrowing than being abducted by a lake while Savory's merely stood by. Savory's countered that his own life was at stake, limiting his ability to assist. Victor questioned Severus about why he hadn't warned him about Allison's disinterest in males. Savory's explained he attempted to inform him, but fear of capture cut him off. Then, Victor noticed a woman beside Savory and inquired about her identity. The woman introduced herself as Lucy Lever from the Royal University of Ghana, Magni, explaining that her mentor, Archmage Nostradamus, sent her to verify the downfall of fear of beans. Victor gestured towards his side, allowing her to inspect for herself, which incited Furia's anger, who threatened that he would one day escape and take Victor's place in the sky. Savory's reminded Victor of his earlier mention regarding the new guildmaster of the Nightblades. Suddenly, Lucy displayed her mark, confirming she was indeed the leader of the Nightblades and accusing him of desertion. Stunned, he quickly relied on his monstrous insights. The truth about Lucy was unveiled. Lucy, a sinister lover and an alchemical vampire, possessed remarkable strength against numerous adversities, but was vulnerable to a few specific ones. As a leading student and a covert operative for Nostradamus, the mastermind orchestrating the Nightblades, she had the unsettling ability to read Victor's thoughts. She remarked on the intriguing nature of his powers, and he swiftly questioned her about how she managed to walk in daylight as a vampire. She responded with composure, explaining that the fairy flower nestled in her hair shielded her from the sun, a gift from an educator. He pressed her, stating that Severus informed him the Nightblades provided support to the Scorchers, asking if that indicated her allegiance to Brandon Mora. She replied that she would work for him for the right compensation, primarily serving Gata Magni. Her loyalty was to her finances. However, she wouldn't irritate Victor, as she wasn't naive enough to provoke a dragon. He expressed his fear and suggested she reconsider. Victor inquired about her presence, to which she explained that the Nightblades aimed to establish a trade location for their clandestine market, and if he stayed out of her way, she would ignore his departure, reminding him of the usual consequences. He questioned if she was threatening him, warning that if she harmed anyone or attempted to form a thieves' guild, he would retaliate, but she retorted that who would dare steal from a dragon except for him. She playfully commented on his expression, claiming it was just a jest. Moreover, she mentioned her prowess in resurrecting the dead, offering to teach him privately. He declined, shaking his head, then turned to leave, but she teased that it was his misfortune. To demonstrate her goodwill, she promised to reveal a secret. She informed him that Nostradamus had dispatched a formidable adventurer to check on her, suggesting he prepare for her imminent arrival. Stunned, he assured her he would take note, urging her to depart before he summoned help. The banker savers warned him of Lucy's intensity. He merely inquired when she would leave, and they indicated that it would be a few days after completing the necessary paperwork. He pledged to keep an eye on Lucy and warned that if she acted out, he wouldn't hold his tongue. Savers assured that there would be no theft or killings, as if Lucy had never existed. They observed her departure. Much later, once Lucy had distanced herself from the village, she caressed her fairy flower and informed her superior that she felt miserable, praising her and urging her to open the gift she had given. Lucy retrieved the box, but hesitated, asking O2 if this was a wise decision since fear of men had proven detrimental. Odudu replied that Mora was a foolish, prideful being who did not honor the dragon and wouldn't repeat that error. She had to proceed regardless of the outcome. When Otis inquired if Lucy feared the dragon more than her, Lucy immediately negated it, insisting she would gladly take any risk for her. But Odudu expressed skepticism about that, insisting her hands would remain clean. She commanded her to release her pet. Lucy hurriedly opened the box to reveal a small creature. This prompted her to ask if it was too small for battle. The bug managed to escape, while Otis reassured Lucy, stating that her kind had created those beings to harm what dragons cherished the most, and in a few weeks, the man of the night would be gone for good. Meanwhile, Vainqueur was deeply asleep in his treasure trove until he sensed something unusual. He leapt up in terror, exclaiming disbelief, and urgently summoned his workers. The kobolds wondered if he was hungry, to which he responded that he detected a significant change in the gold, describing it as numerous tiny coins, quaking at the prospect of an old enemy's return. He commanded them to awaken every available worker and capture a bug swiftly, for they were back. The kobolds were puzzled by his mention of they, but he simply replied with panic. The following day at the mansion, the undead were busy tidying up outside. Victor filled his mug with coffee and exhaled deeply as he opened the window. He cheerfully announced that he finally enjoyed a restful night in his own bed, a significant improvement over the filthy cave floor. However, his fears mocked him, suggesting that if he were truly undead, he wouldn't require sleep. In response, Victor countered that fear was always irritable in the mornings. Victor felt that nothing could dampen his spirits today. After relentless adventures, he was ready to relish some downtime. He even anticipated the gathering hosted by Allison, eager at the prospect of making a new friend. Just then, Vainqueur yelled at Rollo to continue digging, insisting they were in the right location. Rollo remarked that Vainqueur had claimed the same for the last 3 sites. Vainqueur then ordered Victor to stop idling and fetch a net, prompting Victor to curse under his breath as his tranquil morning was interrupted once more. He informed Jules that while Vainqueur intended to resurrect all his minions, those had been buried long ago. Jules responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, Rollo halted his digging, having spotted something. He revealed it was old Mackie still clutching his gold. Victor queried Vainqueur about robbing the dead, but Vainqueur nervously instructed them to proceed cautiously. One kobold stepped up to the treasure box while Victor inquired about the situation. The kobold retrieved an item from the box, causing Vainqueur to break into a cold sweat. He exclaimed in shock. The kobold then displayed an object that provoked a scream from Vainqueur. He noticed that the gold had been nibbled. He shouted that there were gold-eating insects present, trembling with anxiety, and declared it as a full-blown war. He spun around so quickly that he collided with Victor, recounting his youth. He reminisced about being a naive dragon attempting to rescue lost coins, believing he could succeed as he had in the past. However, he truly grasped the nature of the threat only upon seeing it firsthand. He was taken aback to discover insects devouring the gold, piece by piece. Trembling, he explained that the creatures consumed the gold using their mandibles. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the dragons had to eradicate them all. They scorched the nests from the air and secured all the gold for protection, as it was the only surefire method. Yet he now blamed the ferrymen for their return. The ferryman countered that they should always point fingers at the lick, questioning whether it was due to his lack of skin. Vainqueur scolded him, indicating he should have anticipated harboring such a monstrous entity. Unable to transform his gold into lead, he set those pests free in a panic. Eben noted he hadn't, asserting that his unlife wasn't centered around his treasure. Victor informed Vainqueur that he highly doubted fear was the cause, as he couldn't even move without assistance. Plus, it was merely one insect, and they had countless minions. Vainqueur, trembling, insisted that he wasn't grasping the situation. He recognized by the scent that it was a queen. The more she consumed, the larger she would become, and eventually she would reproduce, startling the cobblestones. Irked, Victor disregarded him, thanking him before instructing Victor to rally every minion to locate and annihilate the creature's nest. Victor asked the kobolds for better options than nets. Rollo mentioned he might have something. A decade ago, he faced a locust crisis and couldn't eliminate them despite his efforts. He eventually acquired a potent artifact capable of exterminating pests from a traveling trader, but its strength was so immense it ruined his crops alongside the locusts. He buried it in the desert, vowing never to use it again. However, Vainqueur had just inquired about the weapon's location from Rollo, who indicated it lay to the south of his fields. Rollo attempted to caution him, but Vainqueur insisted that his gold's destiny hinged on this matter. He commanded Victor to seize the map because they needed to depart immediately. Victor questioned whether they were leaving right away, to which Vainqueur replied that there was no time to linger. If they allowed the queen bug infestation to grow, they would be forced to eradicate the swarm yet again. In the meantime, Ko soared through the sky with her eagle. The eagle observed Victor discussing the location, which was situated among 3 cacti. Vainqueur expressed his distaste for that fruit. Victor playfully remarked that all fruits were green. Victor wondered if the dragons had dealt with the gold-devouring bugs, expressing his belief that the proud frost dragon had missed its target. He noted that one ice-based creature always faltered. Victor questioned the likelihood of an anti-dragon bug appearing just as he entered the region, speculating whether the lick had resurrected it before his humiliating defeat, while considering that the brat on Moira might be attempting to drive him out. Unbeknownst to him, he was being observed, with someone assessing his abilities. Utilizing her solar judgment attack, she struck Vainqueur from behind. He plummeted to the ground. The system indicated that the sun attack had surpassed his fire shield, causing him injury. He merely told Victor he felt a slight itch. Victor informed him it was, in fact, pain. He retorted that this was false, insisting that only mammals experienced pain. Kia, at level 70, informed Victor that the Reaper class was the worst imaginable. She inquired whether a soul was trapped within his weapon, asserting it was more dreadful than she had anticipated. Victor recognized her as the Shining Knight, having mistakenly perceived her as weaker. Vainqueur felt a sense of joy, having not lived up to his name for quite some time, Knight's Ban. He then unleashed his dragon fire attack against her. She evaded it effortlessly atop her eagle and harnessed her wind power and AI skill to counterattack. Courier instructed Victor to remain where he was while he pursued the airborne target, but Victor cautioned him that Kia had slain King Baylor, advising him to tread carefully. Courier responded that the farmer was merely the second worst peril of that era. He then launched an assault on Kia, warning her to be afraid. He introduced himself as Emperor Vainqueur, Knight's Ban, first of his name, the ultimate threat of that time. He ruled over the Whispers in the Alban Mountains and was the one who instilled fear. Kia acknowledged her awareness of his reputation and was thankful for their chance to avoid killing him. He inquired if she was familiar with the ferryman and received no response. Subsequently, he spoke of fear, suggesting a man had exploited numerous princesses for his dark enchantment. Vainqueur was prepared to unleash this spell upon the world if not stopped. He asked if she understood the essence of fear and the trials he endured. Kia was taken aback and attempted to reply, but Vainqueur claimed Victor had been captured by a fearsome woman who tortured him and forced him to consume baby coins. Kia screamed that it was untrue, and Victor concurred, stating Vainqueur was exaggerating. However, Vainqueur insisted that Victor had risked his life to ensnare the lynx, battling numerous demons until he gained sufficient strength to contain the foul creature. Kia expressed her regret, saying she had no prior knowledge. Vainqueur declared he was weary of human biases, asserting he was the finest dragon adventurer, while her kind never compensated him for resolving their dilemmas. Victor reminded Vainqueur of his belief that all species were inferior to dragons, to which he replied it wasn't bias, but fact. Vainqueur quietly inquired about Victor's classes. Victor questioned whether Kia was pursuing him based on her magical insight into his occupation, labeling it as class profiling. Kia, startled, denied this, explaining she utilized her comma scan, prompting Victor to assert she was doing it again. She hastily apologized, realizing she should have assessed their karma earlier, mistakenly thinking they were villains rather than benevolent mercenaries. Vainqueur retorted that an apology was insufficient and demanded her flying car as compensation. She apologized once more, clarifying that there had been a mix-up. She requested to heal them first, and then proceeded to do so. Vainqueur was fully restored. Victor expressed that he was getting accustomed to this, but Vainqueur admitted he wasn't. He demanded 5 griffins as compensation. She replied that she'd see what could be arranged. She graciously introduced herself as Kia, mentioning it was a pleasure to meet them. They merely stared at her, prompting her to inquire if something was amiss. Victor informed the guards that he never expected to encounter her in person and asked if she was the renowned Shining Knight. However, Vainqueur immediately interrupted Victor, insisting he cease speaking. He sought an apology since Tia had attacked him. She assured him that if she had known the Lick was using malevolent magic threatening the world, she would have intervened. He retorted that her understanding fell short of grasping humanity's wickedness, which he considered pure evil. She thought that if a dragon spoke thus, she preferred to avoid the grim specifics. Victor looked away, feeling remorseful as fear of man simmered anger within him. She informed Victor he must have enrolled in the Curse Reaper class to address the issue, sacrificing his principles for the greater good, finding it difficult. He simply leaned back, conceding she could say that. Still, Vainqueur insisted on a roasted griffin for her betrayal, striking fear into her eagle. Victor suggested they forgive and move on since Keo was nearly as powerful and they had monsters to track down. She told Vancouver she wouldn't part with her Griffon, but they should resolve her foolishness, promising assistance on their quest and offering a different reward. Gratefully, Victor mentioned he was attentive. She produced an agate and warp stone, an item usable once that could teleport him and nearby companions to any place he'd previously visited. She displayed it, explaining it bypassed teleportation defenses. She always carried two for emergencies. He remarked it was ideal, as it spared him from the fatigue of flying back to his horde, gracefully accepting her token and forgiving her transgression. He added that any other dragon might have exacted a deadly price for her insolence, but he was magnanimous. She scratched her neck upon hearing about dragons, prompting Victor to inquire if she had encountered other dragons before. She responded that she had battled one in a swamp, recalling its name as Blight Swamp. Victor expressed his gratitude, astonished that she had lived in a swamp without even a cave. He then asked her about the location of the cactus fruits, but Victor simply requested her autograph, to which she agreed. As they moved towards the cacti, Victor told Kea that she ignited his desire to become an adventurer. She inspired many, yet she reminded him that he too was well regarded and inquired about his origins. He mentioned he hailed from Chicago, USA. She found it interesting and shared that she was born in Ethiopia. She had never anticipated a second chance at life and felt thankful to the gods. Victor wondered if she was adventurous as well. She concurred, claiming he had spoken the words she was thinking. Suddenly, Vancouver came to a halt, noticing something. He gazed at the imposing cacti ahead. Victor stated that they had arrived at the intended spot. He commanded Victor and Kea to act while questioning whether he was merely going to observe. He replied that his status as a dragon meant their protests were irrelevant. Approaching Victor, she remarked that it felt like a fresh start and inquired what they were searching for. Victor indicated it was some sort of bug-repelling device. Coincidentally, something metallic on the ground drew Vancouver's eye. He noted it glimmered in the sunlight, implying its efficacy. Yet Kea and Victor shared that sentiment. It was a magical insect repellent commonly found on Earth. Vancouver questioned Victor if the device could genuinely drive away the ancient evil from his territory. Victor replied that his treasure sense hinted at its magical enhancement, leaving him curious about how it arrived in Raymond. He inquired about the type of insect monster he intended to use it against. Victor described it as the most vile being, capable of annihilating all that is virtuous, if not confronted. He found it thrilling and asked if they were formidable enough for her to defeat. He informed her that her assistance would be needed to eliminate the infestation. They had to locate the queen quickly before she became too large. Victor inquired about her potential size, to which he responded that it would vary based on the amount of gold she could consume. She could grow nearly as large as him. Victor realized it was time to mention that Jules was undead. The workers had discovered some gold veins while murmuring. As the kobolds were occupied with their digging, they heard a strange sound. Suddenly, a massive stone shattered and an enormous bug emerged in a furious manner, causing the kobolds to flee in terror. Amid the chaos, Jules was astonished by the sight before him. Moments later, they reached the scene, witnessing swarms of bugs and one colossal creature. The queen advanced toward the village, inciting panic among the villagers, who fled in all directions. Children cried out in distress for their village. Vancouver shouted in fright for his horde, while Victor panicked over his treasured belongings. Fear was rampant. Thank You rushed toward the bugs, urging them to hurry, while Victor implored Vancouver to stop, but Kea advised him to hold on tight. Together, they soared into the bug-infested village. Meanwhile, Chocolate Dean attempted to catch the bugs while Clausen screamed to safeguard his coins. Rollo and Allison were fighting off some of the bugs, and undead Junior Vancouver worked to defend Victor's estate. That day, Minionkind faced a stark reminder. A massive leg clutched the tower. They felt a deep fear as a massive insect approached the tower, fixing its gaze on them. The others erupted in panic, crying out that their fate was sealed. However, Red urged them to hold their positions and protect the horde, just as the creature leaped toward them, colliding into the group and sending them sprawling aside while it successfully made its way into the tower. Victor informed Kea about the sheer number of foes, but she activated her powers and declared that their numbers would dwindle soon. Then she unleashed her attack, wielding Sola Judgment. Chocolate shielded her eyes from the blinding light and asked Victor if he had a new companion, but he instructed her to summon everyone to his mansion with their savings, emphasizing the need to consolidate the swarm for destruction. Chocolate responded affirmatively and dashed off to relay the message. Meanwhile, the queen bug made her arrival at Vancouver's gold bolt, until the ceiling began to fracture as Vancouver descended, shaking the ground beneath. He taunted her, claiming to have devoured countless thieves and vanquished the source of wickedness. He produced a magical bug spray and demanded to know if she experienced fear. Furious, the queen bug shrieked at him, but he reassured her that her screams were futile against his powerful weapon. Suddenly, she charged at him, causing him to stumble back slightly. He swiftly sprayed her face, shouting, "Sneak attack!" She cried out in agony, and the system indicated she was wounded with a high level of effectiveness, as he tainted the surrounding air. Without warning, she unfurled her wings, took to the air, and launched a toxic assault on him. The system indicated that he suffered from insect damage, yet his poison resistance negated the effects of the toxin. He suddenly understood that she was the origin of the delectable poison. The Marquis had provided it. He remarked that it was so exquisite he'd partaken it alongside a cow. However, his words faltered when he caught sight of her gathering energy for another strike, leaving him bewildered and disoriented. She unleashed her energy, forcefully propelling him against the bulbous entrance. The gate shattered, granting the queen access to his hoard. The queen descended onto the mountain of gold and let out a triumphant shout at the sight of the abundant food before her, while he lay on the ground, racked with pain. Meanwhile, in the village, numerous insects were attacking everyone's gold. The palace utilized her bug barrier as her chocolate team unleashed fire bursts to fend off the creatures. Sabers directed the kobolds to move the gold into the mansion. Victor and Cure arrived at the mansion, providing relief to Sabers. Victor inquired if all the gold was secure inside. Sabers confirmed this and detailed that was all he had managed to reclaim. Victor asked Sabers to clarify what he meant by reclaiming. Sabers, trembling, explained it as safeguarding gold from vacant homes and providing work to street urchins and orphans. He expressed delight in their effort, while Victor questioned if pickpocketing qualified as legitimate work. Sabers responded that he never claimed it was an honest job. He instructed everyone to line up, placing fighters in front and spellcasters at the back. Allison sounded a warning that the insects were advancing, and a swarm hurtled toward the mansion. They rushed ahead, with Kia instructing Victor to follow her swiftly. Up front, Victor skillfully battled a large insect in his path and effortlessly dealt with another one. He mentioned to her that he believed the larger creatures were the leaders, and she replied that she would take care of them. Together, they launched an offensive against the cluster of insects at the forefront. Inside the tower, Vainqueur composed himself, rising furiously. He yelled at her to keep her hands off his minions. Just as she was about to strike him again, he halted her, claiming he had a plan. He called for the bug spray and shouted, "Combination attack!" Then they pressed the spray together, igniting it with his fiery breath. She cried out in agony and fell to the ground as he tossed away the empty bottle. He swiftly seized her body, instilling fear in her, and demanded she leave with him. The Rangers were startled by a loud explosion and witnessed Vainqueur soaring into the sky, clutching the queen bug, her power propelling him higher and drawing in the smaller creatures. Victor indicated the final large bug, filled with dread and accompanied by another insect. Anger surged through the bugs as Rollo leaped onto the giant one, declaring he had a solution, and unleashed his power to tame creatures. The bug was hurled into the galaxy, hearing Rollo's claim that gold would satisfy its hunger, though it only brought pain. Instead, Rollo asserted he would reveal life's true essence, the farm. This perplexed the bug. Rollo urged it to observe the flourishing crops and the splendid livestock of the farm. He remarked that in this straightforward existence, gold and riches were merely illusions, with only the farm holding true significance. The system revealed to him that he had effectively subdued a princess who consumed gold-eating insects. The villagers erupted in cheers, celebrating the disappearance of the gold-eating pests. He inquired of Victor about the events that led to the cessation of the insect attacks. Victor explained that their queen was defeated, and Rollo had taken control over the new leader, thus marking the end. Simultaneously, Vainqueur soared past the clouds, ascending into the sky and onward into space, proclaiming that he had exiled her from all of space and time. Once in the abyss of space, he hurled her away forcefully. It was startling to witness a massive and blazing fire hurtling toward her. Upon impact, the fire struck her, causing a violent explosion. Subsequently, the system informed him that he had advanced a level in Dragon Kaiser. This prompted him to consider doing it more frequently. The following day, Victor informed Vainqueur about the transformation of the gold-eating bug princess, while Rollo revealed the gold to her. She turned away in repulsion, yet he remained doubtful and insisted on further evidence. Rollo scattered numerous nails on the ground. Then the system applauded them, because the gold-eating insect princess had shifted her appetite. She was now a lead-eating insect princess. Ventura exclaimed in wonder at the remarkable change, noting that every creature could forge a noble path and thrive like a dragon, save for the fear of fear itself. Ben was pure malevolence and must be eradicated. Rollo claimed that any creature could become a farm animal if it exerted enough effort. He envisioned a future where all animals turned into farm animals, and the entire world would belong to him as a farm. Unbeknownst to them, someone was observing from behind a bush. Lucy realized the situation was futile and suspected her master would not approve. Moments later, they entered the village and observed the kobolds busy with repairs and cleaning. Victor stated that the insect was on a warning. If it strayed too close to his gold, it would be sent off to join its kind in outer space. He found it hard to believe they were already polluting space prior to the onset of the industrial era. Upon glancing upward, he was taken aback to find Kier resting. Malfoy, I believe we are inquiring about its meaning and whether it's another insect. Kier mentioned discovering a demon, but Malfoy informed Victor that the paladin was intruding on his personal area. Victor approached them, reassuring Kier by stating that Malfoy was with them. He questioned their trust in a demon, to which Malfoy responded, asking if it pertained to his kind. He remarked that he didn't have a choice in his birth. Cora suggested that she ought to reconsider her judgment against his kind, causing Kier to feel uneasy. Victor presented Malfoy and mentioned he had investment proposals for them. Malfoy proclaimed he had the deal of a lifetime. He felt remorseful, realizing that Kier wasn't opposed to demons since she had demon acquaintances. Malfoy spoke of a new collaboration for item stores. Initially, Nethermart would launch, and when Victor inquired about the costs, Malfoy revealed it would take half of the profits. However, Vancouver wanted it set at 5/5/10 as his personal mark. Victor agreed to manage the documentation. Malfoy passed the contract to Victor, expressing his delight in doing business with him. Kier was frustrated. She believed Victor was against the Demon King and his brand, yet now he was engaging with his associates. Malfoy insisted that Infercorp should not be likened to their competitors, noting that Moira held corporate ID because they prioritized their clientele. Victor believed that they were facing off against the Demon King, leading him to a realization. He expressed his suspicion that Brandon Moira was the one orchestrating the insect assaults. This revelation left Vancouver stunned. Victor inquired about the likelihood of those creatures reappearing right after their arrival in the area. Vancouver assured Victor that he grasped the situation. They needed to thwart Moira, who aimed to liberate the malevolent ferryman and reintroduce darkness into the world. However, Victor lamented that the most concerning aspect was Moira's possession of hazardous weapon plans. Pierre eagerly asked if they intended to confront the Demon King. Vancouver replied that they would launch their attack once his castle and vault door were repaired. Kier wanted to accompany them, emphasizing that Brandon Moira was a formidable fighter, being half elf and half demon. Engaging him without assistance would be perilous. Courier added that Moira was an elf, likening them to sheep since they grazed on grass. He would consume more like a sheep, but welcomed additional shields, so she could join. She was thrilled to hear this and departed with a smile. Malfoy expressed gratitude and mentioned they would begin construction soon, cheering them on to surpass their rivals. Vancouver soared away, informing Victor he was returning to his treasure, reminding him not to forget to gather a group of princesses for their next mission. Victor nodded in agreement. Kia asked Victor if there was an inn available for her to rent a room. He offered the guest rooms in his house and suggested they check out the place before heading out for a drink. She agreed. A few hours later, Victor, Kia, Allison, and the chocolate team celebrated their triumph. Victor mentioned how nice it felt to finally enjoy a peaceful evening, but Allison cautioned him not to jinx it. Chocolate expressed her enthusiasm for cooking the insects, envisioning delightful dishes akin to shrimp. Kia reminisced about her time protecting a village from monster hordes, excitedly sharing that she had leveled up and inquiring about Victor's progress. He mentioned he had reached level 30 and was unable to level up any further. It was time for him to seek out a crest, but he inquired about what a crest actually was. He clarified that crests were powerful artifacts that enabled individuals to surpass level heroic crests were even more uncommon and necessary for advancing beyond level. Once he achieved level 99, he could enter Valhalla and confront a poppy disease. He was taken aback by this information and wondered if it was akin to attaining godhood. Chocolate. He replied that all deities were simply individuals who reached level 99, successfully underwent Valhalla's trial, and attained the legendary level. However, Kia informed him that no one truly knew what awaited in Valhalla, and the gods remained silent on the matter. Allison remarked to Kia that she was the closest among them to reaching level. She could hardly believe she was sharing drinks with the famed Bright Knight. Kia responded that while that was her title, she was merely a student who had been struck by a truck, feeling fortunate to have a second chance. He asked them to pause and if they had also been hit by a truck. Allison affirmed this, expressing that it was odd. But Chocolate, Dean questioned what a truck was. He eyed them curiously, asking about the truck's color. They both replied it was white. He slammed his hand on the table in disbelief, proclaiming they had all encountered the same truck. Yet Kia clarified it wasn't just any truck, but one known as truck. Meanwhile, Chocolate was still curious about what a truck entailed. Later, Allison mentioned she hadn't realized how much she had drunk. He asked if he needed to carry her home, but she assured him she would handle drunken Kia. Instead, she asked him to escort Chocolate home for safety in the dark. He inquired if that was for Chocolate Dean or everyone else. Allison assured him there was something crucial he should be aware of since he was accompanying Kia. She warned him that as long as she was alive, harems would not be tolerated. She asked if they understood one another. He nervously confirmed this, and Allison promised to watch over Chocolate. Dean awaited their return. He strolled with Chocolate. Remembering Allison's frightening expression, he associated it with Chocolate. Despite possibly being a werewolf, he thought Allison was the genuinely terrifying one, Chocolate. He recalled her expressing a desire for more moments like this, where people and monsters coexisted harmoniously. Curious if she truly believed it, he questioned her, since he thought she had eliminated all adventurers who ventured too close. She explained it was merely because they always attempted to hunt them first. While pondering this in heaven, she wondered why civilized beings held animosity towards them. He remarked that maybe it was because werewolves, monsters, and predators were often seen as potential meals. Chocolate, Dean cheerfully concurred, stating they were driven from the cities that could sustain them due to the lack of meat. This cycle perpetuated. Additionally, by establishing a self-sufficient monster community, they could inspire others and demonstrate to civilized beings that coexistence could yield peace and perhaps even trade. Victor smiled, asking if she intended to seek peace rather than consumption. She affirmed, claiming it was synonymous. He was pleasantly surprised by her contemplation. Inquiring about its feasibility, he expressed hope, recalling how he once deemed dragons as mindless beasts, yet here he was mingling with one. Preferably, he would enjoy drinks with monsters over fighting them. Moments later, they arrived at Chocolate Teen's residence. She suggested they say goodnight, admitting her brother didn't approve of him. He reassured her it was fine, and they'd see one another the next day. He gazed at her, reconsidering his perspective on Chocolate, realizing she genuinely cared. Perhaps she wasn't as daunting as he thought. Their lips nearly brushed when someone interrupted him. He turned, surprised to see Charlene standing there, recalling her voice. Charlene, visibly irritated, questioned if she was intruding. The next day, in Pink Ranger's book, her Immortal Dragon Chapter 2, The Dragon's Desire, Vainqueur lay peacefully amidst his treasure. Victor found himself contemplating Vainqueur's wealth, pondering how to convey his true emotions to his enchanting dragon master, but he had to keep his affection hidden. Suddenly, Vainqueur summoned Victor, who felt a wave of fear and inquired about the reason. He expressed his gratitude, calling Victor the brilliant jewel of his collection, and mentioned that his significant day was approaching. He encouraged Victor to indulge himself and suggested he relax on the gold. At that moment, Black inquired of Pink what she was composing. Blue grabbed the paper, prompting Pink to insist he return it promptly, as it wasn't for public eyes. Blue wondered if it was the continuation of War of the Horde, but instead he stumbled upon the tender tale of Victor and Vainqueur. This revelation left him stunned while Pink struggled to reclaim her work. Blue remarked he felt undead, but still held some fear. He asked Pink what she was up to, and she simply replied that a story in her mind wouldn't let go. Blue questioned the connection to lizards, deeming it worse than her poor fisherman romance narrative. Pink argued that their emperor Vainqueur, their Lord Victor, and the treasure were destined for one another, forming an ideal trio. Black chuckled, asserting their affection was platonic, claiming everyone recognized that Chief Victor would eventually be with Chocolate. Yet Red confessed he sensed something about Vicky's arrival. Yellow turned to Charlie, expressing optimism about her chances with Victor. Just then, someone cleared their throat, seeking their notice. He greeted Charlene, asking if she was new and what her name was. She responded that she was Charlene, the new Adventurers Guild representative in Murmuring class, introducing herself. He claimed, without boasting, that he held sway over the town. Red questioned him on when that was. Charlene mentioned she had tasks to attend to. The guild had assigned her to this small town alongside her ex, and she was not feeling cheerful. Red remarked that it was a tough situation. He offered to show her around to lift her spirits, to which she retorted with a suggestion of never. This response elicited a hearty laugh from Red. He then declared that they would embark on their journey as esteemed members of the vendor company. Red returned to his companions to inquire about their conversation. Yellow informed him that Pink was once again crafting fan stories, but Pink insisted that they didn't grasp that it was her sole outlet for creativity. Pink also mentioned shyly that when Vainqueur requested her to write about the lead event, she ended up penning a fanfic featuring Fisherman and Vainqueur. Red reminded her that everyone was aware of how challenging the event that shall not be named was. They needed to train vigorously to prevent a recurrence. He then pointed out that a monster was feasting on Rollo's crops. If this continued, the animals would starve uselessly, ruining the grand feast. Pink wanted to know who would commit such a cruel act. Was it the fiends? Red revealed it was worse than that. It was a rabbit. Not just any rabbit, but a black one with a horn. If they didn't eliminate it, all their fields would be threatened. The Rangers felt frightened. Yellow inquired whether they could defeat it given its sword-like ears. Blue mentioned that black rabbits were capable of magic. Red scolded Blue, urging everyone to remain composed. There was no greater honor than to perish so Vainqueur could feast. Red reminded them of Victor's words, that they were the elite among minions. Blue and the others, feeling ashamed for their fear, apologized. Blue lifted his weapon and proclaimed they would fight for the treasure. Black declared they were forged from gold. Yellow cried that they would doom their foes. Pink asserted they fought for their king. They all shouted in unison that they were the Kobold Rangers, resulting in a massive explosion that sent quartz flying. It landed right in front of Charlie. Soon, they arrived at Rollo's farm. Red noted the eerie silence and warned them to prepare. Just then, they detected an approaching presence. Red announced that it was coming. The rabbit, filled with rage, questioned how they could obstruct his joy. Red shouted back, declaring that they were the Kobold Rangers and would protect Ventura's pantry from him. Yellow insisted that he would not be allowed to pass. Allison, alongside Chocolate, who was assisting her brother, noticed the Rangers. The rabbit informed the Rangers that their courageous declarations were meaningless. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be consumed, and his horn would be stained with their unworthy blood. While the Ranger perceived the black rabbit as enormous, it appeared quite small to everyone else. The rabbit mocked them, inviting them to approach and dubbing them his hunger minions. He then summoned an army of rabbits. Red fired at them with his gun and commanded his companions to defend the fence, instructing Pink to sing while Blue used his pebble to assist in the attack. Pink, who was singing, joined Yellow and Blue in their assault on the black rabbit. Pink's song carried lyrics urging them to remember, fear him, and take up their swords. Rise and fight, battle for the treasure, and the wicked shall perish in the king's flame. The system revealed Pink's melody, which boosted her friend's strength by 5. They swiftly overcame the white rabbit summoned by the black rabbit. However, the black rabbit struck the Black Ranger with lightning, sending him sprawling, causing Pink to call out for him. Black crashed forcefully to the ground. Yellow charged forward, furiously declaring that it would face justice and calling it a cowardly fiend. Yellow struck its horn, but it remained unfazed. The rabbit leapt into the air and delivered a kick that sent Yellow crashing down. Red urged Pink to summon the mimic sword, although she protested that they couldn't control it. Nonetheless, Red insisted. Pink then sang of the radiant sword and bright blade trapped within the stone. The black rabbit executed a flying kick at Blue before turning its aggression towards Red. The boys were on the field. It signaled to Pink that she was the last barrier between him and his meal. Just then, Junior Banker arrived, threatening the rabbit with the agony akin to 1,000 fatalities from his blade. Drawing his sword from his back, he swiftly launched an assault on the rabbit with his fiery weapon. However, the rabbit retaliated with its sacred horn. Their weapons clashed. Junior Banker returned his sword to its scabbard. The black rabbit was severed in 2, proclaiming that they were all food and would remain that way. Pink spotted the white rabbit fleeing in terror and joyfully exclaimed that they were retreating. The system informed Pink that she had leveled up twice and that her enhanced song would last twice as long. The Rangers erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. But then Junior Vainqueur noticed the sword. As they folded it away, Yellow reassured Junior Banker that their swords were strong. Yellow, while panicking about his own sword, conceded and joked he would use an axe next time. Red interjected that their priority was the safety of the vegetables. Pink joyfully declared that their day of boasting was secure. The vampire foes were numerous, yet wherever malevolence threatens the harvest, the Kobold Rangers shall stand strong in the name of their majesty. A knight arrived at the mansion. Inside, Victor Sathe, the ferryman, laughed and called them fools, questioning their belief that they could keep him restrained. He claimed all their challenges had only led them back to him and their impending doom. He proposed they resolve matters, then revealed his true form, urging them to despair. Suddenly, Victor opened a cabinet, asking the ferryman why he was yelling at such an hour. The ferryman replied that he was practicing for his anticipated escape. He then inquired why Victor was not asleep. Victor mentioned he heard Junior barking outside. They venture outdoors, concerned, and inquire why Victor is preoccupied. He questions the purpose of having undead minions if he doesn't leverage them to solve his issues. He suggests sending the paladin to the guest quarters since she doesn't contribute anything. Victor explains that she sleeps deeply, particularly after a couple of drinks, and he was checking on her personally because he struggles to rest. They express concern, wondering if it's due to Victor being caught in a romantic entanglement. Victor denies it, stating he believed his relationship with Charlie was finished. Junior barks at something unseen, prompting him to ask the dog what's provoking it. Suddenly, a bright light catches his eye, making him question if it's already morning. A white truck unexpectedly approaches, disturbing the grave markers and alarming them. Fearful, he urges them to move aside. Junior warns that it's perilous. They quickly leap to safety as the truck speeds away, leaving them bewildered. Stunned, he ponders what just occurred. The following morning, Vancouver asks what a truck is, wondering if it's a type of livestock. Victor explains that it was the vehicle responsible for his death on Earth. Vancouver probes if Victor was undead from the beginning. Kier inspects the gold golem while Victor clarifies he was reincarnated in their realm after the incident. He questions whether he's losing his mind, but she confirms the tire marks are evident. She insists it was indeed Truck 1, baffled as to why it attempted to hit him again. Banker asserts that regardless of the motive, he'll protect his chief of staff from harassment. They plan to track down the cow on wheels and confront it. Tia attempts to clarify that it's not an edible creature, but Victor interrupts her with a shake of his head. Eventually, they reach the accident site. Victor notes the location of the incident, detecting the scent of fish and burning oil, feeling it all seems peculiar. Victor notices the tracks appear a few meters away and chuckles, suggesting the driver might be a wizard capable of teleportation. However, he questions why he was attacked on 2 separate occasions, and prompts Victor to consider whether they should be pondering these matters at all. She tells Khan that it has struck again. She expresses to Victor that perhaps they are revealing secrets that humanity was not intended to uncover. Baker remarks it's good that she finally acknowledges her lack of knowledge, but as an immortal dragon, he refuses to give up. Victor glances back and observes something unusual. The truck seems to have steered clear of older gravestones, which appear ancient compared to others. Baker informs Victor they didn't clear those tombs while pursuing the vile insect queen and speculates they might house treasures. Victor examines the pristine graves. The first belongs to Satu Subaru, the second to Sora Watara, and the last to Ichigo Kareda. Tia points out they all have Japanese names. Vancouver grumbles about the term truck in Japanese, questioning when the Manleys will learn proper words, while Keen and Victor merely exchange knowing nods. Moments later, Allison wonders if they refer to the names on the oldest tombstones. She apologizes for not checking earlier, but now realizes they all sound Japanese. She asks if anyone is familiar with those buried there, to which Allison replies no, clarifying that Rollo had murmured about them for the longest time. Those tombstones were present when he arrived in the village. Victor and Chocolate exchange an awkward look. Then Allison mentions that Rollo has discovered odd circles in the crops lately that resemble vehicle tracks. Vancouver angrily tells Allison that a wild animal is endangering his food supplies and questions why she hadn't alerted him. Allison responds that with the Caballos safeguarding the crops, she hadn't felt concerned. She recommends he check with the group, who usually receive reports about peculiar happenings. Meanwhile, Chocolate turns to Victor, about to bring up the night they almost kissed. But he stops her, stating it's not the right moment with Charlene around. Charlene, overhearing, acknowledges it and inquires about another occasion. Allison let out a sigh, realizing she should have also dismissed the idea of love triangles. This situation was proving more complex than she had anticipated. Chocolate? Dean reassured her it was fine. She would simply outmaneuver her competitors. They soon arrived at the group's workspace. Banker mentioned to Victor that the scent resembled what he encountered in the graveyard. The creature that assaulted him and damaged his crops was the same. Yet she inquired why the truck-like creature was present and what was peculiar about this town. Victor met Charlie, though the encounter was awkward. Charlene shot him a disapproving glance. The system indicated that Victor had suffered from cold damage. Watching the scene unfold, Tia remarked it felt uncomfortable. Banker concurred, stating he could wait for his new team. Charlie then told Q it was nice to meet her and acknowledged Vancouver. She asked how she could assist them after they recounted their experiences. Charlene mentioned that they occasionally received minor complaints regarding the truck, typically from a group called New World Order. Grateful notes were made. The name rang a bell for Victor, who explained that a member of that faction had caused them trouble before, prompting a cowboy to step in. Tia expressed disdain for them, noting they were convinced Earth was a paradise they would be reborn into. She added nervously that they persistently sought what they claimed and wouldn't accept refusal. Charlene noted she was aware they financed various quests in the region. She would need some time to gather the information. Kia said it would be beneficial if she could acknowledge their efforts and then inquired about her 3 princesses as the celebration day was approaching. Charlene stated she had one mission for them titled The Demon King's Captive. It was a gold-ranked quest commissioned by King Ronald Gatto Magni. The mission involved rescuing Princess Murphy, the king's niece, who had been abducted by the malevolent Brandon Mora during the war and used as a pawn. The reward would be the king's gratitude to the one who brought her back, provided it was reasonable. Victor questioned whether Brandon Mora had multiple captives. Charlene claimed it was worse, more of a burden. Noble women offered to powerful demons for strength formed part of his grand scheme. Mora remained alive solely to thwart an assault while guarding Magna. Ventura yelled for the release of the princesses, boasting about a day dedicated to maintaining the royal order. He warned that such reckless actions jeopardized the species' survival. He told Victor that once his vault was repaired, they would vanquish the wicked creature and safeguard the princesses. He enthusiastically said to count her in. Victor replied that he would prepare for the journey. Victor then inquired if he could speak with Charlene. She simply questioned what there was to discuss. She had requested to be relocated there to see him again, only to discover he had moved on. She congratulated him, admitting her mistake in believing they could have been anything more than a brief encounter. He clarified that he hadn't anticipated seeing her again. After Hot Armor, had he known, he would have waited. She asked him earnestly what he would choose if given the chance to leave Knightsman. He replied uncertainly, questioning why it mattered. He didn't believe he could depart, even if he wished to. She gazed at Victor, astonished. Sure, she mentioned that she had reflected on the situation. She felt she could move past the other woman, but desired a straightforward and secure relationship. They wouldn't achieve that if he continued associating with knights. She believed he chose to stay, not out of necessity, but because it was what he enjoyed. Victor was taken aback upon hearing her words. Meanwhile, Kara observed them quietly. He approached them with a heavy heart. She inquired if he was all right and offered her support. He reassured her that he was fine and merely needed some time to think. However, Vancouver questioned the need for contemplation since he was Victor's right-hand man and among the best on the team. Surely he would find someone better. Victor sadly concurred, adding maybe. Night had fallen and he found himself in his large home. Gazing out the window, he hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful evening. He then lay down, recognizing the need for rest. Suddenly, individuals deactivated their cloaking devices. They covered his mouth and nose with a cloth, causing him to drift off to sleep. 3 unfamiliar men seized him. One instructed his companion to take the chosen one to the designated location and shouted a rallying cry for the inexperienced orc. Moments later, Kia knocked on Victor's door to share her discoveries from the basement. She persistently rapped on the door, informing Victor about a century-old wine she had found and inquiring if he was interested in having a drink. When no response came, she assumed Victor must be asleep. Perhaps that was for the best. She wanted to lift his spirits, but doubted he would drown his troubles in alcohol as she did. Then she realized the door to Victor's room stood ajar. She figured it would be all right to sneak a peek as long as she remained quiet. With that thought in mind, she cautiously entered the room, only to find it completely empty, which shocked her. Stepping further in, she glanced around and was astonished to see Junior and the undead restrained. Anxiously, she called out for Victor. Meanwhile, Victor was deep in thought, once again captured. This marked the 3rd time this year, and it was becoming frustrating. The figures in red cloaks raised their hands, and one proclaimed that the chosen one was now conscious, allowing the isekai ritual to commence. The crowned individual expressed regret for Victor's abduction on behalf of the New World Order, assuring him it was for their noble cause. To his surprise, Victor noticed a circular symbol on the ground and asked if it was the crop circle Allison had mentioned. He realized they were responsible for the truck incident, but the man claimed it was the sacred truck acting of its own accord. The blue-haired figure informed Victor that ever since the prophet mentioned the mystical land of Japan, they had tirelessly worked towards reaching it. The crowned one elaborated that through studying Truck One's forbidden lore, they had discovered a method. The location served as a sacred ground for a truck. It was said that all Japanese individuals from Earth were reincarnated there, despite the frequent threat of being swiftly consumed by monsters. They pondered the consequences if the holy truck were to tip over. There remained some who were still present. 2 men joyfully informed Victor of his imminent reincarnation in Japan. This was the reverse isekai they had been anticipating, awaiting a powerful individual whose isekai energy would draw in the holy truck. Victor felt a wave of fear upon realizing their seriousness, inquiring if they truly intended to summon a truck to run him over for that purpose. They affirmed their intentions. He questioned why anyone would desire such a fate. The blue-skinned man expressed his wish for a harem alongside his own waifu. The other man enthusiastically declared his desire for a schoolgirl spouse, a demi-human with feline traits, perhaps even a raccoon, and a lowly one who would be a 1,000-year-old immortal, which he argued would justify it. Victor had heard enough. He hesitated his escape until he understood their motivations, recognizing them to be worse than he had imagined, selfish and deluded. He wondered who had misled them about Japan. Suddenly, a light flickered behind them. They assumed it was their moment and pleaded for the holy truck to transport them to the sacred land. Victor's expression brightened as he realized it was Vancouver. He instructed the Aucklands to chant Japan once more. But the orc hurled a weapon at him, urging them to flee. Vainker unleashed fire from his mouth, sending them into a panic. He then checked on Victor while freeing him from bondage. Victor expressed his relief at seeing him, but questioned why it felt unusual. The blue-haired man gestured, indicating the route back to their barn, oblivious to the presence nearby. Upon reaching that location, Kia aimed her sword at his throat, asserting her intent to stop him. Rollo interrupted them, asserting he had detected orc presence near the fields, although no one trusted the ranger. The Red Ranger angrily commands the enemy to place their hands behind their heads. Meanwhile, Dean expresses curiosity about the chocolate, wondering if it's edible because she believes it could be delicious. He replies that the decision rests with Vancouver, but just then she notices a brilliant light heading towards her and swiftly jumps aside, shouting that it's coming their way. The Blue Ranger, however, does not evade it and exclaims that he has waited his entire life for this moment, pleading with the truck to take him to Japan. Yet the truck swerves to avoid him, leaving him bewildered. This unexpected turn of events leaves him feeling perplexed. It steers clear of others, directly heading towards Allison. Fortunately, Kia seizes her and leaps aside to escape it. However, the truck veers toward Victor, prompting him to plead with the gods. Not again. Fortunately, Vancouver employs his tails to shatter it into fragments and stall time itself. Victor shields his face, expressing concern for Vancouver, who simply replies that it belongs to him. Then the truck collapses to the ground. It lands in chocolate, and they are astonished to find the truck has vanished, leaving only a ravaged area behind. Ultimately, the true nature of the truck remains an enigma, but she doubts it will return anytime soon. The cultists are too despondent to retaliate, and surprisingly, even the truck seems to have principles. It informs Victor that the issue lies with the lick, not the orcs, suggesting he should reinforce his cave. Victor agrees and thanks it for rescuing him, then inquires how it knew he was in peril without his awareness. Vainkur had been soaring above his house, keeping a watch over him. Yet he simply tells Victor he is a dragon and possesses omniscience. Victor responds by saying that sounds logical. He then mentions Charlene's warning about not having a stable relationship while with him, and Vainkur questions why he would forsake a good life for one human. Victor admits he also found it puzzling, suspecting it wouldn't be successful from the start. Meanwhile, a chocolate treat is secretly observed by him from a distance. He reassures Victor, acknowledging his desire to perpetuate his kind, but emphasizes that there's no need for excessive worry since the village is teeming with helpers who will introduce many more options. Surely he will come across a suitable woman among them for partnership. Upon hearing this, Victor lets out a sigh and concedes that his friend may have a point, but then inquires why it's only May when he's consistently accurate. Victor explains that he and Charlene have different aspirations, suggesting he should accept that and seek someone with shared interests. He thanks his friend for the insight, who proudly replies, "You're welcome." Deep down, he feels an unusual sensation, a warmth inside him, viewing Victor almost as if they were related. The following day, he clutched a large bag as a crowd formed around him. Victor questioned whether he truly intended to transport princesses in that bag. In response, he asked Victor if the bag seemed too small since he had a backup cage, but Victor dismissed the notion. Tia expressed her uncertainty about the whole princess abduction and inquired if he intended to harm them. He retorted, questioning her assumptions, and assured her he would set them free in the wild. After boasting about his plans, Pierre joyfully remarked that as long as she could deliver the deserved punishment, it was acceptable to her. The ranger saluted, assuring him they'd maintain order in his absence. Just before Victor approached, Chocolate presented him with a cake for his journey. Soon after, they departed to capture the princesses and eliminate Moira, bidding Charlie good luck and promising to pray for their success. Just then, a croissant appeared behind her, commenting that he had seen her move on from her previous relationship, which infuriated her. She turned away, telling Carson that she assumed that was the case and figured they would remain friends. He replied that it was positive news and asked if she was single again, mentioning a place he believed she would enjoy, all while Lucy secretly observed them from a distance. Lucy caressed her flower, prompting a reflective vision from O2 to materialize. She expressed her regret to her mistress for the insect's failure and informed her that Knightsman had departed the town to track down Brandon Mora. Her mistress simply replied that this was a good development, leaving Lucy puzzled and inquiring why that was the case. She explained that it would finally push the princeling beyond his comfort zone, and Mora was eager to put the Iron Eagle to the test. A few days later, they reached the Phoenix capital of Moria. He warned them to stay cautious, noting the invisibility might deceive weaker fiends, but not the stronger demons. Victor questioned why the city seemed so poorly defended, expecting a greater guard presence. Vancouver informed him of a gathering of demons nearby. Then Victor spotted something unusual. They saw an airplane on the ground, with demons assembling it. Surprised by the sight, Ramon exuberantly claimed it was finally complete, as he had doubted it would ever be finished. Vainkur mistook it for a large bird, while Victor recognized they had used the pineapple of wisdom to craft a magical bombardier. However, Kia warned Victor that it was larger than the Titanic and they needed to destroy it before its launch. Banker's eyes widened as the system indicated he had activated the Virgin Princess radar. He immediately soared toward the location of the princess, leaving Victor astounded. She commanded her eagle to swoop down and confront the demon blocking her path while informing everyone that she had sent the princesses. Meanwhile, in the arena, the host welcomed sinister lords and ladies to the demon's corridor, announcing that 3 noble women would be sacrificed for Hell's entertainment today. Among them was the niece of Gata Magnus, King Roland's daughter, Princess Murphy. He further revealed that a horrific act was to be carried out by their distinguished guest, the enchanting yet deadly songstress, which sent the audience into a frenzy of cheers and enthusiasm. The mermaid princess found herself helplessly bound by ropes as someone persistently exclaimed that it was his turn. He then stepped down before Otis, cracking the ground beneath him. Loudly, he instructed the princesses to move to the back, but Victor reminded him they were shackled. He intimidated them, stating he hadn't been invited to the demon corrida, but was pleased they made it in time. Suddenly, Otis ensnared the princesses in a crystal prison, declaring that their planned delays ended there. He recognized the foul scent. It was the most wretched type of fairy, the ancient adversary. He warned Victor to step behind him as he hunted kind creatures for their pelts. Victor inquired about her whereabouts, sensing something off in her aura. She identified herself as a fairy lord of the farmers. The host announced an unexpected contender, Vancure, Knight of Spain, self-styled as the Great Calamity of the Age, correcting the host that the title of self-proclaimed was unnecessary. The crowd was then introduced to the demonic superstar, the unrivaled king of Hispania, the illustrious Brandon Mora. Mora made a striking entrance, gracefully biting into a red rose. Mora informed Victor that he recognizes that sentiment all too well, and just seeing Brandon's flawless physique has caused him to develop feelings. Although he often receives that kind of response, Victor mentioned that he was merely astonished by the changes in his wardrobe while feeling apprehensive about Mora, who he believes remains the same spoiled individual. Nevertheless, Mora insisted that there is no need to suppress his desirous thoughts about Brandon's exquisite form as he welcomes admirers, asserting that beauty has a lover named Brandon Mora. Ventura commented that Mora is quite conceited for an elf who consumes grass, but Mora dismissed him, claiming he lacks understanding. Mora then expressed that Ventura had disrespected him for months, destroyed his minions, and taken his valuable pineapple. When he asked why he deserved such treatment, Ventura simply replied that his existence in this realm justified it. As an emperor, he acts as he pleases. Mora countered that Ventura wasn't an emperor but a mere lizard, murmuring that he was a child of Fania, which has only one true king standing before him. The system alerted him that Brandon Mora challenges his claim as emperor, warning that failure to assert his authority could revoke his emperor benefits. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he questioned what was there to contest. Victor inquired about Mora's intentions with the aircraft and how he constructed it so swiftly. Mora explained he required the pineapple for final enhancements, hinting at a concept known to Earthlings related to carpets. When Ortiz mentioned carpet bombing, Mora affirmed he planned to carpet bomb the monkey farms of Gata Magna until only debris remained. He also intended to make a brief detour to deal with the foul murmurs in the village. Victor anxiously asked why this was necessary, but Mora replied that while he possesses many traits like beauty, perfection, and generosity, forgiveness isn't one of them. Therefore, if they wish to retain their ears, they should comply with his wishes. His servant was ready to instill fear and awe. Vancure informed Mora that he would not permit him to unleash that wickedness upon the world. In response, Mora declared that his will would come to fruition. He requested them to grant him a favor by removing the lesser enemies from his arena, to which Odious replied, as the princeling desires. Vancure leaped into the air and unleashed his dragonfire upon them. However, Mora elegantly sidestepped the attack, causing the ladies to swoon over him. Suddenly, Odious appeared behind Victor, provoking a sense of panic as he realized she was close. Ortiz then activated her health zone, propelling Victor into the molten lava below. Witnessing this, he panicked and screamed, while Lee insisted he wouldn't clear another dungeon and demanded Victor's retrieval immediately. As Mora was about to assert that only a genuine victor makes demands, an explosion erupted outside the stadium. This assault on the plane prompted the demon to shout that the Iron Eagle was under attack and reinforcements had arrived. Though Odious reassured Mora it wouldn't last long. The banker taunted Mora, asserting he would demonstrate his superiority and dismissed Otis's magical abilities. Mora humorously replied that only the weak depended on magic for victory, as a true warrior relies on his military and his sword. He then issued a challenge for a duel against a dragon. Enraged, he growled that as a knight, he would not shy away from a confrontation. The system confirmed that he accepted Mora's Demon Core challenge. with the audience's influence on the fighters determined by their performance. Mora vowed on his honor as a matador that day, vainqueur would experience the harsh reality of defeat. Meanwhile, outside the stadium, the plane attacked Gia from above. The demon surged towards her, too. She narrowly evaded the assault from the plane and cleaved the demon in two. She spotted the woman hovering above and recognized her as the fairy lord of the farmers without any doubt. Ortiz questioned whether she was indeed the one who had defeated Baylor, commenting that she seemed out of practice. In response, she dismissed his remarks, attributing them to yet another of their twisted schemes aimed at undermining Gato Magni. Utilizing his Sola judgment ability, she targeted the plane, but Otis countered with her magic, asserting that no matter how long mortals might postpone her eventual demise, the farmers would endure permanently. To them, centuries held no significance, and one day they would reclaim the world. Otis further claimed that her attempts were futile since the Iron Eagle was poised for takeoff. Nonetheless, she countered that it was irrelevant. Once Vainqueur defeated the Demon King, his forces would disband. Otis warned her not to be too confident, for while the princeling might be a fool, there was a reason her cousin had failed to conquer Mora. Meanwhile, within the stadium, a massive explosion of fire erupted. He lunged for Mora, who easily sidestepped the attack. Mora then redirected his sword back at him, unleashing his escape power, striking Vainqueur in the neck. Instant death was averted by dragon scale, as the system indicated. Vainqueur angrily remarked how unfortunate it was, but Mora playfully retorted that he wouldn't land a single blow on his flawless skin. Activating his death for victory ability, Mora saw his brand and other attributes enhanced by 4 levels plus 20. Though his vitality decreased by, he attempted to strike Mora again, who simply leaped aside, fueling Vainqueur's fury. He roared for Mora to return. Mora touched down on the ice trap and invoked his Phenom Julieta. However, the system indicated that he had failed the intelligence assessment, resulting in an increase of his strength by 2 levels plus 10, yet he could only launch physical attacks against Brand and Mora. Mora relentlessly assaulted him with Spell Purge, eliciting cries of pain from him. He glared angrily at Mora, who insisted that it was not an illusion. Then he raised his sword high and activated his air blade. In response, Mora brought it down, claiming it all belonged to him. The system notified him that the admiration of his fans had made Brandon stronger. Hence, his blade would now inflict Dragon Slayer damage. He frantically attacked Mora repeatedly with his air blade, becoming furious, and demanded Mora to leave his flawless face alone. He realized he couldn't keep pace with that agile opponent nor summon his flames, so he resolved to charge at the annoying figure again. He lunged at Mora, but she evaded him, causing him instead to crash into the wall. On the ground, Mora mockingly declared he was no emperor, but merely a brute, full of strength and lacking finesse. He yelled, attempting to become invisible, only to find his ability was inoperable and questioned Mora about it. Mora remarked that it was to be expected from a weak dragon like him, stating that while they, the savage beasts, feasted on cows, the elves ruled the mightiest empire. He slowly turned to Mora, asserting that they created the world first and that even as an egg, he possessed more power than her entire lineage. Mora retorted, saying he was a clumsy beast who, as a child, had been strangling monkeys with mere hands. While he was buried in sand and unable to escape, she seized the moment and consumed him, making the spectators gasp in horror. He swallowed him whole, ignoring the viewers' disapproval and declaring his victory. Suddenly, he sensed a stirring within him. He coughed, and Mora emerged from his hideaway. The system indicated he had lost a quarter of his life force, leaving him to question if the sensation he experienced was pain. It was more like a transformation of his initial appearance, suggesting he had provoked Mora enough to reveal his true demon matador form. Mora then unleashed his all-or-nothing ability, elevating the crowd's electric enthusiasm, which in turn boosted all of Brandon Morales' stats by 1 level plus 5. However, he realized he was still unable to utilize his breath. Mora immediately soared towards him, striking him twice with a sword. The system reported significant damage, noting he had lost half of his HP. He examined his body, questioning whether it was indeed his blood and if he could bleed. Mora confidently declared he was no emperor, labeling him a beast unworthy of anything but being humbled, while the audience roared in approval of Mora. Injured on the ground, the system cautioned that he had failed to uphold his emperor title by overwhelming his opponent, rendering all emperor-class abilities ineffective until he either defeated Brandon Mora or forced him into submission. Mora threatened to slay his fans once finished and seize his treasures. Vainqueur countered, insisting he was the beast of legends, the mightiest disaster of his time. Dragons never surrender, and they always prevail. He warned Mora he wouldn't succumb to his horde. The system indicated that the dragon's pride was activated, removing all stat debuffs. His fans erupted with energy, chanting his name while others shouted for Mora. The system confirmed that his charisma had succeeded. By impressing the ruthless Hispania crowd with his fighting spirit, He earned the Bravo Bull, enhancing his strength when his health was critically low. Mora leaped back, playfully inquiring whether he was ready for more, confident in his ability to deliver. Yet, he remained silent, contemplating that if brute strength failed him, he could rely on his unmatched cunning. He was certain there must be a method to circumvent that foolish red wing, which was the lone obstacle standing between him and roasting the grasshopper. He soon realized that only physical attacks were effective against the moth, so he unleashed his flames, still managing to ignite the stage. Mora taunted him, asserting that his flames wouldn't suffice to defeat him, even as the system indicated that the fire was causing significant holy damage to Brandon Mora. He intensified the flames against his fans, stating to Mora that while he couldn't incinerate him, he could buy himself time to eliminate the source of his strength, his fans. The system indicated that he disrupted the demon Corona, thus negating all of his stat enhancements, while feeding on Mora's fiery thralls allowed him to regain some health. Swiftly, Mora summoned a sandstorm, creating a massive tornado, sending the audience into a state of panic. Irate, Mora questioned him about attacking a crowd of dedicated demon supporters, to which he proudly claimed he was a dragon. Kine pointed out Mora's lack of minions, but Mora merely asserted that he had only postponed his destined victory. Supporters or not, he would win. Mora readied his sword for another strike. Suddenly, the ground beneath them exploded, propelling them in opposite directions. He was astonished to see Victor emerging from the rubble and asked him what he had missed. He remembered Charlene's comment about being in hell since Vainkur entered her life. Indeed, he found himself right at the gates of the inferno. Out of nowhere, a spear flew past him, leaving him in shock. A woman accompanied by 2 guards inquired if he was the latest offering, but quickly realized he didn't fit the profile of a virgin. He answered that he hadn't been confused for one, feeling a sense of shame wash over him. The system indicated that the lady was Archdevil Isabel Mora, the leading demonic officer in the Mora Hell Corporation. She possessed significant resistance to darkness, having abilities tied to death, all illnesses, frost, lightning, wind, and poison, but was vulnerable to light, fire, demon slayers, and pest exterminators. Furthermore, she belonged to the elite of Hell's corporate structure, harboring a secret regret for dedicating her prime years to her career. Isabel remarked on his dragon scent and questioned whether he was frightened by the soul trapped within him, to which he regrettably apologized for not successfully breaking the Hellgate seal in time. She reassured him that it was acceptable, as the army wasn't advancing, allowing him to retain his complimentary dental health care. Victor still possessed the teleportation stone's keys since Vainkur was too indolent to handle it himself, pondering their functionality in hell and realizing he needed to stall for time to devise a plan. He cheerfully asked Isabel if she was Brandon Mora's mother. She beamed and inquired about Benito, how he was doing, and whether he had triumphed in Garden Magni. However, Victor requested her to hold on and asked if Mora hadn't kept her informed. She expressed sadness over that, stating Mora rarely visited and only contacted her when he needed something, like a demon pony or additional infernal strength. Victor noted that parenting was a thankless role, a sentiment she concurred with, revealing that one of her regrets was consuming more of his father. She then inquired how he found himself there. He introduced himself, explaining that ODU had sent him via a spell. She cautioned him that she had advised Mora against engaging with fairies, as their dealings were harmful to the business. Victor requested her assistance in returning him to Raymond. She informed him that her unappreciative son could wait, and she desired him to share everything about Mora's recent activities. Just as he was about to respond, he expressed eagerness. She mentioned that following this, he would be in grave danger, which left him paralyzed with fear, questioning her implication. Isabel mentioned that Mora had been voicing concerns regarding a certain Vainkur and his actions for some time, so family mattered most. However, she reassured him that she didn't torture well-mannered young men. The fear they felt was almost exhilarating in a twisted way, making it seem as if they would have a thrilling experience watching it unfold while he remained apprehensive. Suddenly, a thick smoke enveloped them, accompanied by a shout for Isabel to halt, citing a breach of their rights. Malfoy emerged alongside another demon businessman, prompting Victor to inquire if Malfoy was indeed present. Malfoy clarified that he was now the vice president of Malpractice. The shareholders, excited by the new developments and proposals, had elevated him after he replaced his predecessor, yet he still referred to him as Melfi. The other businessmen stepped closer, eliciting Isabel's confusion over their presence. One businessman explained that Victor Dalton was under the protection of their Faustian Associate Protection Program, emphasizing his importance as a mortal partner to Infracore in creating murmurs. The other added that any harm directed at their client would be viewed as corporate warfare. In light of their shared market interests, they urged her to cease any actions against Mr. Victor, threatening to deploy bailiffs otherwise. She snatched the document, retorting that murmurings were part of her domain, but they jested that it had been her territory once, but now belonged to them. Melfi remarked to Victor that this was the advantage of having allies in low places. He anticipated her agreement with their new brothel project. Victor readily consented, but asked if he could return to Raymond and question whether business skirmishes were legitimate. Melfi assured him not to fret, as they would ensure his immunity. They walked away cheerfully, leaving Isabel seething. He then revealed to Vancouver how he had managed to escape hell with a golden parachute, safe and unscathed. The banker expressed with pride his expectation of his chief of staff, emphasizing that he had provided him with excellent training. Nonetheless, I mentioned that it was irrelevant since he would eliminate them. Victor remarked to Mora that he hardly recognized him for a moment and conveyed that his mother sent her regards. Furious, Mora demanded to know what Victor had done to his mother, but Victor flipped the question back, saying she was concerned about him and that he only reached out to her when in need, implying that he should feel ashamed, as Ramon had indicated that Mora's youth was perpetual. However, Mora explained to Victor that he had asked his mother for a party game, and she complied, prompting Victor to inquire about its significance. Mora launched at him in an attack, causing Victor to cry out his name in fear. A sudden loud sound echoed. Mora plunged a knife into Victor's chest, oblivious to Vancouver lurking behind him. He taunted Victor, saying there was no greater joy than to perish by Brandon's hand. To his surprise, Victor remained unscathed. In an instant, Vancouver struck him down forcefully, inflicting pain. He later mentioned to Vancouver that in hindsight, it may have been an error, but Vancouver retaliated by slamming him against a wall while warning him not to interfere with his treasure. A notification indicated to Victor that by defeating the powerful demon lord, he had advanced a level in both Gladiator and Dragon Kaiser. He also acquired new abilities and enhancements that boosted his effectiveness in close combat. Additionally, he gained the capability to summon his loyal chief of staff, Victor, to assist him, but was cautioned that he had maxed out his current level and couldn't progress further until he utilized a special crest. However, he could still earn unique benefits through notable achievements. Mora was catapulted into a tower in the village, crashing to the floor. Despite suffering significant injuries, she told Vancouver that the battle was far from over, not in the slightest. Conversely, Victor informed Vancouver that he required healing. However, Vancouver remarked that they couldn't pause yet because his emperor powers hadn't been restored. Therefore, the mob continued to persist. Victor concurred, believing it wouldn't be an easy task. Fortunately, he spotted Kira approaching with her eagle. Upon landing, she urged them to quickly collect the princesses since they needed to use a special stone and make a hasty exit. Yet, Vancouver refused, insisting they wouldn't leave without the moth's head. Kira treated Victor while he inquired if she had eliminated the plane. She replied that she had not. Suddenly, a massive aircraft descended toward them, and Otis expressed her weariness with Vancouver. She commanded her crew aboard the plane to eliminate them all. The aircraft locked onto a bewildered Vancouver, and Otis declared it signified death. The plane fired at Vancouver, causing him to scream in agony, but fortunately, he managed to leap away just in time. They crashed against a solid crystal. Vancouver then told Victor he felt ill, while a message indicated he was in dire health. Otis questioned how he survived a castle weapon, but he claimed he was too formidable. She dismissed this and instructed her forces to bomb the dragon once more. He shouted to Victor to activate the stone, and he quickly summoned them back to the treasure. The bombs were about to strike Vancouver again, but they were transported to the treasure just in time. Victor felt relieved it worked, and Kira commented on how close it had been. Nonetheless, Vancouver mentioned his malaise. Victor noted they had nearly perished, but Vancouver insisted that death is a concern only for creatures like them, not for dragons. He pondered whether his own demise could occur, yet dismissed the thought as unlikely. Shortly after, he received a message revealing that dragons can indeed perish. This newfound knowledge made him realize that his entire existence was founded on falsehoods. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Mora was in disbelief over the destruction of his magnificent venue, but Otis explained that he had requested a demonstration of the weapon, which had been fulfilled. In a fit of rage, Mora confronted her, lamenting that his stadium had been reduced to a crater and that the dragon had escaped nonetheless. Otis insisted that even Vancouver couldn't withstand the might of the Iron Eagles. She questioned whether Vancouver was incapable of destroying it, pondering the hope Gato Magni possessed. He smiled and confirmed this, then inquired about the time needed to fix the ship. His demons stated it would take about a week, as the paladin had only caused minor damage. Mora commanded his troops to relay messages to all the Ashfornian legions, declaring that he would lead his forces to invade Gato Magni once his Iron Eagle was operational. The man consented and asked about the number of soldiers for the assault, to which he enthusiastically responded, "All of them." In Victor's mansion, He reclined on the bed, reflecting on the disastrous previous events that nearly claimed their lives. With Vancouver and Mora planning their attack, preparation was crucial. He stated that he could no longer grind levels, since his former master wielded the strongest weapon globally. Consequently, nobody could assist him, but he mentioned that he could indeed find help, leaving Fury puzzled about his meaning. He noted the fisherman was an archmage, likely possessing spells to teach him, yet Fury was skeptical, questioning why the fisherman would share anything with him. He jokingly inquired if Fury had developed Stockholm Syndrome from their weeks together, to which Fury confidently replied no. He gazed silently yet joyfully at the fisherman. He shook him repeatedly, instilling fear, until he agreed to stop in exchange for some guidance. The fisherman expressed his gratitude, but in his fear, he admitted to harboring intense hatred towards him. Suddenly, a dazzling light emerged, leaving him bewildered as he inquired about its nature. A woman addressed him as Mr. Dalton, introducing herself as the angel Miele, who had come to rescue his soul. He nervously asked her if he was about to die again, to which Mila assured him he wasn't, but he had come close. She elaborated on how each year, numerous neutral souls accidentally find themselves in hell, implying he may not be so fortunate next time. When he questioned if she meant he could end up in hell upon dying, she affirmed it was possible, yet emphasized it wasn't too late to redeem his soul, just needing to evade eternal punishment. He contemplated whether Malfi could secure him a comfortable position below. Mila informed him that all he needed was the right karma insurance, detailing that by insuring his karma and contributing some of his ESP monthly, he could escape everlasting agony when he passed. He was taken aback by this revelation as Mila beamed at him. Feeling overwhelmed, he tried to regain his composure, but Mila suggested he enroll in their Hellfire Protection Plan to avoid eternal suffering, explaining that the ESP used for the plan would help orphans and the sick, insinuating that refusing the insurance was sinful. He asked her if she was attempting to manipulate him, just as a knock sounded on his door. Kia informed him that she had spoken with Charlene and alerted her partner Nostra Dame and Garda Magni about sending help. Kira then spotted an angel and inquired if she was Mealy. Neil recognized her and mentioned she lived there, prompting him to ask if they were familiar with each other. He clarified that Mila was an intern for her karma insurance counselor. Curious, she asked Mila how things were progressing upstairs. Mila enthusiastically announced that she had finally completed her studies in the department focused on redemption, and Victor would be her inaugural client. She reassured him not to fret about their assertiveness. It came from a good place. Mila handed him a beginner's guide to redemption, suggesting he begin with the Halo insurance. Victor responded that he might as well review the options, as he couldn't evade death indefinitely. Suddenly, he heard Vancouver call out to him, and a radiant light emitted from his form. This left the two girls astonished, and he disappeared, causing them to panic. He found himself upside down amidst the horde. Winker informed him that those crystals were indestructible, no matter how much he hit them, and instructed him to devise a method to rescue his princesses. Victor simply inquired how he had been teleported there. Winker explained he had summoned him using his new Herald perk, allowing him to meet all his demands efficiently. Victor was rendered speechless, taken aback by the revelation. He pondered why he was the chosen one, as Vancouver shared that after considerable contemplation. He had concluded that death isn't a flaw at birth. Victor clarified that death befalls everyone, save the gods, and he would need to reach level 99 to attain that status. Winker insisted he locate 2 crests to destroy the massive bird, consume the grasshopper, ascend to godhood, and escape death. When Victor questioned the necessity of 2 crests, Winker explained it was for both of them. He reminded Victor of his previous request for immortality, expressing annoyance at having to reiterate himself. Victor, feeling unnerved, thanked him for his concern. However, facing Vancouver shook Victor's sense of mortality. Still, he intended to investigate insurance options, contemplating if Vancouver could benefit from it too. Victor wished for Vancouver to find some time to rest. Long ago, in the remote Guardian lands, the pink dragon revealed to her husband that the eggs were beginning to hatch, to which the Marin dragon mused about which one would emerge first. The banker joyfully emerged and urged his parents to admire his beauty, boasting that he would one day surpass them in wealth. His father pointed out to his mother how large their eldest had grown, believing him destined for greatness. His mother then decided to name him Vancouver. From the moment of his birth, he had succeeded in everything he attempted, mastering flight on his first attempt. He also mastered the ability to breathe fire before any of his siblings had the chance. His father explained that the elder worm, realizing her young were too exceptional to toil, created the first minions, leading Vancouver to wonder if non-dragons existed to serve them. His father confirmed this and noted how joyful the servants were to indulge them, though the truth was that the people lived in fear. His father warned him of the cow dragon Bane, saying that if he didn't devour it, it would consume him. Vainkur reminded his mother of her claim that true dragons never die. She affirmed this, but insisted he wouldn't achieve immortality until he finished his meal. True dragons could perish young or while hibernating, and farmers couldn't defeat them at their peak. His siblings inquired about dragon slayers and their authenticity. Their father clarified that he meant true dragons, mentioning the rare birth defect of mortality that could affect one even into adulthood. Their mother reassured them that they would all grow into true dragons, prompting Vainkur to proudly declare he was fire and death. Firm believers in a strict education, his parents arranged for him to learn alongside his cousin Genius Time, under the esteemed princess hunter Grand Rick. Grand Rick informed them that elven princesses were among the rarest in the wild, thriving within their natural social hierarchy. His cousin remarked on the princess's beauty, expressing the challenges of envy and rivalry. He claimed to have seen her first, but playfully told Ice Fang to return to his igloo. He evolved into a seasoned princess, a formidable hunter. Over time, everyone acknowledged him as the most powerful dragon of his era, a significant threat of that time. He opened his eyes, experiencing a throbbing headache and persistent coughing. Shortly afterward, he expelled a significant amount of armor and weaponry, leaving him feeling nauseous. At 11:98 a.m., a century prior to Victor Dalton's poorly executed heist in Collagen and the largest city of the Midcard Republic, the area around him was engulfed in flames. He pondered what he had done the previous night. Moments later, in the Guardian hinterlands, one goblin confided in his companion that they should flee because Vainkur had devoured half of their group last month after exhausting his supply of cattle. However, his friend cautioned that if they attempted to escape, Vainkur would consume them all. One proposed they wait for the extended winter when Vainkur would be hibernating, allowing them to leave without glancing back. Suddenly, Vainkur descended into his lair, causing the goblins to scatter in terror and chaos. He commanded his subordinates to cease their idleness and inquired about the safety of his horde. Yet one goblin asked why he had returned and what was troubling him. He responded that he didn't recall what transpired the night before, prompting his worry. While the goblin felt relieved Vainkur hadn't overheard them, he instructed his minions to behave and share what they remembered. One goblin timidly admitted to having taken a large bag and leaving. When questioned if it was the grocery bag, he confirmed, stating he was famished and needed to shop. He also warned that they could be eaten if they couldn't locate cattle. He informed them that since they were still alive, he must have successfully found what he sought. But he was aware a full day shouldn't be necessary. He then took to the skies again and told his minions he would seek answers before consuming them. One goblin wished him luck, while another urged their companions to prepare for a quick escape. He soon arrived at his preferred grocery spot, but was met with an unsettling sensation. He crouched down and caught a whiff of the foul fairy odor, which reminded him of the previous day, when he joyfully seized a cow while singing, and just as he was about to devour the cow, someone informed him that he had been sought after. The individual then identified himself as Mag Mel of the Farmers, leader of the Mel clan and father of plagues and monsters. He announced himself as a servant of Vainkur Knight and claimed that he could outdo everything Mag did, questioning whether Mag had come to meet his end at his hands. Mag replied that others would perish, specifically all the newcomers who had tainted their lands. And this was the decree of Highballer, the most powerful among them. He jested with Mag, asking if he referred to the excessively mighty Dalen, asserting that even the strongest of those fairies stood no chance against the weakest of the dragon kind. Mag informed him that many dragons had perished during the dark days. He explained that those dragons had birth defects, rendering their deaths insignificant. However, Mag insisted he was the greatest among dragons, the great calamity of that era, or so he claimed. In response, he asserted to Mag that he was not merely pretending. He truly embodied that great calamity. Upon hearing this, Mag urged him to stand alongside his king and assist in eradicating the immortals from their world. Additionally, there would be substantial rewards for participating in that bloodshed, and soon they would initiate a grand conflict. They would unleash the blood of mortals and reclaim Ramonda as they once did in the past. He replied to Mag that he had always maintained his rule and would continue to do so. It was his kind that had become feeble, allowing themselves to be conquered by Manly's forces. Mag argued that mortals were akin to pests, with their magic being a blight that needed to be extinguished for the world to be cleansed. He questioned Mag about his intentions to eliminate his preferred delicacy, wondering where treasures and princesses would come from if all the weak races were destroyed. Then he earnestly challenged Mag on logistics, demanding he leave before he became his meal. The man of Vainkur Knight was no one's servant. Mag declared with pride that on the day of the solstice, he should remember that eventually, mortals would come for him and for his kind as well. Taken aback by this revelation, he soared into the sky, realizing the solstice was that very day. He needed to locate a princess without delay, leaving Mag astonished and speechless. In the tranquil castle, the princess was enjoying the serene melodies played by an elf musician, while the other nobles engaged in idle chatter. The knight sensed something approaching. Suddenly, he burst through the ceiling, startling everyone in the castle. Alongside the princess, he informed her of his intentions, but he expressed that it was finally nice to see her again. However, he addressed the night elf Ling, explaining that he was too occupied to assist him in committing suicide, as he needed to reach the Great Lakes region before sunset. He then instructed the knight to take his own life. The knight replied that he couldn't disregard Ling's plea, reminding him that he had been imprisoned for calling Burke, and that he had burned his city 15 years prior. Ling seemed indifferent, asking if he truly didn't remember that incident. The knight, taken aback, questioned how Ling expected him to recall every place he had visited for groceries, explaining that over time those memories began to blend together. Orsted was enraged upon hearing his city referred to as groceries, and reminded him that it was located in the west, near the sea, with a distinctive white chalk cliff. This jogged his memory, and he asked Orsted to confirm if it was the city with the large clock. Orsted corrected him, saying they didn't have a clock tower, because their water clock had been destroyed 50 years ago while trying to extinguish a fire caused by a dragon. Orsted then wondered if he had burned the city down twice, but the man nonchalantly asked if Orsted thought he razed their villages for fun, adding that it would be much simpler if they just left their cattle and princesses out for him to take. But, of course, they only thought of themselves. Orsted angrily called him a monster and vowed to strike him down with his holy sword. Orsted then launched an attack using the power of Lion's Edge, but he was left stunned when his sword shattered in half. In a fit of rage, the man opened his mouth wide to devour Orsted, who stood frozen in disbelief at the sight. Realizing this, he began to piece together where the armor he'd vomited up came from and wondered if it had something to do with visiting his family. He was puzzled, though, about why he would need a princess to boast about. Then he noticed his cousin's genealogy symbol linked to Blight Swamp, visible along the shore. He flew toward him, prompting genealogy to ask if he was sober while embracing Blight Swamp, but he casually asked his cousin why he had mated with Blight Swamp, given that she lived in a marsh. Genealogy explained that he had hurt her feelings, so he offered her a wing to cry on, and one thing led to another. He admitted to genealogy that he didn't remember much about that day, to which his cousin laughed, saying it wasn't surprising given the state he was in the day before. He added that Jolie had been really worried about him. Confused, he asked his cousin who Jolie was. Then it came back to him. It was the solstice, and Jolie's first bragging day. Jolie gleefully announced that she was glad he came, and he told her he wouldn't have missed his sweet niece's special day. He also mentioned he brought a gift. Jolie asked if it was a minion, noting that Grignon had brought her a minion, a cat and kitten, but he told her it was even better, a princess that made a whining sound. Jolie, thrilled, squealed that it was her very first princess and asked if she could dress her up with ribbons. He assured her she could do anything she liked. Jolie eagerly decided to feed her and skipped off toward the pantry. He then turned to his cousin, saying it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Genealogy Time smiled and said he was proud of little Jolie for already amassing a hoard, and that her mother must be delighted. He boasted to his cousin that victory ran in their family bloodline, making Genealogy chuckle. Genealogy then asked if he wanted to help, since there was a camp of dwarves near his lair who kept trying to steal from his hoard. Blight Swamp and he were planning to attack the camp. After Jolie finished bragging, he asked why Genealogy was preparing the after-day feast when the bragging day hadn't even started. Genealogy chuckled and said it was a good question, but a better one was whether he would join them. He asked his cousin if he went along with the plan, and Genealogy Time confirmed, saying it had gone smoothly at first until he ate one too many dwarves. After that, he burned down the village, sending the villagers fleeing for their lives. He then asked if his cousin got drunk from eating dwarves, and Genealogy admitted that after eating 3, he couldn't stop. He became wild and destructive, burning everything in sight. When Blight Swamp and he tried to restrain him, he called Blight Swamp a terrible name. He couldn't believe he had called her a wyvern. He quickly apologized in the name of their elder worm, but his cousin merely shrugged and said he had a serious intolerance for dwarves. Then he asked if Jolie had a good bragging day. Thankfully, Genealogy Time said that Jolie had an amazing time, bragging all night long. She loved the princess he had captured, parading her around twice to show off. That settled the mystery in his mind, while Genealogy Time gazed fondly at Blight Swamp. Just before he left, Genealogy Time mentioned that he thought he and Blight Swamp would make a great pair. He agreed but advised Genealogy Time that if they moved in together, their lair should be a cave. Genealogy agreed. A short while later, the goblins were in a panic, surprised he had returned so quickly, but he simply explained that they were relocating south, as the food supply in the area was dwindling. He planned to establish a magnificent lair in the Alban Mountains, where no thieves could threaten his horde. The goblins eagerly said they'd follow him anywhere, though they secretly had an escape plan involving gold coins. He then moved to the Alban Mountains to prepare for a long slumber, unaware of the treachery of his former minions. But despite this, he knew with pride that he was Vaincure Knight's servant, the great scourge of the era. And to anyone who dared challenge him, be they demons or fairies, he had only one message. Bring it on. In the present day, at the Chocolate Tin and Croissant House, Chocolate happily declared that it was a perfect day to bake cakes. One for her crush, one for her god, and one for her brother, as she enjoyed the feeling of blood on her paws. In the kitchen, a black rabbit lay skinned on the table. Wearing the rabbit's foot, she walked toward the table and realized she had forgotten to clean. While wishing for her ingredients, she saw her brother and asked if she could ask him something. He agreed. She then seriously asked if he was sure that Charlene and Victor were finally over. Clausen confirmed, thanking the gods that they were, as the path was now clear, which made her feel just as happy. Smiling, she gave her brother Charlie's cake. Croissant thanked her but asked if she was sure it wouldn't have any side effects, reminding her that the last cake had bitten him. She playfully reminded him that it had been a birthday mimic and reassured him that none of her desserts had killed anyone, yet. But Croissant noticed she had made 2 more cakes and pointed out that one was clearly an offering to Ice and Grim. He then asked about the third one. Blushing, she confessed it was for her crush. Her brother pressed her, asking when she was going to reveal who it was. She refused, saying she wouldn't because he would try to eat him like last time. Croissant reassured her, saying she was too good for him based on the taste alone, and begged her to tell him it wasn't another were hyena. She laughed and said no, explaining her crush was much cleaner, stronger, charming, and handsome. As she walked away, he teasingly said he'd meet her crush once she caught him. They exchanged goodbyes. A moment later, one of the cupcakes began moving on its own, growling loudly. But she calmly smacked it with a rolling pin and menacingly ordered it to behave and look tasty, causing the cupcake to shudder in fear. As the system notified her that she had gained a new level in Monster Patissier Asterisk, she soon arrived at Allison's temple and addressed her god, Icing Grim, the great white deer who roams the summer woods, bringer of spring, god of the hunt and lord of the beasts, offering him her humble gift and asking for his blessing. Icing Grim called her his favorite priestess, praising her for making such delicious cakes and for maintaining the natural balance. He softly encouraged her to continue her good work. She thanked her lord and asked if she could seek his guidance. Icing Grim agreed and asked if it was about the boy, Victor, whose name she often repeats in her prayers. She confirmed and confessed that she wished to be with Victor, but nothing was progressing. Icing Grim asked if she had offered to be with him during the mating season, and she said she had. But Victor told her he didn't want to risk their friendship. Icing Grim advised her to try using perfume, explaining that the sweeter she smelled, the more likely she was to lure Victor into a romantic trap. He added that if anyone tried to steal her mate, she should devour them, as all would be forgiven in the name of love. Grateful, she happily thanked Icing Grim, who wished her good luck. Just then, Allison reminded her they should leave soon because they were nearly late for the inauguration. She nodded and said she was coming. Meanwhile, in the village, Malfi welcomed the citizens of Murmur to the grand opening of the Nether Mart, the first magic item shop in Fur Court, open to both monsters and mortals, causing the crowd to buzz with excitement. Malfi announced that they could purchase top-tier magical weapons or, if they preferred, gamble their money away. The casino floor offered all the entertainment they could want, and they could relax afterward in a family-friendly VIP lounge. After a day of shopping, the citizens were delighted by what they heard. But Miel the Angel waited patiently for Kia to explain it all. Meanwhile, Malfi added that if they couldn't pay with coins, they could open a tab, with their soul as collateral. Victor was told to proceed with the ceremony. He cut the large ribbon and declared, in the name of their majesty, that the Nether Mart was officially open. The citizens immediately rushed toward the store, quickly lining up to be among the first inside. Vaincure, in high spirits, loudly announced that there would be a 30% discount on weapons and an axe in every home. He was thrilled because his minions would equip themselves for war while he got a share of the profits, thinking this was the perfect reflection of a true dragon-minion relationship. However, fewer warned them that if anyone tried to replace him with another deal, he'd take legal action. Chocolate Dean approached Victor and told him she'd brought him a cake. Victor thanked her and said he would have it for lunch. She gleefully warned him to beat the cake into submission before eating it, to which he nervously agreed as the cake wiggled inside its box. Meanwhile, Tia told Malfoy that while arming the populace for war was necessary, she questioned if they had to allow people to sell their souls to hell in the process. Malfoy responded that, after a corporate benchmarking study, their overlords determined that hell was no longer politically correct. They had rebranded as Happy Land *, believing this would help mortals adapt to the new image, resulting in a steady increase in soul revenue over the coming years. Meal retorted that a name change couldn't wash away the filth of lies, but Malfoy, laughing, sarcastically apologized and told her he couldn't hear her over the rising value of Nethermart's soul stock. Chocolate Dean began to ask Victor about his plans for that evening, but before she could finish, Vainqueur interrupted, reminding Victor they had to return to his lair to free his princesses from their captivity. Kia bumped fists with Victor, saying she'd go check on the village's defenses and that the King of Magne was expected to arrive soon with reinforcements. Victor apologized to Chocolate Dean, explaining that duty called. She smiled and told him not to worry, wishing him a nice day. Meal then asked if they could discuss the new karma insurance plan. Victor agreed, but urged her to be quick, leaving Malfoy in shock. Chocolate Dean asked Malfoy who the bird was, as she watched Victor and Mila walk away. Malfoy replied that it was a live target. Then Chocolate Dean asked Malfoy if he had anything that could help her catch a guy's attention. Malfoy responded with a maybe and asked her who she had in mind. She answered, Victor. Malfoy suggested the fastest way would be to eliminate her competition for Victor's affection. However, Chocolate Dean pointed out that Charlene was already out of the picture, leaving half the world as potential rivals. Malfoy then clarified he was referring to the Paladin. She asked what he meant, and Malfoy explained that Kia, the Paladin, had moved into Victor's house for a reason. She was a holy demon sent by angels to lead Victor away from Happy Land and reduce their market share. Determined, Chocolate Dean said that would never happen. But Malfoy countered that they would need to actively work to push Victor towards a significant shift in perspective. Chocolate Dean admitted she didn't quite follow, so Malfoy explained that before becoming a manager, he was a punishment coach for the demon dating scene, and he had mastered the art of turning heroes bad. He promised to share his expertise with her. He then asked her what type of relationship she was hoping for, but reminded her that Happy Land didn't promote marriage. She replied that she wanted Victor to break into her temple, tie her up with ropes, and say it was time to test his Monster Rider perk while grabbing her hair. Malfoy cut her off, asking if she wanted Victor to tie her down, but not really tie her down. Excited, she confirmed that she wanted some playful excitement, a mix of worry and fun. Malfoy suggested that, in that case, she should start with signals of needing to be saved. The key was to make the target believe they could change her and redeem her with their love. He advised her to send mixed signals about whether she could truly be saved, positioning herself as someone in need of rescue while playing hard to get, so that Victor would feel he had to earn it, eventually falling into her trap. She responded that she wasn't sure since it seemed quite complicated, but Malfoy simply asked her if she wanted to go out with Victor and handed her a script to follow. He recited the lines from the book she stole, noting that her fighting skills were even worse. The villains were the problem. She wasn't truly bad. She just disregarded the rules, and it was her parents' fault if she ended up eating people, as that wasn't really her doing. However, she inquired with Melfi whether it would work on Malfoy. I mentioned that it usually did. She asked what would happen if she didn't pretend, and what if she genuinely acted nice. Malfoy questioned if she was suggesting a two-layer trap and advised against it, stating that only an expert could pull that off. He suggested she just stick to the plan, and everything would turn out fine. A moment later, Allison expressed disbelief over how much she had spent on fragrances and self-help books. In response, she told Allison that it was all right since they could always be used to start a fire. Allison then asked if she had found anything she liked, but she replied that while the advice was decent, it didn't resonate with her. Even though it could be challenging at times, she preferred to stay true to herself. Allison poked her cheek, affirming that she was absolutely right, and mentioned that she could arrange for her to meet Victor at a VIP venue that night. She responded enthusiastically that it would be wonderful while numerous dragons soared in the sky. She urged Allison to look at the sun, and Allison was astonished that they had finally arrived. At that moment, Chocolate Dean called out to everyone that the dragons had arrived. Meanwhile, in the horde, the cupcake that Chocolate Dean had given to Victor sprouted legs and let out a growl. It was taken aback when Vainqueur turned its gaze upon it, ready to strike. Vainqueur then used his lesser demon mane to attack, causing the cupcake to gradually disappear into his flames. He excitedly informed Victor that it had worked, and that he had successfully cast his first exorcism spell. though he warned Victor that it was unfortunate the cake had attacked them since it looked quite appetizing. Victor glanced at the icing of the cupcake on the ground and remarked that Brandon Morris Buff had made him a threat. But that spell should eliminate the cupcakes and focus on his weakness against demon slayers. Victor directed his power toward the icing, explaining that his side of Lord Perks should enable him to use it as a magical staff. He then used his death candle, causing the icing to become undead, which made him fear that Victor would turn into a competent necromancer. He advised Victor that his guests couldn't eat ghosts, so he should learn to summon cows instead. Victor responded that he preferred to tackle one spellcasting level at a time. He pointed out to Victor that his guests would rather see singing princesses than stuffed ones. It frustrated him that even his spell purge couldn't break the crystal. Victor mentioned that Kaya had informed him that Gado Magnus King would soon arrive with elite sorcerers to retrieve his niece, and he was to meet the self-proclaimed Emperor of Murmuring to receive his reward. He shouted at Victor that he wasn't self-proclaimed because he was the Emperor now and forever. However, the system indicated that his Emperor class perks would remain inaccessible until he defeated Brandon Mora. Suddenly, Red Ranger panicked, calling out to him while pointing outside, and Pink Ranger informed him that half a dozen great-winged, smoke-breathing dragons had arrived. Victor calmly told them that the early guests were present and instructed the Rangers to prepare the appetizer. Red and Pink quickly complied, offering their bodies if necessary, but Victor panicked, realizing they shouldn't be arriving until the next day. He reminded Victor that, unlike his kind, dragons were clever enough to come early when a feast was involved, prompting Victor to question if he was subtly implying that humans were mentally challenged since they typically arrived later than most species. He simply laughed and opened his menu to check his original intelligence score before gaining levels. The system displayed that his intelligence was 8 points. Victor inquired why he was twitching, but he angrily demanded to know what his correct score was. Victor expressed curiosity about it. He was shocked to find that the menu still showed 8, but had an impressive background. He angrily insisted that there was no way that was his score and demanded to know his true score again. The system then displayed that his score was the square root of 64, leading him to believe it was finally a higher number, and he proudly told Victor to look at his 2-digit genius. Victor struggled to contain his laughter, wondering if Vancouver even understood what square roots were. They stepped outside the horde, and he instructed Victor that he should not speak unless addressed by a dragon first. He vowed to repeat that he was good, smart, and wealthy every time he was mentioned. Victor simply replied, "Sure," and requested that he avoid bringing up classes in the system. Vancouver then asked Victor why he wouldn't boast about rediscovering the dragon-made system. Victor explained that it would be detrimental to their business and everyone else if other dragons started gaining classes. Vancouver argued that being the strongest of his kind meant nothing if the rest of his kind were too weak to compare. He questioned Victor if anyone ever bragged about being the best man. He then answered himself with a no, explaining that nobody wants to be the best man. He told Victor that everyone aims to be the best dragon because dragons are incredible, and without the system, he wouldn't have been able to cure the vile lead poisoning curse for Europeans. This made Victor chuckle as he asked if he would ever live that down. Moments later, they noticed many dragons approaching, and Victor commented that he had anticipated that day would come. Vancouver reminded him that, of course, he knew because he had mentioned it. Jolie cheerfully exclaimed that it was a happy bragging day. He told Jolie how much he had grown. He also mentioned to Gina how good it was to see him too, and asked how he could miss his dear cousin's bragging day. When Genial Asim introduced him to their children as his first cousin, Genial introduced him to his children named Courage, who sage and fought. The children chimed in with money, how much, and gold, prompting him to tell Genial how the children were already speaking their first words. He remarked that the children had his eyes, then asked who was the last among them. He then spotted Icefang and asked if he was still unable to breed. Icefang asked why he was still poor, reminding him that he was now the great King Icefang. He questioned how Icefang could be poor when his hoard was made of silver. Icefang responded that wealth knows no boundaries. He suggested that he should pray to the Elder Worm for a hoard worth boasting about, because he would count every coin, proudly declaring that he would count until the end of time. Icefang then mentioned that his messengers had informed him about the Gold Slayer Forum and his crazy plan to turn the world's wealth into lead. He asked where Fear was. He proudly stated that he had defeated Fear, along with his chief of staff, Victor, who had sealed Furman's twisted soul. He then instructed Victor to show it to them. Victor bent down and revealed where Fear's soul was contained on his side. Genial Asim commended Victor for providing a significant service to Dragonkind by keeping that depraved monster sealed, to which he hesitantly thanked Genial Asim. Fear expressed his deep hatred for them all. Jolie asked if Victor, as his chief of staff, could also speak dragon, calling it brag-worthy. He proudly replied that when he found Victor, he was a homeless vagrant, but he had taught him well. Victor added that it was because His Majesty was good, smart, and wealthy, though not necessarily in that order. Icefang dismissed this as nothing to brag about, claiming that the dragon language was so pure and simple that even lesser species could learn it. Genial Asim asked Icefang if he was suggesting that noble dragon speech was equivalent to the primitive language of the Manling. Icefang then directed their attention to his beautiful castle, which he had claimed from the lake, pointing out the lava and towers. Jolie admired it, saying it was beautiful and brag-worthy, but Icefang asked if it could fly. Nonetheless, he boasted that he had hundreds of minions, and for those he didn't consume, he raised them as undead. Jolie inquired if he still ate minion meat, while Victor asked if minion lives mattered. He replied that his niece Jolie was into cattle tourism, meaning she only consumed non-speaking animals and elves. Jolie pointed out that manlings and other sentient beings have souls just like dragons, so it is morally wrong to eat them or abduct their princesses. Victor commended Jolie for her stance on not consuming his kind and asked why she wouldn't extend that mercy to elves. Jolie replied that elves aren't people. They eat grass like cows and make the best princesses. Hearing this, Vancouver asked Jolie if she had released the princess he had caught for her first bragging day back into the wild. Jolie proudly confirmed that she had. Icefang praised Jolie for her actions, noting that princesses were endangered in the north due to reckless dragon overhunting. Genial. Asim mentioned that Blight Swamp was trying to find a way to preserve them by raising them in captivity. He then argued that princesses only exist in the wild and questioned where the thrill was in raising princesses at home, asserting that the hunt was half the fun. Realizing he was losing attention, he declared that tomorrow would be his true bragging day, but since they had arrived early, he would reward them with a sneak peek of his magnificent hoard. Genial Asim and Icefang looked at him in shock and laughed. They followed him into the hoard, while Icefang teased that it should be fun, and that he was sure he could even bathe in it. However, Victor noticed something in the sky and saw a large flock of birds flying together. Meanwhile, he looked up and saw the same flock of birds, so he flew toward them to investigate, wondering if Brandon Mora had succumbed to his injuries or if the dragons had scared him off. He noted that Kevin's reinforcements would likely arrive first at that rate. Suddenly, his eagle named Twilight halted in mid-flight, prompting him to ask if it had spotted enemies approaching. Twilight saw something and called upon the 12 gods in alarm, warning that she had spotted more foes on the plains. She instructed her men that they knew the usual policy regarding villages. They should enslave, pillage, and burn. They all used the flying horse to catch up with the others, accompanied by the flying demons. Meanwhile, Mora announced that this time they would go straight to burning it. Back in the horde, Vancouver proudly invited them to admire his gleaming wealth while gesturing towards his collection. Genial Asim remarked that it was warm and golden. Jolie then exclaimed that it was amazing and the largest hoard she had ever encountered. However, they soon spotted something off to the side. Frustrated, Jolie asked if there were 2 elf princesses and a human among the treasures. She asserted that capturing human princesses was unethical. Icefang noted that they were stuffed and unable to sing or dance, which he felt was not very dragon-like. Vancouver then asked Icefang if he could sense the immense weight of his wealth, along with the perfect combination of jewels, gold, and princesses. Icefang questioned how he had amassed such a fortune when his hoard could barely fill a cave a century ago. Vancouver responded that he had uncovered an ancient secret, a system intended to make dragons even wealthier. Victor pleaded with the gods for forgiveness because he attempted to stop Mink, continually expressing his remorse to them. Vancouver then claimed that he possessed a powerful sorcery, enabling him to summon treasure by killing humans and receiving a monthly payment. However, Icerink dismissed this as nonsense, questioning if he would also assert that the moon isn't a planet or that death isn't a birth defect. As he spoke to Icefang about how humans revere him on the ground when he's not flying, the seal of the door shifted. He mentioned that humans, who hire him to eliminate their kind discreetly, view him as the world's greatest adventurer. Upon hearing the door seal crack, Icefang asked earnestly if the plate he wore made him wealthy, gesturing to his V&V necklace, before apologizing for interrupting. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing the gold coins to morph into goblins for protection. Vancouver then inquired if the sound was the vault's alarm. He informed them that a thief was attempting to steal from his hoard. Jolie pointed in a direction, suggesting that it might be the cause of the commotion. Victor was taken aback by the seal's breaking and pondered how Chocolate Tin and the others had managed to reinforce it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the door, declaring to Vancouver that his illegal occupation of King Mora's property was coming to an end. The figure revealed itself alongside 2 large demons, introducing themselves as representatives of Morale Corporate, insisting they would reclaim their market share. However, the figure froze in fear upon noticing the dragons staring back at it. Genial, as I'm cheerfully asked if it was a buffet. Ice Fang remarked that he initially thought Vancouver would be stingy with the food, but was pleasantly surprised. Jolie then questioned if the figure was a talking cow, commenting that its gray appearance fit its cattle-like demeanor, and called dibs on it. This made the figure drop its weapon in fear. Moments later, it emerged again from the depths of hell, panicking and shouting. Isabel asked what was happening and why they weren't advancing. The figure, crying, urged them to retreat because it was a trap. However, Jolie interrupted before it could say more, leaving Isabel stunned in disbelief. Ice Fang told the others to look because more figures were appearing behind the door. Genialism excitedly announced that it was safari time. The dragons eagerly looked at the demons, and Isabel happily proceeded to devour them. He laughed and praised Victor for his clever thinking, commending him for bringing in demon appetizers. He couldn't believe that after decades of effort to weaken the seal, it had ended in this manner. Victor, feeling bad for the demons, noted that he was aware they had invaded first, but it turned into a massacre. Victor clarified that it wasn't his doing. The Hellgate seal had been sabotaged from their side, implying that Mora had agents in murmuring. This could be the initial move in a full-scale invasion with the demons Mora had summoned already close to their castle without anyone realizing. Meanwhile, Lucy informed Otis that everything was progressing well. She had sabotaged the Hellgate as instructed, ensuring their allies would be storming the castle soon. Odious praised her efforts and advised her to leave the town, as it wouldn't benefit them if the princeling soldiers mistook her for a local. Lucy agreed to depart and watch from the sidelines. On the other side, demons approached the guild desk. Charlene questioned what was happening and whether it was another dragon. Suddenly, one of the demons threw a grenade at them, which exploded. The demons continued to toss grenades everywhere, aiming to destroy the village. Red shouted to his comrades to defend the city, and they quickly retaliated against the attackers. Fortunately, Charlene remained unharmed by the explosion. Vancouver heard the commotion outside and angrily demanded to know the source of the noise. Victor informed him that it was the enemy's forces. He furiously told Mora that he would not allow his big day to be spoiled. Vancouver leaped into the air, soaring quickly into the sky, causing Victor to be thrown by the force of his departure. He encountered the rockets in the sky, ensuring they exploded there rather than at his castle. Using his fire, he attempted to drive the demons away. He waited for the enemy to arrive. However, he was taken aback to see numerous rockets targeting his castle. Quickly, he flew toward the rockets, aiming to burn and smash them down. Meanwhile, Victor was stunned to see that the rockets were descending toward the castle, but fortunately, a barrier protected them. Jewel informed Victor that he had successfully restarted the magical shield, so the castle should be safe. However, Fear noted that it was only a temporary measure, as the worm had breached it once before, and Mora could do the same. Victor inquired about the number of enemies they were up against. Kira revealed that Mora had brought the entire Fenian army, totaling at least 50,000 troops. Victor was incredulous that Mora would deploy his entire army to annihilate a village with fewer than 500 inhabitants. Vancouver explained that the mob aimed to seize his hard-earned empire and ruin his bragging day. He added that Mora had summoned the Iron Eagle, and although she tried to warn them quickly, the scouts had already reported back. Jules murmured that they needed to stop the enemies at the village. If they climbed the volcano, the mages would disable the barrier. This thought made Vancouver sweat with anxiety. Shortly after, they arrived at the village and prepared for the Iron Eagle and the other foes. Vancouver asked Victor if he would receive a crest for killing that moth, but Victor replied that he didn't know what it would take. Vancouver declared that he would handle Mora and his silly metal bird himself, and instructed Victor to lead the charge of minions. He intended to defeat the moth soldiers before his guests arrived, defend his village, and protect his horde with his life. Victor replied that he would try, but Vancouver insisted he wouldn't just try. He would succeed. He reminded Victor of the time he had entered his service after attempting to steal from his horde. Victor stated he would never forget, and Vancouver emphasized how much he trusted Victor with the safety of his horde, confident that he would succeed because Victor was his prized chief of staff and the best minion he had ever had. Vancouver reiterated that it was his big day and failure was not an option. Victor confidently agreed, assuring Vancouver that they would win. Vancouver affirmed this and ordered Kira to follow his chief of staff while he cleared the skies. Kira was shocked and questioned whether he planned to face more enemies alone, calling it suicide. Vancouver left her with a dismissive remark, stating it was for those who dared to stand in his way. He urged Victor to move forward, declaring that this was their moment in the spotlight and no one would take it from them. He then yelled at the enemy to come and face their doom, specifically calling out to Mora Moth and demanding that he reveal himself. Mora appeared, stating that he had been slighted for long enough, and that today would be the day Vancouver would die. Unfazed, Vainqueur charged at Mora, reminding him that he was the great calamity of that age and that he would demonstrate that once more. He incinerated the flying demons first, instructing them to get out of his way. Mora activated his Phenom Julieta power and noted that the system confirmed his plan was working, rendering the enemy's power ineffective against him. Vainqueur warned Mora not to use any more tricks. He unleashed a massive fireball aimed at Mora. Mora dodged the attack while commanding his minions to bring Vainqueur down. The demons coordinated their assault, utilizing their Winter's Grasp, Ice Storm, and Thunderbolt powers simultaneously. The combined powers created a tremendous explosion. However, Vainqueur emerged from the thick smoke and retaliated with his Victory Fist skill, targeting the three demons who had attacked him. The demons were sent tumbling through the air, preparing to crash down. Mora then ordered his forces to shoot him down. The Iron Eagle launched numerous rockets in Vainqueur's direction. Vainqueur effortlessly dodged them all and taunted Mora, claiming he would take down that metal bird and fry it for dinner. Meanwhile, a horde of demons and Mora's army descended upon the village. The demons growled in satisfaction as they surveyed the ruined village. One of the demons spotted something moving at the side. It approached and discovered Charlene hiding. The demon referred to her as a little piggy, causing her to tremble in fear, and then ordered her to squeal. Just as it was about to strike her, a massive wolf emerged from behind and tore the demon into 3 parts. The wolf inquired if she was okay, but her response was to ask the wolf if she thought she was impressive. He expressed regret for his appearance, but insisted they needed to leave. She informed him that the area was completely surrounded, but fortunately, everyone was armed. Pink Ranger utilized her instrument to create a sound that amplified their strength, while Junior, Vainqueur, and the Rangers engaged in battle against the enormous demon. On the opposite side, Malfoy and the other demon businessmen unleashed their powers to assault the flying demons. Using her keen sight, Pink informed them that the big day had arrived, energizing them further. Rollo struck one of the demons from behind, leaving it disoriented and bewildered. Suddenly, the demon transformed into a sheep. Dean eagerly asked Rollo if farmers could actually do that, to which Rollo confirmed it was possible at level. Rollo then cast a glance at the other demons, causing them to tremble in fear, and declared that they would all become his sheep. Victor chuckled and corrected Rollo, saying it was sheep, not sheeps. He then swung his weapon at the demons' heads while riding his enormous dog alongside others. He apologized for his tardiness, but the chocolate team was thrilled to see him. Furious, he noticed the 3 demons' souls and wondered if one of them was his roommate since he finally had someone to converse with. He then pouted, stating he was always available to talk, but implied he meant someone worth conversing with, all while unaware of the demon lurking above him. As it approached, one of the Rangers alerted him that a demon was behind him. Fortunately, Saber managed to stab the demon just in time, pinning it to the ground. He asked Sabers why he hadn't fled, and Sabers explained that he couldn't because they were being attacked from all sides. Suddenly, Allison announced that they needed to retreat. He elaborated that while they had pushed back the scouts, more would be on their way. Victor inquired about the situation, and Red informed him that most of them were still alive, but there were far too many enemies. Allison expressed her concerns about needing to escape. Kia told her it was too late since the northern road had been blocked and they were surrounded. Allison suggested they should concentrate their strength to break free from the encirclement. However, Allison cautioned that if they fled, the horsemen would quickly catch up to them, so they needed to hold out until help from Gatto. Magni arrived. Just then, Victor mentioned the early guests and told everyone he had a plan. He said they couldn't realistically hope to escape, but they could withstand the assault until Vainqueur achieved victory. One of them asked if the king had gone into battle, and Victor replied that Vainqueur needed to lead them to triumph. Vainqueur, their king, was currently fighting for a massive pile of gold, which belonged to him as well as them. He then asked if they would flee with their tails between their legs from foes so frightened that they needed to outnumber them 100-fold. He asserted that they should not run away, urging them to remember how they won the war for the pile, having defeated their enemies once before and would do so again for their V&B. He declared they were the pile of Horde, rallying the people and instilling strength through his words. The system then indicated that help for the smaller fighters had been activated, boosting their strength by 1 level plus 5. He instructed Jules to revive all the fallen as undead, ordered Allison to create a wall of flowers, and directed Melfi and Miele to shoot down any airborne threats, to which they all agreed and proceeded. He then instructed the chocolate team and the magic users to empower and heal everyone, demanding that the elves pay for every inch of land, to which both groups affirmed. He then called the Rangers to him, expressing that he believed they were ready for more significant roles. He transformed Pink and Black Rangers into Dragon Balls and turned Blue and Yellow Rangers into Goblins. The Rangers assured him they would lead the charge and keep everyone safe because they were larger and sorted by color. Tia reminded him that they needed to confront Odious since she was a farmer and couldn't be overlooked. He instructed Rollo, Junior, and Savers to join them, as it was time to pull that fairy wing. Suddenly, the system notified him that due to his bravery in leading a group of smaller fighters in the name of his dragon masters, his monster helper job had been upgraded to Monster Knight Red Dragon. Additionally, his assistance for little ones and his small promotion gifts had been enhanced, making him more in tune with his dragon self. He thought it was great, but suddenly wings and a tail sprouted from his back, leaving him astonished. He turned to look at them while the ferryman stifled his laughter. However, Fear couldn't contain himself and burst out laughing. He angrily told everyone to quiet down. Saber, still laughing, asked him if he was all right, and if she could touch his tail too. He firmly replied no, gesturing in a way that made it clear. Then Otis chimed in, asking if he would make an exception for Saber, because once she had killed all his friends, his new scales would make excellent gloves. At that moment, a horde of demons and an army appeared before them, accompanied by Otis. Meanwhile, Iron Eagle launched a barrage of fireballs toward Vancouver. Vancouver effortlessly dodged them and flew closer to the Iron Eagle. He then launched a powerful attack using his dragon fire. Suddenly, Mora swung his sword near Vancouver's neck and questioned why he was so eager to die when he could barely hold his own in their last encounter. Fortunately, he dodged the attack and told Mora that he found him amusing, recalling how he had pounded him into the pavement of his arena. The Iron Eagle aimed a multitude of sharp arrows at him and released them as he informed Mora that while he might die, he skillfully evaded the arrows and snatched one just before it could strike him. He then snapped the arrow in half while declaring that a true dragon does not fear death. However, Mora insisted that he should fear it. Then, Mora slashed his shoulder with his sword. The system indicated that the Dragon Slayer effect had bypassed his defenses. Undeterred, he activated his Lesser Demon main skill to counterattack Mora, taunting him to see if he could keep up without his enhancements. Mora cried out in pain, claiming it burned. The system showed that his charisma check had succeeded, causing his exorcism to strip Brandon of even more buffs. He proudly told the falling Mora that his charm surpassed Mora's. Mora retorted that he remembered how he had deprived him of the pleasure of a fair fight last time. In response, Mora summoned Toro, a fiend, and a massive demon emerged from the portal. Toro immediately launched an attack against him, and he flew toward it to counterattack, resulting in a loud and powerful explosion. They fought fiercely, exchanging blows, until Mora used his Picador skill, weakening him just enough for Toro to land a hit. The system alerted him that his chances of dodging attacks had significantly decreased. He felt sluggish, as though he had overeaten. Toro was taken aback by a large fireball hurtling toward him, but he defiantly incinerated it while shouting at Mora to come and fight his own battles. Suddenly, the Iron Eagle deployed a hook in an attempt to capture him, but he skillfully dodged it and seized the one nearest to him. He then yanked it forcefully, destroying it and throwing off the demon controlling it. Mora shouted in disbelief, claiming that the shield could withstand cannonballs. He replied that the impossible does not apply to dragons and urged Mora to stop fleeing and face him, before hurling the massive controller toward him. In a panic, Mora commanded his demon to fire missiles to blow Vancouver up. The controller locked onto its target and launched a missile at him, but he declared that he would incinerate the toys before they could strike. Suddenly, Toro seized him by the arms, shouting, "Brandon forever!" He angrily told Toro to release him, but it held on, while Mora employed his Mando Bowl skill. As a result, his strength and agility were reduced by one stage, hitting -5, making it impossible for him to aim properly with the weight of Toro on his back. However, he glanced back at Toro, realizing he could use him as a shield. Toro cheerfully proclaimed to Mora that he would always be his fan. Just then, a massive explosion struck him along with Vancouver. Mora gleefully shouted that Vancouver was finally dead and playfully told him to say hello to the ground as he fell. The system indicated that he had dropped below 20% HP, putting him in critical condition. As he plummeted, he spotted something flying in the sky, wondering what it was and if it might be important. Meanwhile, in the village, Severus Jr. and Rollo were battling the demons, while Victor realized that their situation was dire and they needed to do more to survive. Kier was fighting Odious alone, knowing they needed to buy more time. He then decapitated the nearest demon. Upon seeing the numerous new corpses, he realized he finally had enough to fuel a dark magic spell. He activated his Death Candle skill to launch an attack, but she effortlessly countered with her Crimson Lightning, incinerating the undead candles and sending the flames toward Victor. Victor realized that the black beast he had invested months in was dead, lamenting to his current world that it was a cruel fate. Bean asked if his luck had finally run out, but he smiled and replied that it wasn't quite over yet, even though the system indicated he had sustained significant damage and was in critical condition. He reassured Fear that he still felt rather lucky. Meanwhile, as dragons soared above their enemies, One dragon remarked to another that Ventura's servant had guided an elf herd for the feast, to which the other dragon responded that they had also spotted some delicious birds. Without hesitation, the dragons swooped down to feast on and attack the elf demons. Claudius informed her that her plans to protect Magni had been ruined because he and Vancouver had disrupted everything. He accused her of being behind it all, including the pineapple, the scorchers, and Mora. He warned her that if he defeated her there, it would be the end. But she calmly replied that he had taught others about the system, and now other dragons would learn too. This would make their quest to reclaim Roman more challenging than ever, though he wouldn't be alive to see it. She then unleashed her darkest fear attack, leaving him stunned. The system indicated that his HP and ESP had dropped to 1, and he was afflicted with terror and fear sickness. Tia immediately leaped toward him, while Saber anxiously urged him to escape. Otis asked if he had any final words, but he simply inquired if they could resolve their differences through conversation. She responded that they had already done so. She then struck him with her death spike, piercing his chest. After finishing her attack, she teleported away, leaving Victor on his knees, stunned with fear and a shocked expression on his face. Meanwhile, the remaining people were in a panic, asking him what to do as the dragons overwhelmed them. He simply stated that it was a nightmare, one from which he would awaken. Mora, observing the swarm of dragons, activated his Bravo Bull skill, restoring his full strength. Proudly, Mora commanded his demons to crash the Iron Eagle into the volcano, intending to obliterate both the dragon's castle and his horde without realizing Vainkur was flying behind him. However, his demons cautioned him that the explosives on board would cause the volcano to erupt upon impact, destroying everything, including their forces. Mora dismissed their concerns, insisting that he only wanted the dragons and those nuisances dead. Suddenly, the system alerted him that he was afflicted with berserk sickness. Then Vancouver struck him hard, revealing that he had circled around behind Mora. Mora was shoved into the Iron Eagle, causing more discomfort, but he remained fixated on his appearance. Vancouver employed his five-finger poking style to attack Mora. He followed this up with his Victory Fist skill, shouting for Mora to perish. Vancouver punched Mora, causing the Iron Eagle to shatter in the process. Mora crashed hard to the ground as a result, yet he still managed to rise despite the Iron Eagle's collapse. He taunted Mora, saying he wasn't so formidable without his minions to protect him, but Mora retorted that he didn't need anyone to fight for him. Mora then charged toward him to attack, but Vancouver simply raised his foot, declaring that he would show Mora his rightful place, beneath his heel. With that, he stomped down on Mora. However, Mora insisted that the battle wasn't finished, claiming he still had resources and allies in low places. Mora shouted that they would return. But Vancouver simply used his wit's burning fire to incinerate Mora. He warned Mora that he should never have threatened his minions. Vancouver let out a triumphant roar, declaring himself the greatest dragon. The system confirmed that he had regained his emperor title with flair, and all his perks were restored. Yet he was taken aback by something and wondered what it could be. The system clarified that by defeating the Demon King Brand and Mora, he had earned a crest. Overjoyed, he exclaimed that he had earned it. He activated the crest, allowing him to progress to level 60 and gain the Crested Personal perk, elevating him from an ordinary adventurer to a folktale hero and unlocking more prestigious classes. Excitedly, he called for Victor to come over, eager for him to witness his newfound glory. When Victor didn't respond, he repeatedly called out, perplexed by his absence. Determined, he flew toward the village, confident that Victor was fine since he had commanded him to win the battle, knowing Victor would never let him down. Upon arriving at the village, he noticed his guests appeared content, and that Mora's army had been decimated, leading him to believe that everything was right in the world. He then looked around for Victor, assuming they might be celebrating. However, his heart sank when he saw the Red Ranger crying and trembling in pain, and found Victor lifeless on the ground, surrounded by his friends. The Green Dragon remarked that the Dark Elves were delicious and tender, but he shot an angry look at Victor while the Red Ranger inquired about Brandon Mora. He responded that Mora was dead, just like his chief of staff, and demanded to know who had the audacity to do it. Savories informed him that it was the farmer witch who had killed Victor and escaped before they could catch her. Trembling, Lee asserted that it was all her fault, claiming she should have seen it coming back in the day, but had become complacent. He insisted that she should raise Victor, but she shouted back that she couldn't cure death, and that no healer was powerful enough to revive him. He turned to Jules, stating he could raise Victor like the kobolds, but Jules replied that he would like to, but he couldn't because Victor's killer had inflicted him with the necrophobia status before killing him. Curious, he asked what necrophobia was, and Malfoy explained that it was an ailment that prevented any form of revival. Even Happyland couldn't undo it. Although his angelic competitor was appealing to heaven for assistance, she couldn't do anything either. He informed them that he would remove it by himself and cast a spell to eliminate Victor's condition. However, the system indicated that he was unsuccessful because he couldn't lift the necrophobia status. Frustrated, he compared the situation to the crystal in his vault. Rollo advised him to let it go, stating that even he wouldn't possess the strength to break such a curse. They felt fear and looked at him anxiously. He told them he wouldn't accept failure, insisting there must be another solution. This prompted the Green Dragon to question why he was making such a fuss over a damaged minion when he could easily replace it. In response, he let out an angry growl at the Green Dragon, leaving it paralyzed with fear and confusion. He then told the Green Dragon that Victor meant far more to him than just a minion because Victor was the prized possession of his collection, and his day of boasting wouldn't be complete without him. Charlene said she might know a way to bring Victor back, as there was someone capable of doing so, though it would come at a price. He asked Charlene if she couldn't seriously be thinking about calling on her for help, but Charlene remained silent. Jules agreed, adding that they could summon her, but the required sacrifice would be enormous. He closed his eyes, glanced at his horde behind him, and ordered Charlene to explain the details. She simply said she'd do whatever it takes to save Victor. Meanwhile, in the limbo between life and death, Miguel kept apologizing to him, understanding how difficult this must be to hear. He asked what she meant, especially if he couldn't go to heaven. He reminded her that she had said he would go to heaven if he died fighting Moreau's forces, but now she told him he couldn't. She explained that he had been struck by a necrophobia curse, giving him a restricted status. Only the extremely expensive Heaven Plus plan covers that rare case, but he only had the standard karma insurance. He thought the insurance was fine. They were quick to take his money, but nowhere to be found when they needed to pay. He then asked about the lower place. Melee told him that hell wasn't an option either, but he thought hell sounded great, convinced Malfi would give him a comfortable retirement. He wanted to go anywhere instead of just waiting there. He tried using his infinite void power, but it only echoed back. Despite his frustration, Neil explained that even if she wanted to help, the demons couldn't intervene because necrophobia blocked them from taking his soul and transforming him into a demon, just like the angels couldn't make him an angelic spirit. He asked in despair if there were any other options, and she told him that at this point, only divine intervention could save his soul. Fortunately, he had been claimed by two gods, the Moon Man and Dice, and they might even negotiate with the undeath goddess Camilla, since he had helped her during the Astral Revolution. However, he said he'd rather not deal with Dice and found Camilla untrustworthy, so he asked if they could call the Moon Man quickly. Melee happily confirmed that they could. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in, and she informed him that this was a direct response. Then, a giant octopus-like man appeared, and Neil greeted him, calling him Mr. Moon Man. Moon Man asked if this was the meeting and if he had arrived late. Neil introduced herself as a junior angel insurance agent and explained that she summoned him on behalf of her client, Victor Dalton, the prophet of his murmuring cult. Confused, Moon Man asked if Victor actually had a religion. Victor confirmed and explained that his spawn, Gaffer, had claimed him for Moon Man. He then asked if Moon Man ever hears prayers. Moon Man responded that he hears voices, but not prayers. Moon Man suddenly recalled something and started rambling about how cats and dogs secretly rule the world. He claimed that the pets of presidents, like Kennedy's dog Charlie, are actually in charge. And it was Charlie who ordered Kennedy's assassination when he wanted to reveal the truth. Puzzled, Victor asked what Moon Man was saying about cats and dogs. Moon Man told him to eat them, but only after cuddling with them. Neil whispered to Victor that Moon Man was the god of madness and wasn't entirely sane, hinting that he should be cautious. Out of nowhere, Victor heard something fall onto a desk. When he looked, he saw dice rolling toward him, urging him to roll them. He had a strange sense of déjà vu and hesitated, but the dice impatiently shouted at him to roll them to determine his fate in the afterlife. Frustrated, Victor felt trapped, forced to choose between an absent-minded god of madness and the whims of luck, wondering why the world seemed so against him. With no other options, he finally threw the dice to roll. The dice announced that he rolled a 19, which meant he would be reborn on Earth as a panda. Worried, Victor asked if that was really a good outcome. The dice enthusiastically confirmed, "Great!" The dice told Victor that he would become a star in the world, and people would talk about his love life. Angry, Victor cursed while Melee apologized and offered to try calling other gods, hoping one might be able to save his soul. Suddenly, Shasha appeared and told Melee that it wouldn't be necessary. Introducing herself as the goddess of trade, snakes, and ancient places, Shasha informed Victor that it was his lucky day because he had earned a miracle. She explained that some people had made a large donation to her church to bring him back to life, leaving Victor shocked. He asked what about the necrophobia curse. Shasha replied that although his killer was powerful, she was a goddess, and with enough payment, very little was impossible for her. Melee was amazed, remarking that no one had paid to come back to life since the New Testament. Still, Victor anxiously asked if it was real, and Melee confidently assured him that he would come back to life without any negative effects. Shasha told him that she had to uphold her side of the deal, and unless he agreed to return, she wouldn't be paid. She even offered to throw in a bonus to sweeten the deal. Victor thought Shasha seemed as ambitious as his dragon master, Vainqueur. Shasha also expressed interest in the tax haven that Vainqueur was building and suggested they discuss her church's investments in his economy once he returned. Victor agreed. Shasha picked him up, telling him that he made an excellent choice. Victor closed his eyes, waiting to return to the physical world. The system congratulated him on gaining a personal perk, which meant that when he leveled up, he had a 10% increased chance to gain charisma or intelligence points. Additionally, merchants, bankers, and entrepreneurs would view him as trustworthy and offer him a 20% discount. Moonman then cryptically said that Victor's Dragon Master stands between Earth and the outer realm, and one day arrows will fall and illuminate the world, with the golden path paved in fairy blood. Shasha and Victor were both confused by Moonman's words. Victor asked him what he meant, and Moonman explained that Victor should just return home and continue his prophecy work. The gods watched as Victor's soul slowly ascended, while Miguel cheerfully shouted for him to have a safe journey home. Meanwhile, Leo, annoyed, ordered someone to roll him away because he couldn't stand it anymore. Moments later, Victor's soul returned to his body, and he saw his friends eagerly waiting for him, some in tears. Lee told him he was back and alive again with the chocolate team beside him. Victor asked if they had pooled their money to fund his revival, and Allison confirmed they did. Even Savory's mentioned they were called thieves, but that was unfair considering Cheshire's outrageous prices. Kia added that their funds were nowhere near enough to satisfy the goddess's greed. Jules mentioned that the price demanded was too high, prompting Victor to ask who covered the difference. He was stunned when he realized who had done it. Icefang asked how a dragon could manage it and why Vainqueur would do it. Vainqueur, feeling helpless, simply thought about his beloved treasure. Victor asked if they could be left alone for a moment, and they agreed. Jolie asked Jeannie Alzheimer if Uncle Vainqueur would be okay, but Jimmy Allison admitted he didn't know. Icefang sadly glanced at Vainqueur before turning away, disappointed. Victor then asked Vainqueur why he did it, especially on his bragging day. Vainqueur replied that Victor was the crown jewel of his hoard, and without him, he would have never been able to gather his treasures in the first place. Victor was worth more than any of it. Without Victor, Vainqueur didn't think there would be anything left to brag about, leaving Victor shocked and shy. In that moment, he realized that Vainqueur cared for him far more deeply than he had ever imagined. Victor told Vainqueur that he wasn't just a master to him, he had become a friend. Vainqueur asked Victor what a friend was and whether it was just another type of minion. Victor explained that a friend is someone who stays by your side no matter what, and even if released from service, they would never leave. Laura smiled when she heard this and told Victor he had better live up to it, as he was forbidden from leaving until he had repaid his life debt, and he would work for at least 12,584 years. Victor casually replied that he had taken out a student loan in his previous life, so this was nothing new to him. Banker declared they would become gods and demanded the greedy snake goddess reimburse him for her overpriced services, to which she cheerfully agreed. Vainqueur then called Victor's name and promoted him to his first and only friend, telling him to prove himself worthy of that honor. Victor shook Vainqueur's hand, promising that he would, and thanked him. Vainqueur replied that he was welcome. Meanwhile, Jules and Pink Ranger shyly peeked from the side, while Fear jokingly complained that the scene made him want to puke and gave him diabetes from all the sweetness. A moment later, a group of people approached them on the mountain. Kevin pointed out to the king that the location was nearby. Kia then appeared above them and swiftly jumped down. She gracefully greeted the king and welcomed him to Murmur Inn. The king told her it was good to see her. She sweetly greeted Kevin, but Kevin corrected her, stating that his name was Nostradamus and reminded her that he had told her many times not to use his Earth name in public. The king interrupted, saying this wasn't the time for pleasantries, as he had heard that Moira had sent an army to the location, and they needed to protect the civilians. Kia didn't know how to respond to King Roland. Meanwhile, in the village, the chocolate team was happily chopping meat and grilling it for the barbecue. The dragons were enjoying themselves, chatting happily with one another. When the group arrived in the town, they were stunned to see many dragons. Kia informed them that they had missed the big battle. Vainqueur welcomed his guests, telling them to enjoy the feast, as he was covering all the expenses for the night. He ate from his throne, while Ice String asked Croissant if this was the best he had since the demon appetizers were better. Croissant replied that he didn't make the food. Jules happily told Allison that the food was delicious. The young dragons asked Chocolate Dean if the food was edible, eyeing the monster-shaped cupcakes. Dean confirmed it was, but added that they had to beat the cupcakes into submission first. The young dragons then started chasing the cupcakes, and Chocolate Dean told them to roast the cream to make a creme brulee out of them. Blade Swamp remarked that their children were learning to hunt in a friendly environment. Vainqueur observed that the feast was a success so far, but he still wondered what he could brag about next. He then glanced at the princess trapped in ice and thought, at least he still had her as a trophy. Meanwhile, equipment and gold coins were being gathered on the side. Savories told Victor that this was all the loot they had collected from the dead and whatever treasures they had left. Victor placed his share on the hoard, making Fear think that, as a trophy, his life had truly hit rock bottom. Victor ordered them to add the redeemed gold-eating insect to the pile, saying that he could still boast about teaching it the dragon way of life. Rollo mentioned that Victor had won every cattle show he entered and wouldn't stop today. Victor then told Savories that he could go. Bruce asked Victor if he was up for a drink later, mentioning that Malfi was organizing a beer contest and poker game. Victor replied, "Later." Bruce vowed silently that one day he would cook the curse fairy and eat her for dinner. Victor, puzzled, asked why he was making such a vow when he had already died twice. Bruce replied confidently that since he would never die again, his prophecy would eventually come true. Victor, acknowledging that it was Bruce's bragging day, decided not to argue with his logic. Bruce proudly explained to Victor that this was exactly why it's called logic, adding that he was thrilled to have been Vainker-ized. Victor asked Bruce what Vainker-ized meant, and if it was even a real word. Bruce explained that Vainker-ized meant rising above the village and extending one's influence over the world, just like Vainker's name implied. Victor, however, turned the conversation back to the arrival of the Magni cavalry, thinking it would have been more useful if they had come before the battle. Kevin, shocked by the sheer number of dragons, commented that more reinforcements wouldn't have stood a chance. Charlene then introduced him to King Magni Roland of Ghana. King Roland greeted Victor as the Emperor of Vancouver, stating that his reputation had preceded him and that he had not disappointed. Victor proudly introduced himself as the Great Dragon Emperor of Murmuring in the Alban Mountains. King Roland praised him for defeating Demon King Mora and for rescuing his niece, promising to immediately cancel the bounty on Victor's head so that no adventurer would hunt him down. However, Victor was disappointed by this, as it meant fewer opportunities for experience points and treasures. King Roland assured him there would be no further conflict as long as his niece, the mermaid princess, was returned. Victor told King Roland that he would release the princess back into the wild that night, but in exchange he requested a favor. King Roland asked what Victor wanted, and Victor, with a shout, replied that he wanted a tax exemption for all his quests, with no fees, taxes, or anything else. King Roland, somewhat surprised, confirmed that was all Victor wanted and agreed to the deal. Victor remarked that he should have known it would be that easy. Charlene inquired how she could support her local guild chapter without quest fees. Kevin reassured her, saying they would fund her office because maintaining good relations with their neighbors was in their best interest. King Ronald mentioned that with the increase in dead fish, Fanya was ripe for exploitation. Despite its desert-like appearance, it held underground resources that could attract foreign invaders, leading to chaos. Vainker interjected, stating he had already dealt with such threats and claimed the riches for himself. King Ronald agreed and suggested recognizing Vainker as the new ruler, provided their countries signed a friendship treaty with the Alban Mountains, serving as the boundary between their realms. Surprised by the proposal, Vainker responded by declaring himself as Vainker Knight, Spain, the first of his name. He introduced himself as the great calamity of the age, the defender of the horde, and the Emperor of Murmuring and Fania and the Alban Mountains, agreeing to King Ronald's proposal. Pia called for Her Majesty, and both Vainker and King Ronald responded affirmatively. Pia then expressed her desire to be permanently transferred to the vampires as their ambassador. Victor was taken aback and asked if she was sure, especially since her adventures with Morrigan often led to trouble. Pia insisted it was precisely what she wanted, as they were both drawn to chaos and excitement, and she hadn't been in a thrilling fight for 2 years. Victor turned to Kevin, asking if she had always been like this, and Kevin sadly confirmed that she had. King Ronald praised Kia as a hero of Gata Magni, stating he would grant her his blessing if Emperor Vainker accepted her. Vainker then called Victor over and asked if he had understood the situation. Victor, confused, wondered how it related to Kia, but Vainker insisted it was all connected. He graciously accepted Kia, stating that she and his chief of staff would partake in intense minion diplomacy. Kia thanked him, promising she wouldn't disappoint. King Ronald inquired about his niece, to which Kevin replied that he believed he could lift the spell on her since he had the necessary perks. Vainker instructed Kevin to perform the reversal after the celebration. Until then, they should enjoy the feast to their heart's content, prompting cheers for the night. Victor questioned whether Vainker was trying to set him up with Kia, to which Vainker responded that husbandry was a long-standing tradition, suggesting Victor should breed with the sweet chocolate as he needed to increase his minion numbers. Victor glanced at the happy, chocolatey figure with the little dragons and apologized to Vainker, explaining that harems weren't accepted there. He also pointed out that the king had shortchanged them by leaving them responsible for dealing with a demon infestation. Vancouver reminded him that there were no more taxes to worry about. Vancouver encouraged him to relax and enjoy himself, as he had earned it. Victor thanked Vancouver and offered to be there if he was needed, to which Vancouver replied, as always. Victor poured himself a drink, and Kia approached, asking if they could speak for a moment. He inquired if her request was about Vancouver's attempts to set them up, reassuring her that she had nothing to worry about. However, Kia shyly admitted she was genuinely impressed by his leadership that day and appreciated his kindness in providing her a room. He asked her what she was trying to say, but she remained silent. The awkwardness of the moment made him think he should say something funny to lighten the mood. Instead, Kia unexpectedly took his drink and asked if he wanted to share a drink with her. Meanwhile, Vancouver observed the dragons and Manly happily chatting and realized it was time to make his announcement. He roared loudly to grab his guests' attention, signaling that it was time for him to boast. He proudly declared to his guests that he had gathered them to showcase the treasures of his land, his immense wealth, and his 3 princesses, revealing the princesses he had captured. However, I noticed that the princess wasn't dancing, so it was only a 6 out of 10. Genie, Alice, and Icefang were told to quiet down, while Blight Swamp commented that having 3 princesses in one place made their royal nest larger. The Ice King pointed to the hoard and told everyone to look at his modest treasure, questioning what the gold-eating bug was doing among it. The other dragons were frightened, fearing they had killed all the bugs and were ready to attack it with fire. He clarified that it was merely an old gold-eating bug, explaining he had observed and taught it the dragon way of life. Rolo then placed 2 gold coins and some nails on the ground near the bug. To everyone's surprise, it ate the nails instead of the gold coins. Genie, Alice, and Jules were intrigued by this, with Jules finding it fascinating. He suggested they move on, reminding them that they had heard the gossip about a great golden treasure being given away to resurrect his top dragon helper. The Rangers cheered repeatedly, proclaiming that he was the best dragon. He thanked them graciously, feeling somewhat flattered. He sighed, realizing that if he ever doubted himself, he should just embrace his greatness. He announced proudly that the rumors were indeed true. His banker had amassed such a large treasure that he could afford to splurge, making him immensely wealthy. The dragons looked astonished, but he playfully insisted that he could buy anything he wanted with his riches. Icefang challenged him, arguing that a true dragon doesn't spend his treasure, to which he retorted that such thinking belonged to a poor dragon. For a wealthy dragon, a few billion coins were merely pocket change. He proudly gestured around, claiming that his true treasures were the land and the helpers he had gathered. He, Vancouver, had created a realm based on wise dragon principles where the pursuit of more was the standard. He also boasted about having defeated the devil during the first treasure war, the Moth King in the second, and preserving the ancient dragon way of life from greedy individuals. The speaker expressed skepticism to him, pointing out that a system providing him with power and wealth seemed unrealistic. If it were genuinely easy to attain, he would have already succeeded. However, he attributed his failure to being poor, as he explained to Icefang. Kevin felt anxious, realizing that the only requirement to advance to the first level was understanding the system and fulfilling the criteria for higher classes. Icefang challenged Vancouver, demanding to see proof of the system's existence immediately. Suddenly, a system appeared before him. This unexpected sight left him curious about what it was. The system informed him that due to his strong will and significant dragon spirit, he had leveled up in the noble class and gained access to the old money class, which meant he could receive treasures from monsters after they were defeated. Victor collapsed in disbelief, pleading with the gods to prevent another dragon adventurer from emerging. Meanwhile, Icefang questioned what being a noble meant when he was already the High King. Genie Alice inquired if it implied that she could become a wizard with enough determination, and Blight Swamp wondered if she could become a princess maker. A mysterious system kept appearing, causing the knights to feel frightened. One of the dragons exclaimed that their plan had succeeded, and he was now a wizard, while the other transformed into whatever they desired. Meanwhile, other princesses expressed their desire to become rangers. There was also a wish for a cook, ensuring that no cow could escape from them, which left the knights in disbelief. Icefang asked if everything was true, and the dragon confidently affirmed that it was. Ice then called for King Ronald, requesting a plate because he was now a dragon embarking on an adventure. It was a significant honor for a dragon of his caliber to partake in such activities, but he would happily do it for his gold and silver. Vancouver laughed at Icefang, indicating that he desired silver instead. Genius. I wondered if the little man could compensate him for not attacking, and Jules informed King Ronald that she also wished to go on an adventure to find a companion she could love as much as her uncle. King Ronald sighed and summoned Charlene, causing her to appear frightened. He then informed her that she would be responsible for handling the paperwork, leaving her shocked and in tears. King Rommel explained to Charlene that there were already enough potential demon kings in the world, so the dragons were welcome to manage them, as long as they didn't eat the people who provided quests. If they followed this rule, the group would regard them as adventurers, which made Charlene faint in disbelief. Victor chuckled to himself, prompting Kyla to ask what was amusing him. However, Victor continued to laugh uncontrollably, loud enough to confuse Kyo. Vainqueur also joined in the laughter, telling Victor that it was a joyous occasion, but Victor, still laughing, warned Kia that they were in serious trouble, and that the presence of dragons with class levels meant the world didn't stand a chance. Chocolate Dean approached him and advised against his negative outlook, suggesting that things could change, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. She urged him to join in the fun, reminding him that they were meant to be happy and could worry about the future later. He sighed in despair and declared he didn't care anymore, suggesting they should drink to forget their troubles. She exclaimed that he was a man after her own heart. Meanwhile, while they enjoyed their conversations, Charlene was overwhelmed with tears from all the paperwork, but Kaysen reassured her that it was all right. He offered to help her if she needed it. Charlene then spoke to Klaus about the date he had proposed, looking shocked at the mention. Thus, Ventura's day of boasting came to an end, filled with memories of the Rangers' show, Malfi's excellent service at the bar, Victor and his friends' drunken escapades, Charlene and Croissant's love story, and King Ronald laughing at Kia and Kevin's playful antics as they enjoyed themselves. Victor noticed something in the sky and spotted Vainqueur soaring above. After Vainqueur's day of boasting came to a close, the era of dragon adventurers began. A moment later, as the sun began to rise, the dragons started to depart. The green dragon bid farewell to Vainqueur, complimenting him on an amazing day of bragging. Vainqueur proudly replied that it was indeed remarkable because it was his. The green dragon declared it the best bragging day of the century and expressed excitement about testing his new magical abilities. He told Genial Sam to look forward to his next bragging day, which would be even better. Slight Swap mentioned that the discovery of the system was significant for princess studies, suggesting they could reverse engineer the process of transforming ladies into princesses. However, Jealous commented to his wife that he believed some of nature's mysteries were best left unexplored, lamenting that he had to let those 3 princesses go. Meanwhile, King Ronald, Kevin, the knights, and the princess were making their way back to the castle. He assured them it wasn't a big deal, as he could find new ones. Jolie asked if she could create her lair nearby, aspiring to become a great adventurer like him. He happily agreed. He then told Jolie about a large flying city filled with delicious demons that now belonged to him, offering her the opportunity to settle there. As Simon Blightswamp flew away, Jolie cheerfully told him she would see him soon, to which he responded for her to return quickly. Suddenly, he was taken aback by system pop-ups congratulating him on being recognized as emperor by a powerful head of state, granting him full dominion over his famous monsters and earning him newfound respect as a monster lord. He also leveled up in the Emperor class and gained 2 levels in Dragon Kaiser. Additionally, he acquired the Imperial Authority class, which decreased enemy evasion by 20% in battle. He also obtained the State Secrecy class, meaning that any divination magic attempting to extract information would fail unless the caster had higher charisma than he did. Confused by all this, he called for his minions. The Rangers, along with JR, appeared before him and inquired how they could assist him that day. He instructed them to start by cleaning up and fixing everything. By the time the moon turned, their capital would be rebuilt even better than before. He asked where Victor was, and Blue responded that he believed their chief was last seen with a girl. Meanwhile, in Victor's mansion, he felt a throbbing headache and recalled attempting to drown his sorrows in alcohol the previous day, realizing he may have overdone it. Sitting up, he thought about how he could barely remember what had happened the night before. He shakily glanced to his side, wondering how he had ended up back in his bed. To his surprise, he saw Chocolate peacefully sleeping next to him, which shocked him. He wondered if their actions had been influenced by alcohol, but noticed they were both in pajamas. Still, he couldn't recall anything. Just then, he touched someone on his other side and heard snoring. When he looked, he was astonished to find Kia sleeping beside him, holding a bottle of wine. He jumped out of bed in a panic, bewildered about what was happening in Happy Land and whether anything had occurred. Trembling as he looked at the 2 girls in his bed, he pleaded with the gods, unsure of what to do. He remembered Allison telling him that harems would never be allowed as long as she lived, which made him fearfully think that Allison would kill him. Just then, he heard Robin laughing and teasingly asking if he didn't remember what happened the night before. In a state of panic, he asked Robin what had happened and if she remembered it, to which Eben replied that, of course, she did. Fear approached him and asked if he wanted to know what happened, teasing him about whether something actually occurred. Victor immediately replied yes, urging him to share. However, Fear, having enjoyed the company of other demons, laughed and playfully told him that he would never find out. Victor was shocked by this and shook Fear, insisting he was an evil troll and should tell him. But fear claimed it was his sweet revenge at last and expressed excitement for the juicy love triangle drama that was to unfold. This made Victor shout in frustration and anxiety. Meanwhile, Vancouver remarked that Victor had finally taken action, ordering the Rangers to take charge while his chief of staff enjoyed his only day off of the year. The Rangers happily responded that they lived to serve him. He then commanded the Red Ranger to bring Charlie in to seek out new quests, as his vaults needed to be overflowing with gold again. In the meantime, Charlene and Carson were sweetly focused on rebuilding the quest station. Allison was carefully and lovingly planting new life in the form of plants when Victor ordered the Pink Ranger to write a sequel to Asterisk War of the Horde Asterisk, narrating the Moth's defeat and their heroic deeds. He also instructed the Black Ranger to have Corpse sell jewels and raise the minions who died that day as sentient undead, stating that if death wouldn't end Victor's service, he wouldn't deny them that pleasure either. Meanwhile, Malfoy was furious as he watched Melis lying in New Store, even angrier that someone had approached her before he had the chance. Mule playfully made a face at Malfoy, which caused him to explode with anger. He then ordered Blue to have the angels and demons cease their fighting, as he would gladly accept both of their coins. Next, he instructed Yellow to welcome new minion immigrants who wished to become his subjects, armed with sabers. Finally, he ordered Junior to patrol the castle and safeguard his newly formed horde. He concluded by telling them they should make the villain vampire the greatest in the world and work to rebuild his golden horde brighter than ever, to which his minions happily agreed. Meanwhile, Lucy reported to Odious that all the dragons present at the celebration had developed their own classes after Vancouver had slain Mora and claimed his Fanya with Gato Magnus's blessing. Most of Vancour's guests chose to follow his lead and become adventurers. Mag asked why she hadn't killed the minion chief before the attack. Lucy explained that it might have exposed her cover, and she was too busy sabotaging the Hellgate seal. Additionally, she had heard that Dalton's death hadn't been effective. Mag urged her to use whatever means necessary to address the situation. To which she replied that Vancouver had become an obstacle, and while the princeling's death was a loss, the weapon had exceeded her expectations. She saw a path to victory beyond that disaster, with Vancouver soon to be a corpse. Then, Lucy was ordered to keep an eye on Victor, as she would need Mel's assistance. The mention of Mel made Lucy flinch in fear. A moment later, Mag asked his daughter about her plans and whether she would visit the other side again. She confirmed that she would, stating she intended to search for new weapons and tools for their cause in a world called Earth. The next day at the beach, Bank questioned where the gold was, as he had been told there would be treasure, but all he saw was water and sand. Victor explained that it was referred to as the Golden Coast because of the color of the sand. Victor then jabbed his side into the sand while teasing Bank, remarking on how much the brat loved grand titles. Vancouver, frustrated, asked Victor why they would call it the Golden Coast if there was no gold to be found, suggesting that it could instead be named Popper's Bay or the Sand of Homelessness. Victor replied that if Vancouver wasn't satisfied with the location, he had brought sunglasses. He then nodded to the Red Ranger. Vancouver was surprised to see the sunglasses and inquired about them, asking if they were made in the heart of the sun. Victor simply explained that they were for protecting his eyes. However, Vancouver asked Victor what the sunglasses were protecting his eyes from. Were they meant to shield against eyes, fangs, or faces? Victor nodded, noting that they were meant to protect against natural light. Then he put on the sunglasses, posing handsomely and asking his minions how he looked from various angles. The Rangers, who were his fans, enthusiastically replied that he looked fabulous. He smugly acknowledged this and asked them for more compliments. Meanwhile, Chocolate approached Victor and sweetly expressed that she wanted to ask him something. Noticing her alluring demeanor, he blushed with shyness. Clearing her throat, Chocolate confidently asked if he was available. But before she could finish, she playfully smacked Victor's back and challenged him to a volleyball match. He turned around and saw a sexy killer holding a volleyball, with Chocolate behind her, looking furious and clearly annoyed by Victor's cocky demeanor. The teams in match were soon arranged. The first team included Jolly, Junior, Jules, and Keo, who announced that they were recruiting players for a friendly match. The second team consisted of Rolo Croissant, who was being shielded by Charlie due to the anger of his little sister, Chocolate Dean. Victor realized that the two teams didn't seem very friendly towards him. The two girls approached him and asked which team he would choose. Fearfully, he replied that he wasn't really into volleyball and would prefer to cheer from the sidelines. Disappointed, the two girls walked away. Just then, Allison appeared behind him and asked what she had told him about harems. He jumped away from Allison, asking if love triangles counted, but she replied that maybe she hadn't been clear enough. Grabbing him by the neck, she forced him to look closely and declared that Chocolate's team was his future, and nothing else. As Victor endured Allison's grip, Melfi asked Vancouver if they could have a moment of his time, but Vancouver inquired who else was present. Melfi explained that Happy Land had been a crucial part of the Empire's economy since its inception, and it would be ideal if they could build a resort there, renovating the countryside with bars, casinos, and brothels. However, Mule shouted that Melfi, his friend, wanted to ruin the nature reserve, and that Melfi would replace the sand with cement. Melfi corrected her, saying they would replace it with marble, not cement, as they had standards and saved cement for shoes. Vainqueur replied that he didn't have time for minion matters, and his friend Victor would handle it, but for now he just laughed. As he opened a case, he revealed a trove of shiny diamonds, claiming that a large public donation had slipped from his hands, and it would be a shame if no one picked it up. Panicking, he asked where it was, because he couldn't see anything. Just then, Savers jumped towards them, shouting for him not to worry. He snatched the case of diamonds away, saying he would launder that public donation for him. In reality, Vainqueur couldn't see anything due to his sunglasses. Melfi angrily demanded to know how Savers dared to steal from Happy Land, but Mile reassured him that it was fine, and his Robin Hood commission would cover his ticket to heaven. Moments later, Victor lay on the ground, enjoying the peace after so many adventures, while Fear commented that he wondered what tan bums looked like. Victor observed that everyone else was having fun too, with one exception. He spotted Pink Ranger sitting alone on a bench. She noticed him as well. He asked what was wrong and why she wasn't joining the others, but she called it silly. He assured her that it was okay and he wouldn't judge. Pink then sadly asked if he remembered the books she was writing about him and Vainqueur, to which he unfortunately confirmed he did. She explained that she had a deal with Mimic Printing House for a visual adaptation, and they had published the first volume, but it was doubtful the next volume would be adapted. Victor inquired if it wasn't making money, and she replied that it was, but it wasn't as popular as other series. Their conversation was interrupted when Banks started shouting. Lee informed them that he was a dragon, so humans should line up to worship his image. Victor told Vainqueur to forgive his kind for being so self-absorbed and that they were terribly ashamed of themselves, to which Vainqueur agreed. He then asked Pink if she was still writing the books. She replied that she was, explaining that bards narrated his tales for those who couldn't read. Victor thanked her, saying that his true fans, those with taste, could still read and listen to his next adventures. He added that no picture book could hope to capture his majesty anyway. Victor laughed and told Pink that he was still keeping his fingers crossed for a sequel. He then noticed that Pink was blushing with shyness. He advised her not to be bitter if it ended before its time, because they had a good run.